If your entire family suddenly turned into zombies, how would you help them hide their identities? Cover their corpse-like faces with heavy makeup? But if they were injured in public and did not bleed, how would you fool everyone then? Has anyone ever wondered how you would hide several zombies if they suddenly appeared in your home? In an age where gossip flies everywhere, no movement escapes other people's eyes, let alone your whole family turning into monsters. To survive, you would have no choice but to write a survival guide for hiding zombies yourself. And the starting point of all this was this seemingly glamorous imperial noble banquet. The banquet had only just begun when Julia became the center of everyone's attention. Everyone praised her skin for being as pale as porcelain. Emily hurried over to help cover for her, lying that her sister had recently become obsessed with skincare and had even brought her flashiest ruby earrings. Only then did she barely divert everyone's attention. That's right, this is the first step to hiding zombies. Use heavy makeup and dazzling jewelry to cover that bloodless, corpse-like face. They thought they had passed this hurdle, but then a question suddenly came from nearby. Someone asked Isaac, "Why is your hand so cold?" Hearing this, Emily instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Isaac, who had been asked so suddenly, was also stunned for a moment. Luckily, he reacted extremely quickly and casually raised the chilled drink in his glass. He explained that it was because he had just picked up a cold drink. This is the second rule for hiding zombies. When your body temperature is too low, you must always find an excuse to avoid giving yourself away. Seeing this, Emily finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before everyone could recover, a crisp crash suddenly sounded nearby. A wine glass shattered all over the floor. A man quickly apologized, saying it was all his fault. It turned out Edmund's hand had suddenly started bleeding. Emily reacted extremely quickly and immediately rushed up to bandage him. This is the third rule for hiding zombies. Zombies do not bleed at all, so they absolutely must not get injured in front of others. Once a wound shows no blood, their identities will be completely exposed. Edmund used the injury as an excuse to leave early with everyone. This retreat as advance moved directly helped them all escape. In a carriage back to the city, the survival guide was finally closed. However, do you really think you will never need it in your life? Julia leaned against Emily's shoulder, still terrified. They had almost been completely exposed just now. Who could have imagined that their originally peaceful life would suddenly become like this? Time rewinds to 1 week earlier. At the time, they were riding in a carriage, preparing to attend Andrea's entrance ceremony. To save time, Edmund and Julia discussed it and decided to take a shortcut through the forest. But who could have expected that this decision would directly change everyone's fate? The carriage had been quite lively. Isaac was holding the cat and joking around when the carriage suddenly shook violently. At the brink of life and death, Isaac pushed Emily out with one shove. When Emily climbed up from the grass, before she could even look for the others, she heard movement nearby. She quickly hid in the bushes and saw several men in black gathered around the carriage. The leader coldly threw out a sentence. "The people inside are completely dead." After saying that, the group quickly withdrew. Hearing this, Emily was utterly stunned. Had everyone really met with disaster? After the men in black had gone far away, Emily immediately rushed toward the wreckage of the carriage. But the sight before her eyes made her completely collapse. The ground was covered in glaring crimson. Julia, Edmund, and Isaac all lay motionless in pools of blood. Emily cried and shouted their names, begging, "Please, someone answer me." But everything around her was deathly silent. No one could respond. Had everyone really died so inexplicably? Emily knelt amid the wreckage, praying in despair and hoping for a miracle. Just then, there was suddenly movement beneath the debris. A black cat crawled out from inside. As soon as the black cat appeared, it began complaining that its fur had been dirted, completely unaware of what had happened. Looking at the blood all over the ground, the black cat could not help sighing that human lives were truly too fragile. Emily felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. Crying, she begged him for help. "Please help me." The black cat finally revealed his true nature. He asked Emily what she wanted. Emily did not hesitate. She wanted to use her own power to bring all her dead family members back. In the blink of an eye, it was the entrance ceremony at the National Academy. The venue was extremely lively, but a few familiar figures were missing. Andrea stood alone in the hall, feeling terribly wrong. They had clearly promised to attend the ceremony together, but in the end, none of them had come. What on earth was going on? Just as Andrea was feeling sad, Isaac suddenly appeared and lifted him up in his arms. He explained that the carriage had broken down, so they were late. Andrea found it a little strange. Why was Isaac not wearing glasses today? Isaac explained that he wanted to look more handsome, only to be mercilessly roasted by Andrea, who said he looked too fierce without glasses. But none of that mattered because Edmund, Julia, and Emily all appeared next, safe and sound. Andrea immediately noticed that Julia seemed off. Emily quickly explained that she had only gotten carsick on the way. Even the black cat came along to join the fun. Everyone gathered around and congratulated Andrea on successfully enrolling. Now everyone was finally here, and the previous gloom was at last swept away. Andrea happily thanked Emily. Everyone was immersed in the joy of reunion. As soon as the entrance ceremony ended, several of them immediately shut the door and prepared to ask what had happened. Isaac got straight to the point and coldly questioned Emily, "What exactly did you do to us?" It seemed the changes in their bodies had long since made them suspicious. Facing everyone's questioning, Emily sighed. "In your current state, you are basically zombies." With one slap, Isaac's finger actually fell off on the spot. It turned out the entire family had already died in the carriage accident. The fact that they could still stand here and speak was entirely thanks to the girls' forbidden black magic. Under the first rays of morning sunlight, Julia heard the absurd word zombies. She fearfully pressed for details. "Do you mean those monsters that bite people and spread infection?" Emily helplessly shook her head and explained that their condition was only somewhat similar. They were not true zombies. The situation back then had been far too desperate. Everyone had actually already lost their lives. To save them, Emily had no choice but to make this decision on her own. Julia anxiously grabbed Emily. "That is not the point. How could something like bringing the dead back to life be done so easily? Even the saints under the Pope cannot do that." Emily hurriedly explained that this was not true resurrection. To be precise, Julia was now more like a corpse that could move. Isaac, who was standing to the side, felt a headache after hearing this. Who could have thought that the ability Emily had hidden for 23 years was actually controlling corpses? Emily quietly explained the principle. She had forcibly bound the souls of the dead to herself. Simply put, she forcibly held on to souls that were about to disperse, stuffed them back into bodies that had only recently died, and made them absolutely obey her commands. Julia felt as though she had been struck by lightning. In other words, had they actually died long ago? The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. None of them could easily accept this cruel truth. Edmund's face darkened as he questioned her. "Then aren't you a forbidden black magic user?" Emily admitted it directly without the slightest attempt to hide it. Isaac could not accept this fact at all. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, "This is completely ridiculous." Yet with that slap, an unexpected and bizarre scene occurred. Isaac's palm actually fell off on the spot and dropped to the floor. In an instant, everyone in the room was utterly dumbfounded. It seemed Emily had not lied. They really were dead. Julia's mind went completely blank. A black magic user, who had vanished for a full 300 years, was now standing alive before her. This was definitely a nightmare. Julia shook her head in pain. Their family had been blessed by the gods for generations. So why had it become the universally despised power of black magic when it came to Emily? But the cold, severed hand on the floor could not lie. Edmund had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. They had indeed died once today. It was Emily who had forcibly dragged them back from hell. However, the next problem was even more fatal. But Emily shook her head gravely and refused. Even worse, Andrea was still too young and could not independently inherit the family's vast estate. At that point, the greedy council of elders would certainly seize the chance to interfere, hollowing out the entire family's authority in the name of guardianship. That child would be reduced to prey at anyone's mercy. At this point, Emily's tone changed, and she said she had actually already thought of the only solution. Isaac felt this was simply fantasy. After all, their current bodies were terribly fragile and might completely fall apart at any moment. Edmund knew this would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens, but for the future of the family and the young child, they no longer had any way out. Just as the atmosphere became unbearably oppressive, Isaac suddenly raised his hand awkwardly and asked an extremely practical question. Could the hand that had fallen to the floor be reattached? Emily picked up the severed hand from the floor while explaining that it could indeed be reattached. But because their bodies were essentially corpses, there was always a risk that it would break and fall off again. Then Emily gently held Isaac's hand and, like a doctor, reminded him that it might hurt a little. As soon as she finished speaking, Emily bit open her fingertip. As the unique purple glow of black magic flickered, the severed limb actually began to stitch itself back together in an eerie way. This miraculous method left everyone amazed. Looking at his restored fingers before him, Isaac froze completely in place. Sensing everyone's strange gazes, Emily was actually filled with unease inside. She even began to regret confessing this earth-shattering secret. Yet unexpectedly, Edmund not only showed no fear at all, but instead took the initiative to step forward and gently comfort her, affirming what she had done. In Edmund's view, this was by no means an evil or filthy power. It was the pride that had saved the entire family. She should stand tall and face it with confidence. After hearing Edmund's warm comfort, Emily's anxious heart finally settled. Night fell. Edmund and Isaac began secretly discussing countermeasures. Edmund analyzed gravely that since the mastermind had planted explosives in the carriage and even specially sent people to confirm their deaths, the other party would sooner or later come after them again. Isaac could not help lowering his voice and speculating about the true culprit behind this assassination. Was it a hostile noble family, the imperial royal family, or even the lofty church? After all, the church had always believed their family stole the spotlight that should have belonged to the temple. Now the enemy was hidden while they were exposed, and their corpses also faced the constant risk of falling apart. They could not withstand any turmoil at all. Edmund immediately decided that early tomorrow. Edmund laughed at himself and sighed. Just then, Leaf the black cat, lying on the bed, suddenly spoke. A sacred blessing? What a colossal joke. The black cat continued mocking Emily in a sharp tone. You clearly know the truth better than anyone deep down, yet you can still pretend like that in front of your family. Then the black cat stared at her with malicious eyes and asked how she truly felt right now. After all, Emily had personally experienced the terrifying power of black magic that made one tremble. The black cat even began whispering temptation to her, asking whether she longed to use this forbidden power to conquer the entire vast continent. Her family's bodies were rapidly collapsing, and they had even completely lost their sense of heat, cold, and pain. To survive, they could only secretly cultivate black magic. Emily sighed and asked, "Why did you make a contract with someone like me?" Hearing this, the black cat immediately exploded in anger. "You were the one who summoned me." The black cat jumped about in rage, complaining that Emily was too timid, spending all day thinking only of surviving like a mouse. She was simply humiliating him as his contractor. In truth, this cat had an extraordinary background. He was a genuine demon. Because his true form was too powerful and would break the rules, he had no choice but to possess a cat. The demon had originally expected Emily to stir up bloody storms, but after arriving, he discovered things were not like that at all. Watching Emily giggle foolishly on the side, the demon was completely at a loss. He cried that he was going to be assimilated by her. Emily was not convinced and immediately shot back, saying that if a beginner like her could summon him, then this demon could not be that capable. As soon as she said that, the black cat broke down completely, shouting that they had to terminate the contract today. Frightened, Emily hurriedly apologized. After a whole night of commotion, once dawn arrived, the household welcomed normal business. Andrea got into the carriage and excitedly said goodbye to everyone, preparing to depart for the academy. Emily held the black cat and smiled as she said goodbye to Andrea. Watching the carriage gradually go far away, everyone actually felt quite upset inside. In the blink of an eye, it was mealtime, but everyone ate with different worries in mind. The dining table was unusually quiet. Isaac suddenly tapped his glass and spoke with a serious expression. "You should all have noticed. Not only do we no longer need to sleep, but our bodies are also falling apart faster. We cannot even feel heat or cold anymore. What exactly does this sudden abnormality mean?" Julia discovered that besides spiciness, she could taste nothing else, and even her nose had completely stopped working. To avoid trouble, Julia and Isaac had submitted leave applications early that morning. After all, with their current physical condition, continuing to work would sooner or later cause a major problem. Fortunately, the palace had never had a precedent of rejecting such requests, so this time should also pass smoothly. Emily also could not sit still. She decided to personally go there today and explain the matter face to face. Edmund sighed and said everyone could only count on her now. But in truth, everyone knew in their hearts that this was nothing more than a desperate struggle to delay time. Since their bodies were falling apart, they could only use black magic to reconstruct them. However, this required Emily to practice alone. Edmund volunteered to handle the search for magic techniques. Emily also nodded and agreed. This was their only path to survival. Although the plan had been decided, Julia was still extremely uneasy. After all, it sounded far too risky. Just then, urgent knocking suddenly came from outside the door. The butler shouted from outside that there was an urgent matter to report. Edmund quickly let him in. The butler brought bad news. Isaac's leave application had actually been rejected. Now no one could remain seated. After all, something like this had never happened before. Isaac hurriedly asked the reason. The butler hesitantly said that it was actually an order personally issued by the Imperial Prince. To find out the truth, Emily still went to the Imperial Palace as planned. But as soon as she arrived, Jamie came up with a smile and asked why she was late. It turned out Andrea had thrown a tantrum that morning and refused to go to the academy no matter what. But Emily had come today on official business. She quickly asked about the Imperial Prince's whereabouts. Her colleague said he would arrive soon. As soon as the words fell, the Imperial Prince pushed the door open and entered. The two of them quickly stepped forward and bowed. Tristan did not even spare them a glance and coldly told everyone to begin working. Emily still took the initiative to step forward. "Your Highness, I have something I would like to tell you." Tristan did not even raise his head and coldly asked what it was. Bracing herself, Emily said that she wanted to take some time off. This surprised Tristan a little. He asked whether the work was too exhausting. Emily hurriedly shook her head in denial. But Tristan's next words instantly changed the atmosphere. "You rarely take leave, and Isaac has also wanted to take leave recently. What exactly is going on? Did something happen at home?" Emily quickly shook her head and denied it, explaining that she only wanted to travel with her whole family. She even offered to use her annual leave for it. Tristan thought for a moment, but still refused directly. This left Emily completely speechless. Tristan explained that the Night Order had an urgent mission recently, and Isaac had to remain on standby at all times. Since Isaac could not leave, this family trip was naturally impossible. It seemed the Imperial Prince was determined to keep them firmly under his watch. Emily could only compromise and say she would postpone the vacation. After all, if Isaac could not go, there was no point going alone. Before she could finish speaking, the door was suddenly knocked open. A knight rushed in a panic, shouting for the Imperial Prince to hurry over. It turned out something major had happened at the Night Order, and it was actually related to Isaac. Hearing that something had happened to Isaac, Emily panicked completely. Could it be that the fatal secret they had been hiding all along had been completely exposed? To protect my reputation, my brother actually agreed to a duel to the death. Seeing that his opponent was about to pierce his heart with a strike, I could only secretly release silent magic. But unexpectedly, this directly drew the Imperial Prince's suspicion. Although their zombie identities had not been exposed, the chaotic situation before her still left Emily completely at a loss. Seeing Werner rush in anxiously, Emily quickly stepped forward and asked what major incident had happened outside. Werner looked both amused and helpless. He said Isaac was currently dueling someone. When Tristan heard this news, he froze instantly in place. Werner, however, was extremely excited, calling it a once-in-a-century spectacle. After all, everyone had secretly bet countless times on who was stronger between Isaac and his opponent. This time, Werner had bet on the opponent. Seeing Emily beside him, Werner hurriedly changed his words in fright, explaining that last time he had bet on Isaac and telling Emily not to take it to heart. Emily could only respond awkwardly while secretly calculating in her heart. As long as Tristan did not personally go to the scene, there was still room to salvage this matter. Tristan also had a headache at this point. He directly issued an order for them to hurry to the scene at once. As soon as Werner heard the command, he grabbed someone and was about to run outside. His whirlwind manner left Emily beside him completely dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Werner suddenly turned back and asked whether she wanted to go watch too. Usually, she would never bother joining this kind of spectacle, but to stop the duel, she could only grit her teeth and follow. The atmosphere in the duel arena was tense and ready to explode. Isaac regretted it now, but it was too late. He should not have impulsively accepted the provocation. It turned out that just now, his opponent had deliberately brought up Emily, mocking her as a useless person without ability and even shamelessly saying that Emily would be marrying above her station if she married into his family. Hearing someone insult his younger sister like this, how could Isaac possibly endure it? Today, he had to teach this guy a lesson. With the referee's command, the duel officially began. The duel was about to start, but Isaac's condition was clearly not right. Tristan, who sat nearby, also noticed it. He turned to ask Emily beside him whether Isaac was feeling unwell. This sudden question startled Emily. She quickly smoothed things over, explaining that her brother had a poor appetite these past few days and had probably only eaten something bad. But Isaac's condition in the arena was so poor that even the spectators were shaking their heads. No matter how one looked at him, there was no way he could win like this. The audience below immediately could not sit still and began switching sides one after another, wanting to place all their bets on his opponent. Before the duel had even officially begun, Isaac had already fallen completely behind. The gamblers below were still shouting madly, begging Isaac not to lose no matter what, since their real money was riding on him. With the referee's command, the duel officially began. Without another word, the opponent charged straight at him, swinging his sword. His momentum clearly showed he wanted to end this quickly. Isaac could only hastily raise his sword to defend. Although he barely blocked the strike, his entire body was shaken backward several steps. This clash immediately let his opponent see through him. The man laughed proudly. Isaac could not exert any strength at all right now. The situation in the arena was becoming more and more unfavorable. Isaac was forced to retreat step by step. If this continued, his hands would definitely be ruined. Emily in the stands was burning with anxiety. If only her brother had listened to advice earlier. Now, there was no way out at all. How could she help him escape this predicament? At this urgent moment, Emily suddenly thought of a method. This might be the only turning point. To help her brother out of trouble, Emily went all in this time. She directly used her own blood to awaken magic and secretly gave an order to a small spirit, telling it to smash down the chandelier overhead. As long as chaos was created, Isaac could take the chance to escape. This magic energy silently and stealthily crept along the ground toward the arena. But before Emily's plan could succeed, the situation in the arena changed again. Looking at Isaac, who had been dodging the entire time, the opponent completely lost patience. The man sneered and said he would use his final move to settle the fight. Seeing the light gathering on the other party's sword, Isaac truly panicked this time and shouted for him to stop immediately. This was clearly only an ordinary sparring match, yet this guy was actually using sword energy. The man roared and directly unleashed his killing move as he charged forward. At the critical moment, Emily's magic finally took effect. The enormous chandelier crashed down, directly ruining the entire match. The scene instantly fell into chaos. Amid the dust filling the air, no one could see the situation on the platform clearly. Everyone anxiously whispered to one another, guessing who had won. Just then, a figure vaguely appeared in the smoke. Someone could not help shouting, "Could the one standing in the end be the challenger?" After the smoke completely dispersed, the opponent was not happy at all. Instead, he felt utterly humiliated. It turned out that when the chandelier had fallen, Isaac had acted to save him. But in the opponent's eyes, this was blatant insult. The man angrily questioned Isaac, asking why he had saved him. Did Isaac not even consider him an opponent? The more he thought about it, the more unconvinced he became, and he shouted that he wanted to challenge Isaac again. Just then, Tristan below the stage suddenly spoke, announcing that today's duel ended here. Since no one was injured, everyone should disperse quickly. Since Tristan had already spoken, this match definitely could not continue. Isaac hurriedly pulled away his unconvinced opponent and withdrew. But the feud between these two was now completely set. Tristan gave a few simple instructions, telling the injured to hurry and treat their wounds, and the remaining people to stay behind and clean up the mess. This farce was finally forcibly suppressed. Isaac, standing to the side, quietly gave his sister a thumbs up. Thanks to Emily secretly acting just now, otherwise he really would not have known how to end things today. Emily, however, was still terrified. She did not want to experience something this nerve-wracking a second time. After they left the hall and reached the garden, Emily was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when a voice suddenly came from behind and called out to her. Emily looked up and saw that it was actually Tristan speaking to her. The other party sighed and asked whether she had also noticed something. Before Emily could react, Tristan began talking on his own, saying that their family had always been protected by the gods, so it was no wonder she could discover something wrong. He even mentioned the Night Order's state of alert. This completely confused Emily. She quickly played dumb and said she had no idea what he was talking about. But Tristan clearly did not believe her. He directly laid things out, saying he knew she did not want trouble, but since she could see through traces of black magic. As soon as Tristan said this, Emily was completely stunned. She could not help asking him to repeat what he had just said. Had she really been completely exposed this time? Could even being brought to this empty garden have been a trap deliberately set by the other party? The Empire's strongest investigation team was actually hiring a black magic user to catch her own kind. And to preserve this fatal secret, she had to sacrifice humans who had only recently died. Emily had truly miscalculated this time. She never expected that she would be deliberately led into this deserted garden. By the time she reacted, her escape route had been completely cut off. She was fully surrounded. But Werner suddenly stepped forward and shielded Emily, loudly questioning the other party. "Your Highness, did you frighten the young lady?" "Your Highness, you wear that stern face every day. What girl would not be scared away by you?" Tristan now felt wrong too, quietly muttering that he really had not meant it. Emily secretly rejoiced on the side. Judging from this, they probably had not discovered her secret yet. But before she could relax, Werner suddenly came closer and directly asked, "During the duel, did you already know the chandelier was going to fall?" This question left Emily completely stunned. It turned out they had already been watching her. Werner then explained that they had recently been investigating clues about black magic users, but had been restricted at every turn, which was why they wanted to find a breakthrough through her. Werner explained that their tracking device had too many limitations, but during the accident just now, the detector had indeed reacted. This meant there were traces of black magic at the scene. Emily cursed inwardly. That magic was cast by me. How could there not be a reaction? But Werner directly misunderstood and concluded that Emily was naturally sensitive to black magic. Werner took advantage of the situation and invited Emily to join the investigation. Looking at the expectant eyes of these two people, Emily could no longer sit still. If she really agreed, would that not mean investigating herself? Emily frantically complained in her heart. Did these people even know what they were saying? They were actually asking a black magic user to help them catch black magic users. And she was only a hired worker. Why should she take this risk? In the end, Tristan directly threw out one sentence: "We will pay you over time." Now it was settled. Emily did not even hesitate and immediately changed her words, agreeing. Seeing that she had agreed, Werner immediately suggested they change locations and talk properly. With this, Emily had completely boarded the pirate ship. As soon as several of them sat down, Emily got straight to the point and asked what it meant that black magic users were active again. Tristan took a sip of tea and explained that it meant exactly what it sounded like. They had indeed discovered traces of black magic user activity. After hearing this, Emily felt somewhat confused. After the Holy War ended 300 years ago, had all black magic users not been imprisoned on an isolated island? Tristan then explained that 300 years was too long enough for people to forget many things. Besides, the current church could not compare to the church of the past. Ironically, without black magic users, the church would have no reason to exist. So in order to guard against black magic users, the church had always occupied imperial territory, and the lease for that piece of land happened to expire this autumn. Emily immediately understood. So, the Empire does not intend to renew the lease with the church this time? Tristan nodded, indicating that this was indeed the case. Now Emily was even more confused. Since the Empire wanted to reclaim the territory, what about the traces of black magic discovered earlier? Werner sighed and said that this was precisely the most troublesome part, because black magic users blended into crowds and could not be distinguished at all. Moreover, only people from the church could detect movements of black magic. Even the detectors in their hands were made by the church. Werner helplessly said that if the church insisted there were black magic users, they had no way to verify whether it was true or false. Hearing this, Emily was secretly delighted. Did this not mean the Empire could not catch black magic users at all? Then as long as she handled things casually, the overtime pay would be hers for sure. But Werner then said that the most recent place where traces were found was in the Loudon Mountains. Hearing this place name, Emily directly sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Werner quickly asked what was wrong. Emily wiped her mouth while covering it up, saying she was just a little surprised because that place was far too close. Werner explained that it was west of the capital, and beyond it lay Marquis territory. Normally, there was a huge flow of people there, so this matter was indeed rather serious. Hearing this, Emily could not sit still even more because her family took that very road when going to the academy. Werner quickly comforted her, saying the guards had already strengthened their defenses, and the place where the traces were discovered was still some distance from the main road. Hearing this, Emily rolled her eyes inwardly. Of course it was far away, because to save time back then, we directly took a shortcut through the wilderness. Werner then said he had personally visited the scene before. The detector had flashed intensely at the time, indicating that the black magic residue there was extremely strong. Tristan took a sip of tea and directly issued his order. Since they now understood the situation, she should hurry back, pack her luggage, and prepare to depart. Emily was utterly dumbfounded. How had this assignment arrived so suddenly? Tristan directly ordered that they depart for the Loudon Mountains early the next morning and have Emily personally confirm whether the traces were real. Hearing this, Emily felt awful all over and quickly reminded Tristan that tomorrow was a day off. But Tristan answered righteously that it was precisely because it was a day off that they had to go. If both of them were absent on a workday, would that not openly invite suspicion? This reasoning was simply impossible to refute. Emily could only agree, while inwardly cursing this black-hearted boss 100 times. After returning to her room, Emily lay in bed, unable to fall asleep no matter what. What had happened during the day was far too dangerous. If Isaac's wrist had really broken, the matter of black magic would have been impossible to hide. In the end, it was because her own black magic was not strong enough. Thinking of this, Emily sat up directly and woke the black cat beside her. The black cat stretched and asked, "Why are you calling me?" Emily looked at him seriously and said, "Teach me black magic." Hearing this, the black cat immediately perked up. He asked smugly, "Are you finally ready to accept my great teachings?" Emily sighed and said, "More or less." It seemed that to survive, she truly intended to risk everything this time. The black cat began speaking with hindsight, saying that if she had listened earlier, her family would not have fallen into this state. Although Emily was still conflicted inside about whether this path was right now, she truly needed this power. Emily then asked whether there was any black magic that could permanently strengthen them. The black cat's answer made chills run down one's spine. He said there was only one way to keep corpses from rotting and weakening, and that was sacrifice. Moreover, it had to be a human corpse that had only recently died. Right under the Imperial Prince's nose, she actually had to sacrifice the body of a freshly dead assassin. Once exposed, she would fall into an abyss beyond redemption. Just what terrifying black magic power was this seemingly delicate, noble young lady hiding? The black cat proposed a cruel contract condition. Emily had to provide a human who had only recently died as a sacrifice. This outrageous demand was hard for Emily to accept. She hurriedly asked whether there was any other solution. The black cat gave another choice: learn to control black magic. He looked at Emily and said in a low voice, "You were born a black magic user." The black cat explained that the power within her had long since awakened. Everyone's black magic manifested in completely different ways. Some could peer into people's hearts. Some could change their form, while Emily's ability was actually awakening the dead. The black cat suggested that she immediately try extracting magic. If she really could not learn it, then she could only obediently search for living sacrifices. Emily ultimately decided to learn how to extract black magic. After all, using living people as sacrifices truly violated her principles. Early the next morning, Emily sat in a jolting carriage on the road. Because she had overexerted herself the previous night, she could not help dozing off inside the carriage. Werner beside her saw her open her eyes and considerately advised her to sleep a little longer if she was tired. Emily somewhat embarrassedly explained that she had indeed not rested well last night. Werner thought she was worried about yesterday's incident, but he did not know that Emily had been practicing extracting black magic and had nearly had the power in her body completely drained by that black cat. Before she could recover from her fatigue, the carriage slowly stopped. Werner was the first to get out of the carriage and gentlemanly extended a hand, signaling for her to get down. Their destination had finally arrived. As soon as Emily stepped down, she was shocked by the sight before her. The ground was covered with bloodstains and broken carriage wreckage. This was exactly the mess she had left behind before. Werner took out a glowing red magic stone and looked gravely at the magic traces remaining at the scene. Emily turned and questioned Werner beside her, asking why no one had reported such a tragedy happening here. The man helplessly shook his head and said he knew nothing about it. Tristan beside them also felt something was odd. With injuries this severe, nearby clinics had no treatment records. There were large bloodstains at the scene, yet no bodies could be found. The air was also filled with the lingering aura of black magic. Tristan suspected that innocent civilians had been captured and used as sacrifices, but he would never have imagined that the true culprit was standing right beside him at that very moment. Faced with Tristan's sudden question, Emily was caught in a dilemma. Telling the truth would expose her identity, but lying would invite even more trouble. Before Emily could explain, Tristan suddenly stopped alertly. He quietly asked Werner beside him. The other man drew his weapon with a grave expression and nodded slightly. The assassin's killing intent had already locked firmly onto them. Seeing this, Tristan immediately shielded Emily behind him and warned her not to run around. Werner took the initiative to stay behind and cover them, urging them to hurry back to the carriage for shelter. Facing 5 powerful opponents, Werner smiled confidently and said there was no pressure at all. Tristan no longer hesitated. He grabbed Emily and quickly retreated toward the carriage. The two ran all the way and finally safely withdrew into the carriage. Before they could catch their breath, piercing sounds of metal clashing came from outside. Seeing Emily's nervous expression, Tristan took the initiative to speak and softly comforted her, telling her not to be afraid. He frankly admitted that although he did not know who had leaked their movements, assassinations like this were already commonplace to him. He revealed to Emily the cruel truth of the imperial family. As the empire's only imperial prince, he should have naturally inherited the throne. However, his mother came from a foreign nation, and the faith's opposition faction used this as an excuse to suppress him wildly, even sending assassins to eliminate him completely. Just then, the sounds of fighting outside the carriage window abruptly stopped. Tristan lifted the curtain and looked outside. It seemed the trouble outside had already been resolved by Werner. Tristan called for Emily to get out of the carriage. Looking at his tired profile, Emily realized that the identity of Imperial Prince was also a kind of shackle. As soon as she landed on the ground, a strong smell of blood rushed toward her. Werner quickly reached out to block Emily's eyes and quietly reminded her that the scene was too bloody and she should not look. Tristan stepped forward and asked whether any were left alive. Werner helplessly shook his head. These assassins had been extremely decisive and had taken poison to kill themselves. The clues were once again completely cut off here. Werner sighed and prepared to bury the bodies on the spot to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. He considerately advised Emily to return to the carriage and avoid the scene. However, he would never have imagined that, as Emily stared at the corpses on the ground, there was not the slightest fear in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with excitement and desire. In the eyes of a black magic user, these corpses that had only recently died were perfect sacrifices. Simply burying them would be a complete waste of heaven's gifts. A mysterious murder case in the wilderness, and the dead man's neck was actually engraved with a church holy mark. To obtain this perfect experimental material, Edmund directly used a fatal weakness to force the black market chairman into becoming his accomplice. Seeing her state, Werner beside her hurriedly asked in a low voice. Only then did Emily barely react, explaining that she was merely a little dizzy and wanted to return to the carriage to rest first. Before she could take a step, Tristan suddenly called out to her from behind. His tone was cold as he got straight to the point. Did you also notice it? There are traces of black magic remaining here. As soon as these words came out, Werner immediately stepped forward and firmly blocked Emily behind him. Somewhat displeased, he coldly asked, "Your Highness, must you interrogate an innocent person who has just been frightened by corpses?" Tristan silently stared at them. Emily's nervous heartbeat sped up. She could not read this prince's thoughts at all. After struggling for a moment, Emily still decided to speak first. Since the other party was already suspicious, continuing to hide would only be more dangerous. She took a deep breath and answered directly, "That's right. In this strange forest, I did not sense anything abnormal at all." As soon as the words left her mouth, Emily was actually uncertain inside. She did not know whether this answer could fool him. However, Tristan merely murmured in a low voice, "So that's how it is." Tristan directly reached a conclusion. This entire matter was actually a trap set by the church, with the purpose of luring him in. Werner, standing to the side, was somewhat doubtful and did not understand why he was so certain. Tristan directly bent down and opened the dead man's collar, revealing a special mark on his neck. This was the holy mark unique to church clergy. Their identities could not be hidden at all. However, this evidence could not be preserved for long. The holy mark would slowly disappear after the host died. Even if they brought the body back now, by then it would only be an unremovable stain and could not serve as evidence in court. The church's move of killing with a borrowed knife was truly ruthless. It achieved the goal of warning the imperial family while leaving behind no handle. Since continuing to stay here was useless, Tristan called for everyone to prepare to return. Seeing this, Emily quickly asked, "Then how do we deal with this body on the ground?" Werner's answer was straightforward. First, they would casually dig a pit and bury him, then later call a specialized cleanup team to handle it. Watching Werner turn to bury the body, Emily's thoughts became active. If she missed such a good opportunity, where would she find such perfect experimental material in the future? This was troublesome. She had to think of a way to secretly keep the corpse. Where there is light, there must be darkness. The rules of this world have always been like this. Although the empire appeared to have welcomed peace on the surface, those bored nobles began pursuing even more thrilling playthings. This happened to provide underground merchants with a chance to make a fortune. Over time, the largest black market on the continent was born beneath the empire. Because it involved the interests of too many nobles, the imperial family claimed it was waiting for an opportunity to eradicate it. But in truth, it was powerless and had long since completely given up on controlling it. It was precisely because the imperial family turned a blind eye that Donald, the black market chairman, could thrive in the underground world. That day, he was counting money in his office when a subordinate suddenly pushed the door open in a panic and reported that an uninvited guest had come to the door. Donald immediately became somewhat impatient. There were clearly no appointments today, so how could someone dare come and make trouble? The subordinate also looked troubled and said the other party would not listen to dissuasion and insisted on barging straight in. Donald flew into a rage on the spot. Anyone without an appointment was not to be seen. He had no time to waste on outsiders. But just as he finished speaking, the front door was violently shoved open from outside. Edmund walked straight in with Emily. Edmund asked coldly, expressionless, "Is this how you receive guests?" Once Donald saw clearly who had arrived, he was so frightened that he shot to his feet. With one glance, Donald could tell from the other man's clothing and bearing that he was absolutely a great noble he could not afford to offend. He immediately put on a fawning smile and went up to greet him. "May I ask what brings your excellency here?" Seeing Donald's face change so quickly, Emily could not help muttering to herself. She had not expected Edmund to actually know someone like this. Edmund lowered his voice and said grimly, "It's fortunate we didn't touch those corpses in the forest back then. Otherwise, Tristan would definitely have noticed something was wrong. But the problem now is we still need fresh corpses." For safety's sake, Edmund turned and instructed the young woman behind him, "Emily, put on your coat properly." Seeing that the other party did not seem very willing to cooperate, Edmund decided to reveal his trump card directly. He took an ancient-looking wooden token from his clothes. The moment Donald saw it, he was stunned with fear. This was the legendary token of a top-ranking noble. He carefully accepted it with both hands and confessed honestly that this was his first time seeing the real thing. When the Black Market Guild was founded, the previous guild leader had set an iron rule. If anyone came with this token, whatever request they made had to be carried out. And most fatal of all, before that noble left back then, he had casually taken away the guild's double ledgers. Now their weak point had been completely grasped. Edmund continued to apply pressure without expression. If the secrets recorded in that ledger are exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. For instance, your financial dealings with the deposed empress. Donald completely lost his temper now. He could only sigh helplessly and ask, "What exactly do you want?" Edmund smiled faintly. Talking to a smart man saves effort. Donald thought the other party had come to extort money. At most, he would want royal scandals or the most profitable prime territory in the black market. As long as he could protect the guild, he could grit his teeth and bear those losses. But Edmund's next request left him dumbfounded on the spot. "I need corpses." Donald did not react for a moment and asked in confusion, "What did you say?" Donald thought he had misheard and hurriedly explained with a forced smile that if Edmund was short on funds, he could introduce him to a loan shark. He only had to name a number. But Edmund cut him off without hesitation and repeated coldly, "No, I said human corpses." Donald panicked completely now. This request was practically asking for his life. The other party not only wanted fresh corpses, but also wanted clues related to black magic. Donald hurriedly waved his hands and explained that if the royal family discovered this, he would be beheaded outright. Besides, ever since the Holy War ended, everyone was cremated after death. There were basically no public cemeteries to be found anymore. He lowered his voice and asked warily, "What exactly are you planning to do with these things?" Edmund had no intention of wasting words with him. "That has nothing to do with you. Just tell me whether you can do it." Donald had a temper too and immediately shouted angrily, "I can't. Even if you put a knife to my throat, I absolutely won't do it." Yet before he had even finished speaking, a sharp, ice-cold longsword was already steadily pressed against his neck. Donald instantly caved and hurriedly changed his tune, begging for mercy. "I can do it. I can do it. I'll risk my life to get it done." Only then did Edmund slowly withdraw the longsword. A wise choice. Edmund left a communication device on the desk and demanded that the corpses be delivered before the end of the weekend. "I'll leave it to you then." Donald could only watch helplessly as they left. This time, he had truly been cornered. Emily teased softly, "Good luck." After the two of them completely disappeared, Donald's broken scream immediately rang out from inside the room. This job was practically going to kill him. On the way back, Emily still felt uneasy. Will this really be all right? Someone who had clearly died back then. Why was she standing here alive again? A single sentence from a mysterious man in the bowler hat made Emily feel as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her deepest, most fatal secret had actually been seen through long ago. After night had fully fallen, Emily and Edmund changed into plain clothes. The two quietly went to the bustling street. Seeing how familiar Edmund was with the route, Emily asked curiously, "You seem very familiar with this place." Edmund turned his head and answered quietly, "I came here a few times before with Isaac." Before Emily could react, Edmund suddenly reached out and took hold of her. "I know you're hiding many things from everyone." The instant Emily heard those words, her heart leapt in her throat. Edmund sighed helplessly. "You used to always keep things bottled up inside. I thought there was nothing in the household that I didn't know about. It turns out I was just flattering myself." He looked at Emily and continued advising her. "When you run into trouble, isn't family there for you to rely on? If you refuse to say anything, how is everyone supposed to help you? Since the secret is already out, don't shoulder everything alone anymore." Hearing her brother say this, Emily could only smile and answer, "All right. If anything happens in the future, I'll definitely tell you." Edmund shook his head and sighed helplessly. She had not understood his true meaning at all. Seeing Edmund sigh, Emily quickly caught up and apologized somewhat awkwardly, saying that she should not have kept hiding everything from everyone. Edmund looked helpless and was just about to explain things clearly when chaos suddenly broke out on the street. A frightened steed charged wildly over, instantly smashing the roadside stalls to pieces. Fortunately, no one nearby was seriously hurt. Emily quickly grabbed Edmund beside her. "Brother, are you all right? It nearly hit you just now." After the chaos settled, Emily realized in the blink of an eye that she had been separated from everyone. Looking at the unfamiliar, empty street, she stamped her foot anxiously in place. Where had everyone run off to? Just as she was extremely anxious, someone suddenly patted her shoulder from behind. A man wearing a bowler hat leaned in and asked, "Are you lost here?" No matter how she looked at him, This man did not seem like a good person, but in broad daylight, with people around, he probably would not dare do anything reckless. Emily could only answer accordingly. Yes, I got separated from my companions by accident. Emily stepped back warily. What exactly do you want from me? The bowler-hatted man leaned closer and lowered his voice. Actually, there's a question I've always had. He stared fixedly into Emily's eyes. How exactly did you survive? Back then, all of you were clearly dead. Hearing this, Emily felt as though she had been struck by lightning. How could an outsider know this fatal secret? Before she could recover from her shock, the atmosphere around her had already become increasingly dangerous. At this critical moment, an anxious shout suddenly came from behind her. Emily! She hurriedly turned around and saw that it was Edmund, who had found her in time. Edmund grabbed Emily's arm and asked anxiously where she had just run off to. Emily was just about to explain, but when she turned to look at the spot from earlier, she froze. The mysterious bowler-hatted man who had struck up a conversation with her had vanished in a thin air right under her nose. Edmund looked at her in confusion and asked strangely what she was looking at. Emily hurriedly pointed beside them and asked, "Didn't you see someone standing here just now?" Edmund shook his head in puzzlement and said that he had only seen ordinary passers-by just now and had not noticed anyone special at all. It seemed that the mysterious person had left extremely quickly. Emily did not want Edmund to worry with her, so she could only force out a faint smile and say that perhaps she had seen wrong. After Emily returned to her room, she immediately asked the black cat about the carriage accident back then. She wanted to confirm whether there had been anyone nearby at the time. The black cat patted his chest and swore that with his abilities, he absolutely could not have been mistaken. At the accident site back then, there had indeed been no living person. That made things strange. If there truly had been no witnesses back then, how did that mysterious person today know so clearly? After hearing this, the black cat also felt something was wrong and quickly asked what exactly had happened today. Emily told him everything about meeting the mysterious person from beginning to end. That person had not only called out her name immediately, but even knew every detail of the carriage accident back then. The black cat lowered his head and thought for a moment, then analyzed that the man had very likely sensed the lingering aura of death at the scene, which was why he dared to be so certain that she had died once before. Emily was stunned where she stood. There was actually such a bizarre method in this world. The black cat swished his tail and continued explaining that powerful black mages or priests could indeed do this easily. As soon as Emily heard that, she immediately thought of the church. After all, the two sides had formed a deep grudge before. Those people were indeed the most suspicious. But Emily still felt something was wrong. If a priest had secretly approached her, there was no way she would not have sensed anything unusual at all. The black cat shook his head and denied it. Actually, many priests have learned how to conceal the sacred power inside their bodies. Emily asked in disbelief. That kind of power can actually be hidden? The black cat answered with certainty. Of course it can be hidden. In fact, you're now very good at hiding the black magic inside your own body too. Emily was utterly dumbfounded. The black cat continued explaining to her that this was probably a special ability her body had automatically evolved back then in order to survive. Even if a high-ranking priest stood in front of her now, they would not be able to recognize her true identity. But this was not some free benefit. The black cat sighed somewhat helplessly. The price of hiding your power is that you now have no way to use the enormous black magic inside you. The black cat kept chattering on beside her until Emily's ears were almost calloused from listening. She could not help muttering a few words under her breath. This time, the black cat absolutely refused to let it go. He instantly became so angry that his fur stood on end. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Isaac hurriedly brought a new piece of news. That cooperating merchant had a very ordinary-sounding name, but the work done by his people was truly impressive. When the two of them arrived at the scene, several heavy coffins had already been neatly arranged on the ground, and lying inside those coffins were the bodies of several people from this incident. Seeing everything prepared before her, Emily finally felt reassured. Now everything was ready. The next step of the plan could proceed smoothly. A room full of mysterious coffins. A forbidden ritual suddenly lost control. They had actually stolen the corpses of the Imperial Prince's assassins. The Empire's cleanup squad had already begun a full-scale search. Were they truly completely finished this time? Isaac looked at the coffins filling the room. Although Donald's work was indeed beyond criticism, if word got out, everyone here will be done for today. Julia looked at the coffins and muttered uneasily, "If we're discovered, won't we be dragged off and beheaded on the spot?" Isaac answered calmly, "It won't just be us getting beheaded. Our entire clan might be wiped out along with us." Emily felt awful hearing this. How could he speak so casually about something that could cost them their heads? Fortunately, the study had been completely locked down and all unrelated people had been cleared out. But could that really guarantee nothing would go wrong? Emily took out the prepared formula. Since everything was ready, they had to act immediately. Isaac's situation was the most urgent, so he had to be the first one used for the experiment. Isaac took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. The first step required blood. Emily directly cut her palm with a dagger. The moment fresh blood dripped down, the forbidden ritual officially began. The magic circle instantly erupted with dazzling light. The enormous commotion made the entire room shake. This forbidden ritual was indeed extraordinary. Emily closed her eyes and began chanting the incantation. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Isaac suddenly let out a muffled groan, his face showing an extremely pained expression. At the same time, the corpse in the coffin began to change. An eerie red mist directly wrapped itself around Isaac. A violent current of air blew the study into a complete mess. Emily could not open her eyes at all in the storm and could only shout Isaac's name loudly. Fortunately, the storm soon calmed. Isaac stood in place completely unharmed. The ritual seemed to have succeeded smoothly. But before Emily could breathe a sigh of relief, Isaac noticed something strange about his body. He said that although his strength had increased, he now felt unusually thirsty. Emily quickly asked whether his throat was dry. Isaac shook his head with a grave expression and said it was not that ordinary kind of thirst. This hunger and thirst felt very strange. Emily carefully checked his wrist again. Isaac moved his joints and found that his body had recovered fairly well. As long as he did not fight anyone head-on today, there should not be any major problem. Emily turned to Edmund and asked whether they would also undergo the ritual today. Edmund thought they should observe first. After all, no one could say for sure what kind of monster Isaac had been strengthened into. Emily pointed at the coffins beside them and asked how they should handle the remaining corpses. Edmund suggested putting them in the basement first. Hearing this, Julia and Isaac froze on the spot. There was actually a basement in this study. Edmund explained that this was an emergency safe room. The temperature below was extremely low, making it perfect for storing corpses. Isaac quickly asked where the entrance was. Edmund reached out and activated a mechanism on the wall. Along with a heavy rumbling sound, the thick wall slowly opened. Edmund pointed at the revealed passage, indicating that the entrance was inside. Isaac was completely stunned. He had never expected his own home to actually hide such a secret passage. But now was not the time to marvel. Isaac volunteered to take on the heavy work of moving the coffins. As he moved them, he muttered softly, "I used to think hidden passages were something that only existed in stories." Isaac had just been about to go all out when his foot slipped and he fell hard. Even the corpse inside the coffin was thrown out. Julia immediately shouted angrily, demanding to know what exactly he was doing. Isaac flushed with embarrassment and quickly apologized while trying to lift the corpse back in. At that moment, Emily suddenly noticed something unusual and urgently called out to stop him. It turned out that on the back of the corpse's neck, there was actually a holy brand carved into the skin. This kind of thing would slowly disappear after death. Even if the body were sent for an autopsy now, in the end it would only become a blotch and leave no evidence at all. Looking at the gradually blurring mark, Emily's heart skipped a beat. The person in the crystal ball had revealed that this corpse was high-grade merchandise. He had found a familiar herb gatherer to secretly dig it out from the forbidden mountain range. Hearing this news, everyone was stunned. Julia immediately realized what had happened. They had basically provoked someone they should never provoke and stolen the corpse of one of the Imperial Prince's assassins. Isaac speculated that the Empire's cleanup squad must have discovered the missing corpse. By now, they had probably already reported it and even begun screening suspects. Julia was terribly anxious and asked whether they were completely finished. Edmund, however, appeared very calm. He said it was still too early to draw conclusions. Although Emily was definitely first on the suspect list, the other side had no direct evidence at all. So their first step would absolutely be to test Emily's reaction. Then Edmund asked Emily solemnly whether she could get through this. Emily, however, was not panicked at all. Instead, she smiled confidently and told Edmund not to worry. Fooling people was her specialty. The corpses at the hiding place mysteriously vanished overnight. Tristan's suspicious gaze locked firmly onto her. And at that moment, the sworn enemy who specialized in hunting black mages returned in force. How would Emily turn the tables from this deadly crisis? Jamie took the initiative to approach Emily and ask for information. Emily looked as normal as ever and casually brushed him off. But the other party suddenly lowered his voice and asked mysteriously whether she had heard the recent palace rumors. It was said that the church was about to send over an important figure. Judging from the grand reception, the person's status was definitely not low. Emily wondered inwardly why someone from the church would suddenly visit the imperial palace. While she was thinking, the door was pushed open forcefully. Tristan walked in with a dark expression. Seeing this, the two hurriedly bowed deeply. Tristan said nothing and sat down directly. Seeing Tristan's gloomy expression, Emily's heart instantly rose into her throat. Had the church already discovered that the corpses had been moved by the black market? If this was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Werner handed Emily a document. When she opened it, she found that there was actually a secret note tucked inside, telling her to go to the Marin Palace at noon for a meeting. At the luncheon table, the atmosphere was unusually oppressive. The three of them each had their own thoughts, and none of them had any appetite. Emily could not hold back, and took the initiative to ask why His Highness had summoned her in private. Tristan coldly dropped a bombshell. All those hidden corpses are gone. He had sent people to search the mountain that morning, but found nothing. He determined that it absolutely was not the church's doing. Since outsiders had been ruled out, the suspect could only be found among insiders. After all, only the three people present knew the location where the bodies were hidden. Tristan's gaze fixed firmly on Emily as he questioned whether she had leaked the information. Emily was startled and hurriedly knelt to prove her innocence, firmly claiming that she had absolutely not revealed even half a word. Tristan scrutinized her for a long time, but could only sigh helplessly. The trail had gone cold, making the situation even more confusing. Werner quickly spoke up to ease the atmosphere, saying it was just a routine inquiry. But Emily knew very well that she was already under suspicion. To clear herself completely, she brought up a divine revelation without hesitation. In any case, she did not believe in the gods at all, so she felt no psychological pressure. Tristan watched coldly from the side, neither confirming nor denying it. Seeing this, Werner handed Emily a handkerchief and comforted her, telling her to sit down. Emily went along with it and pretended to be timid and frightened. Tristan's main suspicion finally shifted toward the church. Emily secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She took the initiative to tell Werner that she would return the handkerchief another day. Although the other party politely declined, Emily insisted on doing so. This was not because of courtesy. Rather, she had to leave herself a means of counterattack. As long as she tampered with the handkerchief unnoticed, it could become a life-saving trump card at the critical moment. When she returned to her residence, the maid could tell at a glance that Emily had something on her mind. After all, her habit of embroidering whenever she was troubled could not be hidden. The maid mentioned that the masters had been acting mysterious lately. Emily did not deny it, and only said that there was indeed some trouble. The loyal maid immediately declared that she was ready to help at any time. However, she had not come this time just to chat. The maid suddenly slapped her forehead as she remembered the real matter. She had brought a crucial piece of news. The maid revealed that the Countess would return tomorrow. The other party had just finished her training at the church. Hearing this news, Emily instantly felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. This old friend who was about to return had an extremely special identity. She was not only a holy knight of the church, but also the sworn enemy who specialized in hunting black mages. For her to return to the imperial palace at this crucial juncture was disastrous. If she saw through any flaw, Emily would be doomed beyond redemption. At the most fatal moment, Hazel suddenly burst into the estate, while a deadly secret was hidden upstairs. Once exposed, everything would be beyond redemption. How would Emily deceive everyone and get through this? At the most fatal moment, Hazel had actually returned. The carriage had just stopped at the estate when Hazel saw Emily and warmly came forward to greet her. She hugged Emily and complained with a smile, "I missed you so much. I want to come back earlier, but I was delayed for so long." Then she asked with concern, "When I wasn't here, no one at school gave you trouble, did they?" Emily smiled and explained that thanks to Natalie's help, she had been doing quite well recently and Hazel did not need to worry. Emily then casually asked whether Hazel had contacted Natalie recently. When she learned that Natalie had long since made other arrangements, Hazel could not help complaining. "That girl has always done whatever she wants. You can't count on her at all." Emily quickly smoothed things over from the side and urged her not to be angry. Today, the two of them should simply enjoy spending time together. The two entered the house, sat down, and drank tea. Hazel suddenly changed the subject and asked about Emily's siblings. Emily was just about to brush it off by saying they were busy with work, but the other party did not believe it at all and coldly asked, "Really?" This instantly left Emily speechless. To divert her attention, Emily quickly asked about Hazel's deployment plan. Hazel was not guarded at all and frankly said that she was going to Two Tree Forest to deal with magical beasts. Emily was a little worried. Was it really all right to say such confidential information outright? Hazel smiled and said that because it was Emily, there was no need to be guarded at all. Hearing this, Emily's heart became extremely heavy. This kind of complete trust instead became a huge burden. As long as she stayed with Hazel, the pressure of that sacred power made her whole body uncomfortable. And even Isaac, who was hiding in the shadows, sensed that strange aura. The oppressive force of that sacred power was simply too strong. The people hiding upstairs were almost unable to hold out. Isaac sighed. He had never interacted with Hazel before and had not expected this power to be so tormenting. Julia could not help complaining, unable to understand why Emily had brought Hazel back. Edmund explained helplessly that if they did not meet at home, meeting outside would arouse even more suspicion. For now, they could only endure it. The two were discussing whether they should find a way to increase their strength, just like Isaac beside them. But before they could finish speaking, Isaac suddenly began trembling all over. The situation instantly became even worse. Julia hurriedly called out to Edmund. This sacred power had already exceeded Isaac's limit of endurance. Isaac had completely lost control. If this continued, his identity would immediately be exposed. Edmund cursed inwardly. The situation had completely gone out of control. The commotion upstairs was too loud, and even Emily downstairs heard it. Hazel immediately became suspicious and asked with a frown whether there was someone else in the house. Emily instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Hazel asked whether Edmund was upstairs. Emily quickly tried to muddle through, saying that Julia was doing an experiment in her room. Fortunately, the upstairs suddenly went silent. Emily had just been about to breathe a sigh of relief. But then another loud crash came from upstairs. This time, Emily panicked completely. There was no way to hide that sound from Hazel. Hazel turned and asked what was going on. Emily could only force herself to stay calm and say that she would definitely lecture Julia properly later. In truth, she was terrified. If they were discovered, everything would be over. Hazel even smiled and agreed, saying Emily was usually too gentle with her sister. Emily could only laugh awkwardly along. Hazel brought up Julia's past, saying that when she had first awakened her ability, she had loved showing off. Emily could only laugh awkwardly while praying inwardly that Hazel would not look upstairs. To lead Hazel away, Emily took the initiative to suggest going outside for a walk. After all, the room was far too stuffy. But the other party did not follow the script at all and stood up directly to open the window. In her urgency, Emily grabbed her hand. She casually made up an excuse, saying that there was pollen and bees outside, and even took the initiative to invite Hazel to her own room. This sudden invitation left Hazel completely stunned. To stop her from opening the window, Emily directly pulled her toward the upstairs room and deliberately brought up the times they had stayed together before. She wanted to quickly send this troublesome figure into the room. Hazel was dragged along in confusion and asked why she was in such a hurry. As long as they entered this door, the crisis downstairs would be temporarily resolved. But just as they stepped into the room, a loud crash came from upstairs. This time, both sides fell silent. Hazel stopped in her tracks and questioned coldly. You said just now that aside from you and Julia, there was no one else in this house, right? Emily could only brace herself and make something up, saying perhaps Julia had dropped a book on the floor. Hazel exposed her directly. That was clearly the sound of something being smashed. Hazel's gaze instantly turned cold. There may be an intruder in this house. Hearing this, Emily was utterly frantic. If Hazel really searched someone out, everything would be completely over. To cover up the shocking secret in the room, she actually spread a rumor on the spot that her two brothers were in love. She had barely fooled Hazel away when the person tied up under the bed began struggling wildly again, and the sound of returning footsteps and knocking was already ringing by her ears. Hazel hurried forward, and Emily behind her could not stop her at all. From behind the tightly shut door ahead, a strange noise suddenly came out. Hazel immediately became vigilant and pulled Emily behind her in one motion, warning her that it was very dangerous here and telling her to hurry back. Emily was completely anxious now and shouted for Hazel to wait first, saying that she still had something important to explain. But it was already too late. Hazel had already lifted her foot to kick the door open. In her desperation, Emily grabbed her and loudly confessed that she had lied earlier. In truth, my two brothers are together. Hearing this shocking gossip, Hazel was completely dumbfounded. She never dreamed that Edmund and Isaac would actually have that kind of relationship. Seeing the other party stunned, Emily quickly nodded and admitted it, while secretly rejoicing in her heart. She had finally managed to fool her way through this mess. Hazel still found it unbelievable. They had all grown up together since childhood. How could she not have noticed anything? Emily could only brace herself and continue acting, saying that it was precisely because they were afraid Hazel would become suspicious. That was why they had kept hiding it from Hazel. After the tense shouting outside the door finally slowly opened. Edmund poked his head out with a languid expression and even deliberately pulled open his collar, revealing an obvious red mark on his neck. This time, Hazel believed it completely. So embarrassed that she wanted to disappear into the floor, she hurriedly apologized repeatedly and withdrew. But the moment the door closed, the truth inside the room was revealed. It turned out Isaac was tied up tightly inside. Although Hazel had temporarily left, Emily's mind was still in chaos. She had no idea what exactly was going on. Just now, Isaac had suddenly seemed like a different person, struggling desperately to run downstairs, as if searching for someone. Before everyone could figure out the reason, Isaac suddenly moved close to Emily like an obedient pet and pressed his face intimately against her. At that moment, a black cat quietly slipped in, muttering confidently, "It is a servant's nature to obey its master. Helping block a holy night is only to be expected." Emily calmly began analyzing the situation. The reason Isaac had suddenly lost control was because sacred power and black magic had clashed. Edmund also realized it now. So undead creatures were naturally repelled by sacred power and could even completely lose their reason because of it. Emily stood to the side, deeply troubled, feeling that if she had not been held up by Hazel, Isaac would not have lost control too. To be safe, Emily decided to conceal the matter of servants protecting their master. In any case, Hazel was soon going to Two Tree Forest, so they would not meet again for a short time. At this moment, the black cat could not help complaining that Emily's habit of lying truly had no elegance at all. She was simply a shameless liar. Emily looked completely indifferent. In any case, she had already told enough lies in this life. What difference would one more make? Julia finally breathed a sigh of relief and said that Isaac would calm down after a while. The most important task now was to quickly clean up this room. Thinking of the misleading scene Edmund had deliberately created earlier for the sake of acting, Julia could not help laughing out loud. This left Edmund speechless. In any case, there was no way to explain it clearly now, so they might as well let the misunderstanding continue. But before everyone could relax, another sound suddenly came from outside the door. Andrea had actually returned. Everyone hurriedly stuffed Isaac under the bed in a fluster. If they were discovered on the spot, all their secrets would be exposed. Andrea pushed the door open and walked in, smiling as he asked why everyone was here. Emily quickly hugged the black cat and went up to him to act affectionate. But Isaac on the bed was still struggling nonstop, and the muffled noise could not be hidden at all. Andrea suddenly stopped, as if he had noticed something unusual. But in the end, he did not ask anything and only said that he was going back to rest. Watching his slowly departing back, the hearts of the three people in the room rose into their throats. Had he noticed anything strange or not? The more Julia thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Her younger brother, who usually talked about the academy every day, had acted completely out of character today and returned to his room without saying a single word. This abnormal behavior could only mean one thing. He had definitely encountered major trouble at the academy. In the end, the black cat beside them rolled his eyes and complained that whenever they encountered anything involving their younger brother, they easily scared themselves for no reason and were simply making a fuss over nothing. The Imperial Prince made a high-profile appearance at the academy. Everyone thought he had come to inspect it, but he suddenly reached out and lifted Emily's hair. Yet before anything sweet could begin, the black magic hidden deep within her younger brother instantly blew up the entire building. Julia secretly guessed whether Andrea had quarreled with a friend. After all, this child usually valued friendship most. If he truly had a falling out with someone, it was definitely not a small matter. Then everyone began guessing wildly again. Could it be that he had someone he liked, confessed, was rejected, and had fallen out of love? After analyzing it back and forth, Edmund felt that these were the only two possibilities. However, he was not panicked at all. He even took out a notice. It seemed he had long since prepared a way to deal with this. What Edmund took out was actually the notice for the Academy's Parents' Open Day. This event was meant to reassure parents and help new students adapt to school. Their family had just happened to receive an invitation too. Julia glanced at the time and found that it was next week. However, because someone in the family was too busy with official duties, he definitely would not be able to go this time. Fortunately, it was easy for Emily to ask for leave. After the two women discussed it, they decided to personally go to the school to find out what exactly had happened to Andrea. After Emily and Julia made their plan, Emily immediately went to ask the Imperial Prince for leave. Tristan looked at the leave request and asked whether it was for next Wednesday. Emily explained that she was only taking one day off and absolutely would not delay her work. Tristan thought for a moment and unexpectedly took the initiative to say that he would go with her. This left Emily completely at a loss. She could not help asking why a dignified Imperial Prince would go join in the excitement. Tristan smiled and said that he had official matters to investigate at the school. Then he added that he hoped Emily could accompany him as well. Emily immediately began muttering inwardly. Could it be that traces of black magic had appeared at the school too? In the blink of an eye, the day of Parents' Open Day arrived. The academy was already lively, with parents arriving everywhere. The moment Tristan and Emily appeared, they became the focus of the entire crowd. People around them were whispering, "Why would the dignified Imperial Prince come here? And who was that woman beside him?" Hearing these discussions, Emily quickly explained to Tristan that Julia and the others had deliberately decided to act separately so they would not disturb His Highness. After hearing this, Tristan smiled. Then Emily asked him where they should go next. Should they investigate the black magic clues first? Unexpectedly, Tristan shook his head and said they were going somewhere else. This left Emily completely confused. What exactly did he want to do? Tristan suddenly reached out and tidied Emily's hair for her. He said that since today was Parents' Open Day, of course they had to first go see Emily's younger brother. This left Emily at a complete loss, and she could only follow behind in a daze. Werner beside her suddenly leaned over and said with a smile, "Don't be fooled by how cold Tristan usually looks. He's actually quite considerate." What kind of consideration was this? Looking at the tall figure ahead, Emily found it increasingly impossible to figure out what this Imperial Prince was plotting. They pushed open the classroom door. Class was currently in session, and the parents were all standing quietly at the back to observe. Emily spotted her younger brother at a glance. Andrea also noticed the movement at the door, and as soon as he turned his head, a smile appeared on his face. Although two major figures were still beside her, Emily had not forgotten her true purpose in coming today. It seemed Andrea was doing quite well at school. But why did the red-haired girl sitting beside him look a little familiar? Could she be the person her younger brother liked? Before Emily could think further, Tristan suddenly leaned over and asked quietly whether she had noticed anything wrong. Emily originally thought that there was no way a school like this could have black magic, but when she carefully probed, she really did discover something unusual. Tristan immediately became serious and directly asked in which direction it was. Emily sensed it carefully. This aura appeared and disappeared faintly, and its location was actually directly below them. As soon as Tristan heard this, he understood. This black magic was hidden underground. Werner quickly asked what they should do next. Tristan shook his head and said that what lay below was the foundation. If they forcibly dug it open, the entire building might collapse. They could only set it aside for the time being. But just then, Emily's expression suddenly changed, as if she had discovered something wrong. That black magic aura was actually moving. Tristan quickly asked whether it was moving away. Emily said it was exactly the opposite. It was approaching everyone. Without another word, she turned and ran forward. Fortunately, Emily was fast enough and firmly protected her younger brother. Before anyone could react, the entire teaching building suddenly exploded violently. A vicious magical beast appeared in the ruins of the academy. The young woman risked her life to save others, only to be forced into a desperate situation by the monster. At the brink of life and death, the magical beast unexpectedly made a shocking move toward her. What secret was hidden behind this? The violent explosion instantly swept through the entire building. Billowing smoke swallowed everything around them completely. Amid the collapsed ruins, Emily used her own body to shield Andrea tightly. Andrea shouted anxiously, "Sister!" Ignoring the intense pain throughout her body. Emily urgently asked, "Are you hurt?" Andrea shook his head desperately. "I'm Fine. But sister, what about you? And where are Edmund and Julia?" Hearing those two names, Emily endured the pain and ordered, "Stay here obediently. Don't move, and absolutely do not make a sound." A huge black shadow emerged from the mist ahead. That was not rubble at all, but a magical beast radiating a terrifying aura. Emily instantly became vigilant. How could such a vicious monster suddenly appear in a heavily guarded school? Before she could sort out her thoughts, the magical beast suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The magical beast radiated a suffocating pressure. Emily held her breath and did not dare act rashly. At this critical moment, a terrified scream suddenly came from deep within the ruins. Emily looked toward the sound and found a girl hiding in a corner, trembling. The student's scream instantly exposed her position. The magical beast's blood-red eyes immediately locked onto the girl. Emily shouted with all her might, "Stop!" The vicious magical beast opened its bloody maw and pounced. At the critical moment, Emily burst forward with astonishing speed, rushed up, and grabbed Julie. They rolled across the ground several times and narrowly avoided the fatal strike. Although they had temporarily escaped danger, the magical beast was still searching frantically nearby. Julie was crying softly in fear, and at any moment she might attract the monster's attention again. Just then, Andrea called quietly from not far away, "Sister, bring her over here." Emily quickly brought Julie over and asked nervously, "Julie, are you hurt?" To protect the two children, Emily decided to lure the magical beast away alone. With a serious expression, she instructed Andrea, "Take good care of Julie here. Close your eyes and count to 100. Your sister will be back soon." Although Andrea's eyes were full of tears, he still nodded obediently with force. After settling the children, Emily stood out without hesitation. She had to use herself as bait to buy the children time to escape. The magical beast roared and lunged at her. Relying on her agile movements, Emily dodged with difficulty, leading the monster step by step deeper into the ruins. However, Emily, exhausted and lacking strength, was still a step too slow. The magical beast's sharp giant claw swung down fiercely, leaving a wound on her body so deep that bone could be seen. Just as Emily thought she was surely going to die, something strange happened. The magical beast did not continue its fatal attack. Instead, it slowly moved closer and carefully sniffed Emily again and again. Immediately afterward, this ferocious monster actually stretched out its tongue and gently licked Emily's cheek. Before Emily could recover from her shock, the magical beast suddenly raised its head again and let out a furious roar. Just as the magical beast was about to make its next move, a dazzling light instantly tore through the darkness. Tristan held a holy relic radiating sacred brilliance and warned coldly, "Enough." Emily recognized that legendary weapon at a glance. It was the holy sword specially used to slay high-level magical beasts. No wonder Tristan possessed such terrifying combat power. Sensing the pressure radiating from the holy sword, the magical beast that had been so arrogant just moments before actually began slowly retreating. But Tristan clearly had no intention of letting it go. He roared, "Where do you think you're going?" Just as Tristan was about to swing his sword and kill the magical beast, the entire building suddenly underwent another violent explosion. At this moment, Edmund had just rushed back to the school from outside. Hearing the commotion, he immediately sprinted down the corridor. Tristan could not help shouting anxiously, "Duke Walker, be careful!" Before the words had even fallen, an even more violent shaking came from the ground again. Seeing that the ceiling was about to collapse, Edmund reacted quickly and pulled Julia beside him tightly into his arms to protect her. The terrifying tremor sent the surrounding debris flying everywhere, and the scene instantly fell into chaos. Looking at the out-of-control scene before her, an astonishing thought suddenly flashed through Emily's mind. No wonder that vicious magical beast had acted so obediently toward her just now. Could it have sensed the aura of its own kind from her body? Before she could think further, Tristan had already raised and brought down his sword. The holy sword came crashing down with thunderous force. Along with the magical beast's shrill scream, its enormous body collapsed to the ground. Tristan slowly put away the holy sword and expressionlessly ordered his subordinates to seal off the entire area. The crisis was temporarily resolved, but the ruins everywhere were still shocking to behold. The people gathered around could not help whispering among themselves. At this moment, Emily softly called Andrea's name. As soon as the little boy saw that his sister was safe and sound, he immediately threw himself into her arms without caring about anything else and burst into loud sobs. Under extreme fear, Andrea even began incoherently confessing his misdeeds, secretly eating candy in the middle of the night, taking Julia's jewelry to play with, and even secretly feeding small animals behind his sister's back. Looking at her younger brother crying nonstop in her arms, Emily helplessly raised her head and happened to see Julia and Edmund walking over. Fortunately, although the two looked somewhat disheveled, there were no obvious wounds on their bodies. Julia's brow was tightly furrowed, her face full of confusion. This was the heavily guarded Royal Academy. How could a high-ranking magical beast appear here out of nowhere? Tristan's expression was unusually grim as well. This was definitely no accident. Someone had to be manipulating things from the shadows. Just as everyone was utterly baffled, he walked over with a solemn expression, holy sword in hand. Tristan slowly put away his weapon, a cold, killing intent flashing through his eyes. This magical beast attack was absolutely a carefully planned conspiracy. Someone had deliberately released monsters inside the academy. Edmund turned to look at Tristan. Could it be? Tristan's face was cold as he revealed the truth. The mastermind behind this was targeting the entire Walker family. The imperial prince had forced his way into the lord's estate under the pretext of personal protection, while secretly probing frantically into the secret of the magical beasts. If tonight's secret gathering was exposed, they would be doomed beyond redemption. After Tristan gave that conclusion, the scene fell into dead silence. Everyone's calm reaction surprised Tristan somewhat. He asked whether they had already expected it. Edmund was quite composed, explaining that as a pillar of the empire, they were used to having people watch them and threaten their lives every day. But Tristan's next words completely changed the atmosphere. Tristan asked, "What if this is not a political conspiracy at all?" Edmund immediately became wary and pressed him on what he meant. Before Edmund could react, Tristan had his subordinates bring out the evidence they had prepared. Edmund only glanced at it once before realizing something was wrong. Everyone in the photographs was a cold corpse. Tristan explained that all of these people were descendants of the 13 prophets from the Holy War, and now every one of them had been murdered. Hearing this, Edmund could hardly believe it. He pressed Tristan, asking if not even one survivor had been left. Tristan then revealed that over the past year, they had been secretly investigating this mysterious organization that specifically targeted the prophet's descendants. And Emily had actually been assisting from the shadows all along. Since the matter was so serious, Edmund hurriedly asked how the imperial family intended to handle it. But Tristan said that in order not to alert the enemy, me. The imperial family currently had no way to openly protect the Walker family. Hearing this, Emily immediately understood. Weren't they just trying to use them as bait to lure out the mastermind? Just as everyone was secretly troubled, Tristan suddenly smiled. He said that although he could not mobilize the Royal Knights, having him there would be enough. He would personally stay and protect the Walker family. Tristan guaranteed on the spot that he would not let anyone get hurt. Now everyone was stunned. The Imperial Prince himself wanted to move directly into their house. Edmund hurriedly tried to stop him, saying it was far too dangerous. If anything happened to the Imperial Prince, no one could bear the responsibility. Besides, there were still corpses hidden in the basement. But Tristan would not listen at all. He pressed a hand to the accessory at his waist and said he would never abandon them. This sword had originally been given to him by the Walker family. Now it was only right to use it to protect them. Tristan stated that this was only a private trip and they could simply prepare any empty room for him. After saying that, he took his leave directly, leaving the Walkers standing there in distress. Julia completely panicked and asked if they were finished for good. Edmund could only sigh. It seemed they really could not avoid it this time. In the blink of an eye, night arrived. Tristan had already moved in, but he had not come for a vacation. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to discuss the magical beasts at the academy. Isaac was there too, feeling somewhat annoyed that he had missed what happened at the academy. But Tristan felt it was actually a good thing Isaac had not been present at the time. After all, his physical condition had always been unstable. Emily mentioned one detail. At the time, those magical beasts had not attacked Edmund and Julia at all, as if they regarded them as their own kind. Although Julia was relieved that no one had been hurt, she knew very well that if this matter got out, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Even Tristan taking the initiative to move in this time was probably to keep an eye on them. Thinking of this, Julia hurriedly asked Isaac about him. After all, Isaac served in the Knights and should know more about this Imperial Prince. But Isaac knew almost nothing either. He frankly said that he had not had much contact with Tristan, and that the Imperial Prince's thoughts ran so deep that no one could guess what he was truly thinking. Julia thought that perhaps only Tristan's closest confidants could understand his mind. She turned to ask Emily, since Emily was Tristan's direct secretary. But Emily also shook her head. It seemed this Imperial Prince guarded himself very deeply against others. However, the most urgent matter right now was still the information Tristan had brought today. Over the past year, the descendants of the 13 prophets had been killed one after another. Even the carriage explosion they had encountered earlier had been caused by this group. The more Isaac spoke, the angrier he became. Those people had even refused to spare little Andrea. Following that line of thought, Edmund speculated that if these attacks were all aimed at the prophet's descendants, then the other party's true goal was probably to completely sever God's blessing. Isaac suddenly realized that these methods sounded very much like. Wasn't this exactly the style of black mages? Emily pointed out that the black mages had long since been sealed, and that the church had always been responsible for guarding them. If it truly was them, then the situation was serious. Either the seal had broken and they had escaped, or the church itself was crying thief while being the thief. Julia analyzed that if that was the case, then the matter of the magical beasts being controlled made sense. Whether it was black mages taming them or the church driving them with holy power, neither would be difficult for them. But one thing was certain. The other side had absolutely come with ill intent. Isaac reminded everyone that the assassinations would likely continue. After hearing this, Julia sighed. And yet, at such a critical moment, Tristan just had to move into their home. To guard against the unexpected, Edmund decided to secretly create a contact signal. As long as they could hide it from Tristan's eyes, they would still have the initiative. In the end, the great and untouchable Tristan had still moved in. Until he returned to the Imperial Palace, everyone could only remain constantly vigilant. Tristan was quite courteous, saying that he had originally only intended to stay quietly and thanked everyone for their warm hospitality. Edmund hurriedly responded politely, saying they were already grateful that His Highness had personally come to consider their difficulties. Then Tristan abruptly changed the subject and mentioned a recent disturbance, saying everyone must be quite worried. However, he had heard that classes at the academy were still continuing as usual. Edmund helplessly explained that from the outside, that attack was merely being treated as an ordinary magical beast rampage. Because they happened to be renewing their contract with the church this year, they had chosen to remain silent to avoid causing trouble. Then he personally served the aperitif, try to move the conversation along. But as the wine was being poured, Emily noticed the label on the bottle. This was not ordinary wine at all, but the secret signal they had agreed on before. It meant they were to meet in secret tonight. It seemed Edmund had already begun taking action. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Tristan suddenly lifted his glass and stared at them as he asked a question. Does the Lord's household protection even repel magical beasts? The lie was about to be exposed on the spot. God's protection had unexpectedly become their greatest loophole. Faced with the imperial prince pressing closer step by step, how could he use acting to deceive the world? Seeing that the lie was about to be pierced, Edmund hurriedly coughed twice to cover for them. But before everyone could relax, Julia suddenly slapped the table and stood up. She pointed outside the window and shouted that a suspicious shadow had just flashed past. This made Isaac beside her terribly anxious. Julia's acting was far too fake. How could anyone possibly believe such nonsense? Yet Tristan actually took it seriously. With a solemn expression, he asked Julia exactly what she had seen. Tristan even began analyzing it seriously, saying that not much time had passed since the last assassination. The enemy was moving faster than expected. It seemed the Walker family was the next target. Looking at Tristan's extremely serious expression, Emily was completely speechless. Was His Highness not far too easy to fool? Just then, Edmund beside them suddenly spoke and directly called the butler over. With a serious expression, Edmund ordered Free to immediately strengthen security and make sure the intruder was found. Then he apologized to Tristan and promised such a thing would never happen again. Tristan was also very magnanimous and felt it was normal that an assassin could not always be prevented. They had thought the matter was over. Edmund was just about to invite everyone to continue eating when Tristan suddenly brought the topic back again. Tristan stared fixedly at the dining table and questioned them. If God's protection could make magical beasts avoid Julia, then why had Emily been attacked by the magical beasts? That made no sense at all. He turned directly to question Emily, wanting to hear her own opinion. Now everything depended on acting. Emily deliberately put on an aggrieved expression, sighed deeply, and said that perhaps the protection on her was not strong enough. She knew very well that the more sensible she appeared, the more others would be unable to help sympathizing with her. Sure enough, Tristan's heart softened instantly. He hurriedly apologized to Emily, saying he should not have brought up her sad matter. Tristan even gently comforted her, saying that her talents were absolutely not ordinary and that she must never belittle herself. Seeing this clearly, Emily casually praised him, saying that Tristan was actually quite a gentle person. As a result, the other party froze on the spot and said this was the first time he had heard such an evaluation. Tristan thought it over seriously, then actually looked at Emily and said earnestly that perhaps he truly was only like this toward her. After all, he was not nearly this patient with others. The moment those words came out, Emily was completely stunned. Did this man even know what he was saying? Thankfully, they were at her own home right now. If outside nobles heard this, tomorrow there would definitely be scandalous rumors everywhere. Although Emily knew very well that Tristan was merely in the habit of speaking bluntly, words like that were far too easy to misunderstand. Emily was still embarrassed by what he had just said when someone beside her could no longer sit still. Isaac slammed the table and, unable to hide his irritation, loudly urged the butler, asking why Tristan's meal had not been served yet. The butler broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly stumbled away to prepare it. Tristan also went along with the opening, smiling as he said they had talked so long he had forgotten to eat. He even casually praised Isaac. Although the exquisite dishes were soon served, the atmosphere at the dining table became even stranger. Isaac and Julia both stared fixedly at Emily before them. Julia's angry gaze in particular looked as though she wanted to swallow someone alive. Emily was completely bewildered now. Who exactly had she offended this time? Tristan invited everyone to begin eating, and this awkward dinner finally came to an end. But as soon as they left their seats, Julia directly blocked Emily in the corridor and loudly questioned her without mercy, asking what exactly her relationship with Tristan was. Emily was quite honest and directly answered that they had an employer-employee relationship. Hearing that, Julia became even angrier. She demanded to know why, if it was only a work relationship, Emily had said such flattering words. This question left Emily stumped. Emily could only helplessly explain that it was merely the survival rule of a working person. After all, Julia was a genius alchemist and did not need to curry favor with anyone. But ordinary people, in order to survive, could only learn to say polite words to please others. After hearing this, Julia became even more agitated and loudly argued in her own defense. She said she was only worried that Emily would be misunderstood by others. Emily was a little surprised and smiled as she asked if Julia was concerned about her. Julia immediately became completely tsundere, stubbornly saying she did not know, while complaining that Tristan was meddling too much. Clearly, she was the one who understood Emily best. Emily smiled and stepped forward to hug her. So this girl was jealous. Julia blushed and shouted for Emily to stop treating her like a child, and especially not to be so gentle with others. Emily quickly soothed her and suggested they take a walk in the garden later to change their mood and relax. Although Julia sounded extremely disdainful, she was already delighted inside and haughtily agreed with reluctance. She even took the initiative to mention whether they should bring that child along too, since they had indeed neglected him a little lately. But as soon as she said this, Julia began worrying again whether something serious had happened. Emily and Julia were still chatting when they looked up and unexpectedly ran into Tristan in the corridor. Emily hurriedly stepped forward to greet him and asked whether he was going to the garden for a walk. Tristan frowned and asked her in return why she had not brought a guard knight with her and what she was doing wandering around alone. Julia beside her looked displeased, clearly not welcoming this unexpected guest. Tristan sighed and explained that he merely wanted to find a quiet place, avoid the eyes secretly watching him, and properly relax his tired body. Emily smiled and took over the conversation, saying that in the future they would often see each other while commuting to work. This made her feel a little relieved. Tristan was somewhat curious and asked why she would say that. Emily patiently explained that she was only an ordinary worker. If she entered and left with Tristan alone every day, it would inevitably invite gossip. If a guard knight was present, it would be much safer. After hearing this, Tristan looked somewhat regretful and admitted that he had failed to consider Emily's reputation in advance. Emily hurriedly smiled and smoothed things over, saying that as long as they rode in separate carriages, it would not attract attention. Julia beside her had no patience left and directly began driving him away, asking whether Tristan should be going to handle his proper business. Tristan was quite tactful as well and took the opportunity to turn and leave. But just as he was about to step away, Tristan suddenly pointed at the ground and asked Julia doubtfully if she was really all right. It turned out Emily's foot had been firmly stepping on Julia's foot the entire time. The atmosphere instantly became unbearably awkward. Julia was in a panic, but could only brace herself and make up nonsense, saying that she had recently contracted a strange illness that made her unable to resist wanting to tap dance. Emily stepping on her was simply helping control the condition. This ridiculous excuse probably did not even convince Julia herself. Tristan was left stunned after hearing it. This clumsy excuse could not even fool a 3-year-old. Emily roared wildly in her heart. Even if Julia wanted to make up a lie, could she at least choose a more believable reason? A mysterious lost holy relic suddenly appeared. A forbidden formula that should have been sealed away had become a deadly lure for black mages. And a mysterious carriage that appeared out of nowhere was pushing the ducal estate toward an abyss of no return. How could this awkward mess be resolved? The 3 people stood in the corridor as the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Julia could only brace herself and explain that she had been tap dancing just now. After hearing this, Tristan was utterly speechless. This excuse was too outrageous. He could not help asking how that was possible. Emily, standing beside them, was so anxious she nearly lost her mind. Even if Tristan was slow, he could not possibly believe such nonsense. Seeing that Julia could not keep the lie going, Emily hurriedly came out to smooth things over and hinted for her to stop talking nonsense, or Tristan really would become suspicious. Emily pulled Julia close and smiled as she explained to Tristan that Julia had recently become fascinated with tap dancing. Once she got absorbed in it, she could not control herself and wanted to practice a couple of steps anytime, anywhere. After hearing this, Tristan was half convinced and casually asked whether Julia's recent long leave of absence was also because of this. Emily quickly nodded in agreement, saying that Julia used to focus only on alchemy, which had made the family terribly worried. Now that she had finally found a new hobby, though she was a bit obsessed, it was still a good thing overall. Unexpectedly, Tristan actually believed it and seriously advised Julia that hobbies were good, but everything had to be done in moderation. Julia quickly seized the chance and repeatedly promised that she would remember. Tristan sighed and said honestly that it was truly a pity. He had originally wanted to ask Julia to test a new formula with him. Hearing the words "new formula," Julia instantly threw tap dancing to the back of her mind and eagerly asked what kind of formula it was. Tristan explained with a serious expression. After something happened to the guardian of the two-tree forest, they had discovered an ancient book while sorting through his belongings. It recorded a mysterious medicinal formula, and the formula actually required holy water. This was very likely a lost, holy relic passed down from the Holy War era. As soon as Julia heard this, her interest was immediately piqued. She began analyzing it nonstop, becoming more and more excited as she spoke, wishing she could start experimenting at once. Emily hurriedly pinched her and warned in a low voice not to forget her current physical condition. She absolutely could not touch alchemy. Tristan did not notice their small movement and continued extending the invitation, asking whether Julia was willing to accept this secret research. Julia excitedly raised her hand to agree, frightening Emily into tightly covering her mouth. Emily awkwardly laughed it off to Tristan, saying this matter had to be discussed with the family first. Seeing this, Tristan could only helplessly let it go. Emily quickly found an excuse and pulled Julia away, taking their leave from Tristan. At last, they managed to deal with that awkward scene. Late that night, the ducal estate immediately erupted into chaos. Isaac laughed so hard he bent over, teasing Julia wildly while laughing and saying she had actually gone tap dancing. Even Edmund beside him could not help undermining her too, saying that the excuse really had been too absurd. Julia stomped her feet in anger and shouted that it had been the only excuse she could think of at the time. Emily sighed and said frankly that no matter what, Julia's current physical condition truly made it impossible for her to continue alchemy. Then she seriously pointed out that the reason Isaac had previously gone berserk was because the strengthening method had been too crude. To avoid side effects, they had to carry out a more reasonable enhancement. Edmund frowned after hearing this and asked what counted as reasonable. Emily gave two options. Either they needed at least 5 adult corpses, or they had to use magical beast materials. Hearing magical beasts, Isaac helplessly shook his head, saying that such things could not be obtained on short notice. This plan could not be carried out immediately. Edmund took the initiative and said he would find a way to obtain corpses. Julia should first accept Tristan's invitation. If they truly could not obtain them in the end, she could simply refuse later. Hearing this, Julia was so happy she nearly jumped. But after calming down, Edmund felt the matter was not that simple. Since the Guardian had deliberately hidden the formula, there had to be some unspeakable secret. Julia guessed whether he had wanted to monopolize it for himself. Emily immediately shook her head and denied it. That Guardian had been a selfless good person and would never have acted for such petty personal gain. Edmund's expression became grave as he speculated that the reason the formula had been sealed away was very likely because it would be of great benefit to black mages. The moment these words came out, everyone in the room froze. Since the formula was beneficial to black mages, Isaac instead felt it was an opportunity. If they could develop the potion, wouldn't that be equivalent to gaining a powerful helper? Edmund also agreed with this line of thought. In any case, whether the thing was good or bad, as long as they could use the research as an excuse to buy time, it would be pure profit for them. Julia excitedly asked whether she really could start researching it. Edmund hurriedly set rules for her, emphasizing that she could only conduct experiments with no danger. Julia did not care about these restrictions at all and happily shouted that her brother was the best. Joking aside, serious business still had to be done. Edmund finally instructed that he would obtain the corpses as soon as possible, and that today's discussion would end here. Meanwhile, Tristan had already returned to the castle. Werner asked in some confusion why His Highness had not ridden with Emily this time. Tristan explained that Emily felt there should be proper boundaries between men and women, and that riding together would easily invite gossip. It was also his own oversight before. Werner felt this made sense after hearing it. Then he casually asked whether His Highness no longer suspected Emily. If there truly had been a problem, he probably would have already sent people to search the ducal estate. Tristan was silent for a moment before slowly saying there was indeed no need to suspect her anymore. After all, everyone had personally witnessed Emily's ability to see through black magic at the academy. Werner continued analyzing, saying that the church had been eager to carry away the assassin's corpse, clearly wanting to destroy evidence. Moreover, in Werner's eyes, Julia was not only gentle in character, but had also bravely stood before the magical beast to protect her family. He could not help speaking up for Julia, feeling that she was actually a good person. Tristan did not think much of it and merely asked indifferently, "Is that so?" Werner helplessly asked whether His Highness still intended to insist on that theory that being kind to everyone meant being kind to no one. This time, Tristan did not answer. Instead, he brought up another matter, pointing out that the carriage from the ducal estate they had ridden in today was a newly made carriage completed recently. Then Tristan took out a document. Werner was immediately confused. What did the age of the carriage have to do with the case? Tristan explained coldly that buying a carriage required paying tax. As long as one checked the tax records, it would be perfectly clear which household had bought a carriage. The strange thing was that there was no recent registration in the records for the ducal estate purchasing a new carriage. Tristan gave a cold laugh and asked in return why they had secretly obtained a new carriage. Was Werner not curious? Inside a remote tower, 60 corpses of executed criminals were actually hidden. Emily activated a forbidden ritual array with her blood, yet she did not know that dangerous eyes had already fixed on them. How would this perfect crime end? To uncover the secret of the carriage, Emily took advantage of the night and came alone to the remote tower. The others had already been waiting there for some time. Isaac quietly signaled for her to come in quickly. The situation instantly became complicated and confusing. Under the cover of working overtime at the Imperial Palace, they went all the way down, heading straight for the deepest part of the tower. Who could have imagined that a massive morgue was hidden here, densely packed with cold beds? Looking at the corpses, Edmund said excitedly that a full 60 well-preserved bodies would be enough for the three of them to divide. But when Emily walked closer to observe, she discovered that the dead were all executed criminals. In fact, the origin of this batch of corpses went back several days. At that time, Donald had taken the initiative to contact Isaac, smugly showing off his methods. He claimed that although fresh corpses were hard to obtain, he definitely had a way to handle it. Edmund listened impatiently and urged him to get straight to the point. Only then did Donald smile and suggest targeting the corpses of death row prisoners directly. After all, imperial hangings preserved the most complete bodies. Donald proudly explained that death row prisoners had a grace period before cremation. As long as they secretly transported the bodies out during that time and then forged cremation records, it would be a perfect crime unknown to gods or ghosts. Edmund asked where the corpses were stored. Donald said frankly that they were inside the Imperial Palace. When Donald learned that Edmund was worried about the guards, he sneered and said there was no need for bribery at all because he had already planted an insider. Edmund asked with a heavy expression exactly how many bodies they could obtain this time. Donald arrogantly declared that as long as Edmund needed them, he could get as many as he wanted. This made Edmund make up his mind. He turned to look at Emily and advised her not to feel guilty, but to think more about the family's future. Emily could only nod in agreement. Although it was her first time facing so many corpses, she took a deep breath and said they had to act quickly before they were exposed. At that moment, the forbidden plan officially began. Emily immediately began chanting the spell. This was the most critical step in the plan. Once the ritual array was activated, there would be no turning back. To ensure the spell was completed smoothly, she even used her own blood as a medium. As the ritual array erupted with dazzling light, the forbidden ritual was finally declared a success. But they had not expected that the disturbance in the dead of night had already drawn someone else's attention. Tristan walked alone through the silent corridor. The ducal estate was unusually quiet, as if its masters were not at home at all. In the past, this place had been noisy all night. Yet today, everyone seemed to be sleeping unusually deeply. There was definitely something suspicious going on. But this was precisely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he could find the carriage purchase records and compare the key dates, he could expose the conspiracy they were hiding. Tristan pushed open the study door and tried to find that crucial record. However, after searching the desk for quite some time, he did not even see a trace of it. Just as he was about to give up and leave, a mysterious jar on the nearby table caught his eye. Before Tristan could study it carefully, a clear cat's meow suddenly sounded by his ear. The silence of the late night was instantly broken. Strangely, he had not sensed it at all before. This cat was not afraid of strangers. Instead, it took the initiative to approach and act friendly, leaving Tristan momentarily confused. Before he could sort out his thoughts, a call from outside the door searching for a pet suddenly sounded. Tristan secretly sensed that things were bad. He warned the black cat in a low voice to keep the secret, then leapt out the window. He had just left when the door was pushed open behind him. A woman came in calling for the cat. She picked up the cat from the floor, but suddenly sensed something strange. Why was the window wide open in the middle of the night? Although she had doubts, she did not investigate further and left with the cat in her arms. The study door was wide open late at night. A mysterious person had already quietly infiltrated the place. Immediately after, an earth-shaking explosion came from the laboratory. The Imperial Prince personally delivered a defensive dagger, while the crisis from the temple was now quietly approaching. As a maid was combing Emily's hair, she suddenly mentioned something strange from last night. When she went to look for someone last night, she found that the door to the Duke's study was actually open, and even the window was wide open. Although she had not thought much of it at the time, the more she considered it now, the more wrong it seemed. That was why she had hurried to report it to Emily. After hearing the report, Emily decided to tell the others first. The maid was just about to withdraw when she suddenly slapped her forehead and said she had almost forgotten to give Emily a letter. This letter had quite an impressive origin. It was actually from Natalie. She was a popular figure in social circles and also one of Emily's few friends at the academy. Usually, everyone was busy with their own affairs. Why would she suddenly send a letter at a time like this? Emily opened the envelope, but the contents surprised her somewhat. In the letter, Natalie began by complaining that Emily had gone behind her back to meet that person. She also said that she had specially sent the invitation to the tea party a month in advance this time in order to introduce her new friend to Emily. As it happened, the Imperial Prince's birthday banquet was in a few days, so Natalie planned to introduce them there first, and then the three of them could meet privately afterward. However, at the end of the letter, Natalie also gossiped in passing, asking whether Emily was dating the Imperial Prince. Seeing this, Emily was completely speechless. What nonsense was this? How had the rumors become so ridiculous? After reading the letter, Emily instructed the maid beside her to reply to Natalie, saying that the gathering could be discussed after the birthday banquet, and to clarify the scandal between her and the Imperial Prince as well. Just as she finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly came from outside. The sound was unusually loud. Emily immediately realized it had come from Julia's laboratory. She hurried over and pushed open the door. The room was filled with thick smoke. Emily coughed while searching for Julia. Fortunately, she was fine. Julia was standing inside, muttering that the experiment had run into a small accident. When she turned and saw Emily, Julia was quite puzzled and asked why she had come running over. Emily helplessly explained that the noise just now made her think someone had attacked them. Julia laughed and said she had only failed to control the force properly, even teasing Emily by asking whether she was worried about her. Seeing her so carefree, Emily was both angry and amused. She reminded Julia to be careful next time, since that blast had truly frightened people. Julia hugged Emily and cheerfully acted spoiled with her. But before they could be affectionate for even 2 seconds, the guard captain Huriel rushed in with a sword, shouting anxiously and asking if there had been an assassin attack. Julia quickly explained that it was only a failed experiment and told him not to make such a fuss. Hearing this, Huriel was deeply moved and repeatedly said that was wonderful. He had thought Julia had previously given up alchemy because something was wrong with her body. Julia could only laugh awkwardly. In truth, it was not like that at all. Huriel explained that he had only come to check after hearing the noise. Before everyone could recover, someone else arrived at the doorway. This time, the one who entered was actually the Imperial Prince, Tristan. As soon as he entered, he urgently confirmed everyone's safety. Emily and Julia hurriedly bowed, but Tristan directly waived the formality and asked what exactly had happened just now. Julia could only honestly explain that there had been a small accident during an experiment. Tristan was still uneasy and asked whether there would be a secondary explosion. Julia quickly guaranteed that there absolutely would not be any more problems. Since safety had been confirmed, Tristan had Huriel leave first. Once the irrelevant people were gone, Tristan immediately walked toward Emily and asked whether she was injured. Emily quickly explained that she had only come to check after hearing the noise and had not been affected by the explosion. After hearing this, however, Tristan reminded her with a dark expression that when she encountered something like this, she had to confirm it was safe before acting. If it really had been an assassin's trap just now, recklessly running over like this would have cost her life. Emily knew she was in the wrong and could only obediently apologize, admitting that she truly had not thought that much at the time. Then Tristan suddenly handed her a dagger, saying she should at least keep something at her side for self-defense. Emily could tell from its craftsmanship that it was definitely a custom-made treasure. This gift was far too precious, and for a moment she did not know whether she should accept it. Before she could react, Tristan suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered that she must never get hurt. After saying that, Tristan stepped back, leaving only Emily standing there in a daze. Tristan directly turned to the main topic and asked about Julia's experimental progress. Julia was quite straightforward and said there had indeed been a significant breakthrough. However, the bad news was that the core formula had been completely lost, so the next stage of research would probably take more time. Watching Julia's eyes shine whenever she mentioned magic, Emily felt somewhat bitter inside. If she were not a black mage, could she also live as openly and dazzlingly as Julia? They were clearly twins, yet their circumstances were worlds apart. This made her heart feel stifled. Meanwhile, Julia and Tristan were still continuing their discussion. To break through the bottleneck, they had to find a suitable catalyst. Once Julia's workaholic side emerged, no one could stop her. Emily quickly spoke up to interrupt and suggested that Julia strike while the iron was hot, hurry back to the laboratory, and verify the idea she had just had. Emily also followed along and took the opportunity to issue an order for Tristan to leave first. Tristan was also straightforward and directly smiled, thanked them, and said goodbye. Looking at the peaceful life before her, Emily even began to feel that it would actually be nice if things could continue like this forever. But people should never carelessly raise flags. In the blink of an eye, trouble came knocking on the temple's side. The guards led the way into the restricted area ahead, and the white-haired official being escorted inside clearly had no simple identity. A dead young lady unexpectedly revived at the banquet. The Imperial Prince pressed closer step by step, refusing to let go. Her body suddenly went out of control and fell into a fatal crisis. How would Emily escape this conspiracy? The magnificent banquet had already begun. Emily stood alone among the crowd, coldly watching the hypocritical socializing around her. On the surface, everyone chatted and laughed as if no conspiracy had ever happened. But at that moment, a familiar figure entered her line of sight. Why would that person appear here? Her intuition told her that things were about to become complicated. Sure enough, that person was pestering someone again. Just as Emily felt a headache coming on, an enthusiastic call suddenly came from behind her. She turned around and saw Natalie, whom she had not seen in a long time. Natalie greeted her familiarly and asked how she had been lately. Emily only responded politely, saying that she had been accompanying her family recently. Natalie smiled meaningfully and said that social circles were full of rumors about Emily. Then Natalie proudly said she had brought a new friend today and wanted to introduce her to Emily. But when she turned around, the person who had just been beside her had vanished into thin air. The two of them froze on the spot. Natalie muttered quietly, wondering if she had lost the person because she had been away too long. Emily casually asked who exactly she wanted to introduce. The other party smiled and answered that it was the only daughter of that mysterious family. The moment Emily heard the family name, her expression changed instantly. She urgently asked for the person's name. Natalie explained that it was the young lady who had been frail and sickly since childhood and had almost never appeared in social circles, Penelope Swanson. This was absolutely impossible. That woman should not be appearing here at all. Because in Emily's memory, that young lady had already died several years ago. She had even personally attended the woman's funeral. How could a dead person revive for no reason? What exactly was going on with this bizarre incident? To uncover the truth, Emily took the initiative and said she wanted to meet her. Natalie excitedly turned to look for her. Just then, a loud announcement suddenly came from the entrance of the banquet hall. His Highness the Imperial Prince had arrived. The moment Tristan appeared, his powerful presence instantly enveloped the entire hall. He was the absolute protagonist of the night. Seeing that noble figure walk in, all the guests, including Emily, respectfully bent in salute. Tristan slowly walked onto the dais and looked down at the crowd below. In a deep voice, he expressed his thanks. "Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet." The complicated ceremony proceeded step by step, and Tristan successfully completed every part of the process. Emily silently watched from below. Since the most important part was already over, she only needed to casually deal with the rest and then find an opportunity to slip away. But plans could never keep up with changes. An inexplicable strange sensation suddenly struck her. Her body began to feel wrong. To avoid losing composure in public, she could only force herself to pass through the dancing crowd and hurriedly head out of the banquet hall, trying to let the cold wind clear her head. Emily leaned against the terrace railing, thinking it was only because she had been too tired lately that her body had suddenly become unable to endure. Before she could recover, faint footsteps suddenly sounded behind her. Who would have thought that the noble imperial prince would also avoid the crowd and come here? Tristan looked at her with some surprise. "Someone is already here." Emily subconsciously blurted out, "Your Highness Tristan." Tristan's deep gaze fell on her. "Miss Walker," Emily explained somewhat hastily. "Your Highness, please just call me Emily. After all, I'm not the only Miss Walker in my family." Tristan obediently changed how he addressed her. Then Miss Emily. Emily first politely wished him a happy birthday and mentioned that she had prepared a private gift, which had already been sent to the imperial palace in advance. Because she had keenly noticed that this seemingly cold and ruthless imperial prince actually had a great fondness for a rare kind of tea. Whenever he drank tea he liked, his subtle movements could not be hidden at all. A hint of surprise flashed through Tristan's eyes, and he asked quietly whether he had been that obvious. Emily smiled and reassured him, "Do not worry, Your Highness. For now, I am the only one who has discovered this secret." Hearing this, Tristan suddenly moved closer without warning. His low voice sounded beside her ear as he praised her for being truly thoughtful. The ambiguous distance instantly made Emily panic. They were far too close. Emily instinctively wanted to step back, but the other party seemed to have no intention of letting go. Her intuition told her that if she stayed any longer, something would happen sooner or later. She hurriedly found an excuse and tried to leave. "Since Your Highness also came here to rest, I will not disturb you." But Tristan directly called out to stop her, reminding her that leaving now would instead be even more conspicuous. Countless eyes inside were watching this place. It would not be too late to leave when the music changed and everyone went dancing. Mentioning the rumors outside about the two of them, Emily awkwardly lowered her eyes. She had not expected His Highness to have heard those rumors too. Since their joint investigation had caused misunderstandings, should they keep some distance from now on? Emily had only just suggested that they reduce their meetings in the future. But Tristan rejected it without the slightest hesitation, showing no intention of distancing himself from her at all. Just then, the music in the banquet hall changed. Emily hurriedly seized the chance and found an excuse to escape. She did not dare stay another moment and rushed back inside. The strange heat inside her body grew stronger and stronger. This was definitely not as simple as illness. The noisy crowd around her made her feel suffocated. An inexplicable sense of crisis tightly enveloped her. Just as she was about to be unable to hold on, an unfamiliar man suddenly approached and, seeming concerned, asked whether she felt unwell. But the instant she clearly saw this man's face, the alarm bells in Emily's heart rang loudly. This extremely dangerous pressure felt like being stared down by a deadly natural enemy. At the sight of the holy sun's descent ceremony. Holy power instantly locked onto her former husband's undead body. Once exposed, there would be no return. At the critical moment, he actually knocked his teammate out with one punch. How would this absurd farce end? Just as Emily was about to collapse, the Holy Son noticed her abnormal state and directly reached out to support her. The sturdy man beside them quickly stepped forward and said he would take Emily to see a doctor, urging the Holy Son to hurry and preside over the Imperial Prince's ceremony. But the Holy Son insisted on using holy power to heal her. This frightened Emily badly. If that power truly descended on her, her identity would absolutely be completely exposed today. Fortunately, the man beside them tried hard to dissuade him, saying that the great ceremony was about to begin and holy power could not be wasted on an unrelated person. Only then did Emily secretly let out a breath of relief. When the Holy Son heard this, he immediately became anxious, saying that God's teachings were to first save the person before one's eyes. So how could that be called waste? Watching the two of them argue on the spot, Emily was also speechless. If she did not express her stance soon, the matter would truly get out of hand. She quickly forced out a smile and said she was only a little dizzy. Being able to meet the Holy Son was already an immense honor, and there was truly no need to trouble him. The people beside them also hurriedly went along with it and urged the Holy Son to leave. Seeing this, the Holy Son could no longer insist and could only hold her hand and offer a blessing. Only then did Emily finally feel her heart settle back in her chest. If she had truly been touched by that holy power, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Watching the Holy Son and his group walk away, the crisis was finally temporarily resolved. But the Holy Son did not intend to let it go just like that. He could not help asking who that woman just now was. The man answered that she was the fourth daughter of the Walker family, Emily. The Holy Son repeated the name thoughtfully. Seeing that the Holy Son was so interested in Emily, the man took the initiative to suggest that he could arrange for them to meet privately. But the Holy Son shook his head and said he had only been overthinking it. It should have merely been a misunderstanding. After all, he had an even more important mission this time. Tomorrow, a private meeting between him and the Imperial Prince had to be arranged. After hearing this, the man immediately agreed. The banquet was still continuing, but Julia suddenly felt something was wrong with her body. Her entire body was terribly dizzy. He was puzzled. He was clearly a zombie, so how could he possibly get drunk? Just then, Edmund also walked over. Judging from his pained expression, he had clearly been affected too. Now, both of them were stunned. How had things suddenly become like this? Edmund suggested finding Emily and asking her, but Julia said they had split up long ago and had no idea where Emily was now. Julia and Edmund were feeling worse and worse, so they agreed they had to hurry home. But before leaving, they first had to find Isaac. Julia searched through the crowd for a long time and finally spotted Isaac. She hurried over and grabbed him, anxiously asking why he had been ignoring them. Something was wrong here, and they had to leave immediately. But before they could even take a step, the host suddenly made an announcement in the banquet hall. The Holy Son had actually appeared at this moment. The moment the Holy Son appeared, Julia felt awful. The pressure he gave off was simply too overwhelming. The host was still on stage explaining that the Holy Son had come secretly for safety reasons. Julia quickly grabbed Isaac beside her, wanting to ask what they should do now. But Isaac also said nothing. Even worse, Julia felt her body becoming more and more uncomfortable, and Isaac beside her was about to lose control too. At that critical moment, Julia suddenly shouted that there was a bug and slapped Isaac unconscious. Then she took the opportunity to hold Isaac up and pretended to panic, shouting that Isaac had fainted from the heat. As Julia supported him, she whispered in his ear, "Then take this chance to get a good sleep." Julia's acting was truly ruthless. When she saw Isaac still trying to struggle and speak, she went up and punched him again, immediately making him behave. This time Isaac was completely clear-headed. He quickly asked in a low voice where Edmund and Emily had gone. Julia pointed at Edmund in the distance, but Emily was nowhere to be found. Seeing the situation grow increasingly wrong, the two could only put on an act first and hurry away from this troublesome place. The Holy Son had appeared at this moment, so now they could not leave even if they wanted to. Julia looked at the Holy Son on stage, and anger surged in her heart. Right now, she wished she could tear that hypocritical man on the stage to pieces with her bare hands. But reason told her she absolutely could not act rashly. If they were exposed here, everyone would be finished. Yet her consciousness began to blur. After all, she had already died long ago. Even if she really killed someone, what did it matter? Now Julia was truly about to lose control. Emily hid on the second floor and looked down. The situation had already descended into complete chaos. If this continued, no one would leave safely today. Emily could no longer worry about anything else. She directly used her trump card and summoned her helper. As soon as the black cat appeared, he asked impatiently why she had called him out at a time like this. Emily had no time for nonsense now. She had to get Julia and the others away immediately. She directly asked the black cat for help. How could she quietly and safely take everyone out of this damn place? The rampaging monsters turned out to be her own familiars. With a single sentence, Emily instantly took control of the entire scene. However, the crisis was not yet over. The Holy Sun, Sion, forced his way in and revealed a shocking secret about the black magic users. Emily anxiously asked the black cat for help, but the black cat remained unhurried. Instead, he stared fixedly at Sion downstairs. With a look of disgust, the black cat complained, "Why is there a holy person here? That smell of light is truly awful." Then he started finding excuses and complained that Emily was treating him like a wishing lamp. Rescuing people was not his specialty at all. Emily was burning with anxiety and coldly pressed him, asking whether he could do it or not. Now, all the pressure fell directly onto the black cat. The black cat could only helplessly lay his cards on the table, saying that this was indeed beyond his power. That was because the true master of those out-of-control people was actually Emily herself. Hearing this, Emily froze completely. The black cat patiently explained that those people were actually Emily's familiars. As long as she issued an absolute command and forcibly suppressed their demonic instincts, they would have to obediently kneel and pledge loyalty. Emily's face was full of disbelief. She actually possessed the power to command them. The black cat's tone was extremely certain because Emily's soul had long been tightly bound to theirs. Emily struggled deeply inside. Although they were master and servants in name, she had always regarded everyone as family. The black cat anxiously urged her from the side. This was not the time to hesitate. Edmund and Julia downstairs were almost unable to hold on. Emily gritted her teeth and decided to take the gamble. She released the power inside her with all her strength and shouted down below. In an instant, all the out-of-control, frenzied people downstairs froze in place. Emily clenched her fists tightly and ordered them to go home with her. Emily secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At last, she could bring everyone away safely. However, by the next day, trouble came one after another. The Holy Sun, Sion, came to the door early in the morning, insisting on forcing his way in to meet someone. Seeing this, the guards hurried forward to stop him, stating that without an appointment, they absolutely could not let him pass. Sion ignored them completely and only questioned them coldly, asking how much longer they intended to make him wait. This put the guards in an extremely difficult position. Sion had no intention of wasting time outside the door and forced his way in directly. That terrifying holy pressure instantly put Emily inside the house on alert. The moment she saw Emily, her face immediately filled with warmth. Sion took the initiative to step forward, took Emily's hand with a smile, and asked whether she still remembered their encounter at yesterday's ball. Facing this high-ranking Holy Sun, Emily could only politely reply that of course she remembered. Sion behaved with unusual friendliness, telling Emily to call him Sion directly, and casually asked after her health. Although Emily politely apologized aloud, her heart was full of vigilance. What exactly was this Holy Sun's purpose in forcing his way in so early in the morning? Sion suddenly put away his smile and said with a solemn expression that he had an extremely urgent matter he had to tell him in person immediately. Emily refused directly from the side, saying that His Highness the Imperial Prince had been busy with government affairs recently and truly had no time to receive guests. But Sion refused to give up. He held Emily and continued pleading, saying that even meeting once would be enough and that he absolutely would not take up much time. Emily was so pestered that she could not handle it, so she simply clutched her stomach and began pretending to be ill, claiming that her body had suddenly become extremely unwell and that she truly could do nothing about this matter. Sion also seemed very considerate, and followed her words by telling her to rest well. But once Emily collected herself, she still refused him in an official manner, emphasizing that without an appointment, it was absolutely impossible. Emily secretly calculated in her heart. This man had barged in without even giving notice. What exactly was he plotting? Although the guards felt extremely troubled under the Holy Son's forceful pressure, they ultimately could only compromise and let him through. Emily sighed helplessly and could only bring Sion inside to settle him down for the moment. Emily politely asked what he would like to drink. Sion directly declined, saying he would leave after sitting for a while. Emily had no choice but to remind him that although she had brought him inside, whether the Imperial Prince would see him was not up to her. After all, His Highness hated unplanned interruptions most of all. This time, Sion was likely to be refused at the door. Tristan did not care at all about Sion's status as Holy Son. After all, the other party was from the church, so whether he met him or not made no difference to him. Sion had no airs in front of Emily, and once again asked her to simply call him by his name. Emily had no choice but to obediently agree. But immediately after that, Sion dropped a bombshell. He said he had actually sneaked out in secret, and if he were caught by the priest, he would be completely finished. Emily had never imagined that this Holy Son would be so bold. One had to know that the church and the imperial family had always been secretly competing with each other. Whoever showed goodwill first would be considered to have admitted defeat. As the Holy Son, Sion actually dared to openly go against the church's will. Sion looked at her and smiled faintly, asking whether she felt he did not seem like a lofty Holy Son at all. Emily awkwardly admitted that it was indeed rather obvious. But Sion answered with a serious expression, saying it was because there was something more important than his identity as Holy Son. Before he could finish, the room door was suddenly pushed open. Unexpectedly, Tristan had personally walked in. This sudden change left Emily completely stunned as well. She had not expected this extremely busy man to appear in person. Sion was the first to break the silence, admitting that it was very rude of him to visit so abruptly, but he still wished to ask His Highness to honor him by having a cup of tea. Tristan responded coldly and expressionlessly. That is hard to say. He clearly had no desire to waste words and directly gave his subordinate an order to remove Sion, demanding that he be escorted out at once. Now Sion grew completely anxious. He hurriedly asked when he could come visit again, and even emphasized that this matter was equally vital to Tristan. It was not some trivial matter about renewing a contract. Tristan stopped walking and, without turning his head, coldly left one sentence. "We will discuss official business at the dinner banquet 2 days from now." Emily secretly muttered in her heart that although this imperial prince handled matters flawlessly, he was far too cold and merciless. Before Emily could think further, Sion directly mentioned the whereabouts of the black magic users. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing. He said he knew Tristan had recently been investigating this matter in secret. Tristan's gaze sharpened, and he coldly asked, "So?" Sion solemnly made it clear that the riot had definitely not been a play staged by the church itself. Now the power of the black magic users had begun stirring again. That was why he had come alone this time, to stop those people's conspiracy and, while he was at it, seek cooperation with Tristan. A fated meeting between black magic users had begun. He could actually manipulate everyone's plans without a sound. When a lie was exposed face to face, how would this deadly banquet end? Sion had taken the initiative to come discuss cooperation. Emily felt it would be inappropriate for her to listen in and was just about to step away, but Tristan grabbed her. Tristan looked coldly at Sion and directly stated his attitude. "Why should I trust you, the Holy Son of the Church?" Sion remained calm, without the slightest panic. "Right now, you can only choose to trust me, because this concerns a fatal weakness of the church." Tristan was somewhat surprised. "What weakness?" Sion lowered his voice and explained that the barrier on Thanatos Island was currently weakening continuously. A trace of vigilance flashed through Tristan's eyes. "Why are you telling me this?" Sion's answer was very direct. "There's only one thing I want, to completely eradicate the black magic users here. For that, I am willing to pay any price." Emily beside them was instantly dumbfounded. After all, she herself was a black magic user. This life was truly impossible to live. Tristan pondered for a moment. "Since our goals are the same, there is no reason not to join forces." Sion was very satisfied when he heard this. This is exactly the cooperation I hoped for. Emily could only smile awkwardly beside them and insincerely say congratulations. Since both sides had already reached an agreement, Tristan casually asked, "How long do you plan to stay in the Empire?" Sion thought for a moment before answering, "It has not been completely decided yet. But since the discussion with your highness went so smoothly, I intend to stay here for the time being." Just then, hurried knocking suddenly came from outside. Tristan immediately asked loudly what had happened outside. Werner hurriedly pushed the door open and reported that there was a priest outside causing a commotion, asking by name to see the Holy Son. As soon as Sion heard this, he understood. It seemed that priest had come looking for him. Since the other party had already come to the door, Sion could not continue staying any longer. He could only take his leave from Tristan first, saying they would discuss the specific details of cooperation later. Before leaving, Sion politely wished that Tristan would receive the god's protection. Only after the door closed again did Tristan suddenly turn his head and call to Emily beside him. Tristan called Emily because he wanted her to arrange a private meeting with the Holy Son as soon as possible. Emily immediately agreed, saying she would check the schedule. After giving the instructions, Tristan looked especially exhausted. There had been too many complicated matters recently, and he was clearly somewhat unable to bear it. Emily thoughtfully offered him a cup of hot tea. Tristan looked at the teacup in some surprise. "Is this Hirschman tea?" Emily smiled and answered, "I thought your highness would need this right now." Tristan was somewhat puzzled and pressed her, asking how she knew he needed it. Emily softly explained, "Because I saw that your highness was not feeling well. Every time your highness has a headache, you need this tea to ease it." A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Tristan's face. "Is it that obvious?" Emily smiled and explained, "Observing details is a little hobby of mine. The other secretaries probably have not noticed, so it is actually not that obvious. To me, it is like solving a puzzle. It is especially interesting. For example, what snacks Tristan likes to eat, so I can prepare those next time. And the model of pen he often uses, as well as the scents he likes in his office. I remember all of these details clearly." However, Emily could not help secretly complaining to herself. Although she prepared everything perfectly every time, Tristan's reaction was always cold. Still, no matter how his highness reacted, this had already become one of the few pleasures in her dull work. Emily smiled and comforted Tristan, saying, "Because your highness usually never shows joy or anger, these little secrets are currently known only to me." Tristan held the teacup and hesitated slightly. "Only you really know?" Emily nodded very firmly. Tristan seemed as if he wanted to say something, but stopped. "Why are you so?" Before he could finish speaking, Tristan suddenly lowered his head. This action left Emily completely confused too. Tristan turned his head away unnaturally. "Forget it. It is nothing." Emily, bewildered, asked what his highness had wanted to say just now. Tristan muttered softly, almost jealously, "You are actually this good to everyone, are you not?" Before Emily could react, Tristan directly ended the conversation. "All right, hurry back to work." The scene shifted, and Emily arrived at a gathering. As soon as Natalie saw her, she excitedly came over to greet her. Natalie complained with some regret that Penelope had already gone back early because of an urgent matter concerning the Imperial Prince's banquet. However, she was still very happy to be able to meet with Emily alone. While the two were chatting, a woman wearing a red gown suddenly walked toward them. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Walker. I am Penelope Swanson." Hearing this name, Emily froze completely because she recognized at a glance that the woman before her who claimed to be Penelope was actually giving off the aura of black magic. Although she knew the other party was an imposter, as a fellow black magic user, Emily felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. She politely greeted her and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you." However, Emily was also secretly uneasy. Her magical power could even deceive the Holy Son, but she did not know whether this black magic user before her could see through her disguise. Penelope smiled and suggested, "Let's all go in together." Looking at Penelope's completely unguarded back, Emily felt somewhat puzzled. The other party really did not seem to have noticed anything. No matter what, she absolutely could not give herself away today. After passing through the long corridor, the three finally arrived at the lively banquet venue. Penelope warmly introduced them to everyone, saying Emily and Natalie had finally arrived. The noble ladies present greeted them one after another and invited Emily to take a seat quickly. As soon as everyone sat down, someone praised the tea fragrance for being especially unique today. Penelope smiled and explained that these were herbs she had grown herself. Looking at this harmonious scene before her, Emily felt something was wrong. Some of the people present were even classmates who had graduated from the academy, yet none of them had any suspicion about that dead noblewoman. This was far too abnormal. Could it be that Penelope had manipulated everyone's memories? While Emily was secretly thinking this over, Natalie suddenly leaned over and whispered that Penelope had always wanted to meet her before and that she was very proud to be able to introduce them. Penelope also immediately seized the opportunity and smiled as she told everyone to call her by her first name. Naturally, everyone agreed readily. Natalie could not help sighing that they had barely spoken back at the academy, and she had not expected they could become friends now. But Penelope explained meaningfully that it was because she had been too weak before, so she had always kept a low profile. Hearing this, Emily secretly became alert. She kept feeling that there was a hidden meaning in the other woman's words. Emily suddenly changed the subject and asked how she and Natalie had become acquainted. Now Natalie became somewhat troubled. After all, some things could not be casually said aloud. Natalie stammered an explanation, saying they had coincidentally met on a banquet terrace. But as she spoke, she suddenly got stuck. Emily also sensed that something was wrong. At this moment, Natalie was completely dazed. She kept repeating the same sentence and even began to wonder whether they had ever met at all. The noble lady's memories were instantly altered, and terrifying mental brainwashing was spreading. In order to survive, she could only play dumb and cooperate, but unexpectedly, she infiltrated a mysterious underground storage room. That forbidden grimoire was right before her eyes. Natalie's mind was currently in complete chaos. Seeing this, Penelope beside her immediately noticed something unusual. She hurriedly reached out to support Natalie. This was clearly a sign of memory confusion. Emily silently watched from the side, and her heartbeat could not help speeding up. Penelope tentatively asked Natalie, "Do you still remember the first time we met?" Then she began guiding her with words, claiming that it had been at a banquet where she had accidentally spilled wine on her skirt. Natalie, as if being controlled, actually followed along and repeated that story. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Penelope secretly used her methods. Now Natalie had been completely trapped. The next second, Natalie came back to herself. She even happily repeated the false memory, feeling that their meeting had been as romantic as something from a novel. But Emily, watching from the side, grew more and more alarmed. This was not poor memory at all. It was clearly terrifying mental control and brainwashing. The more Emily thought about it, the more frightened she became. Penelope had definitely used this method to control the Count and Countess, as well as the noble ladies around her. If Emily acted too clear-headed, she might not be able to leave this door today at all. She might even have her existence erased and disappear completely from this world. Just then, Penelope suddenly muttered in a low voice, saying she did not know why that woman would be interested in someone like that. This made Emily feel uneasy. Who exactly was she talking about? Before Emily could figure it out, Penelope clapped her hands and smiled as she announced that today's tea party was over. The tea party finally came to an end. Everyone began saying their farewells one after another, and Natalie even warmly arranged the next meeting. Before leaving, Penelope smiled and said goodbye to Emily. Emily could only respond politely. When she finally got into the carriage for the return trip, Emily collapsed directly into the seat. This tea party had been even more exhausting than a battle. On one side were the Imperial Prince and the Holy Sun. On the other was a dangerous black magic user. She was caught in the middle and still had to help hide corpses. She truly felt she could not keep living like this for even one more day. Once the guests had left, Penelope instantly put away her smile. She could not help complaining, saying she could not stand this kind of noble socializing at all. Drinking tea was somehow worth making such a fuss over. Then she turned her head and called for the manservant. The manservant was so frightened that he hurried forward and quietly asked what she needed. Penelope irritably questioned him, asking whether he did not see that she was still standing there. The manservant kindly pointed to the chair beside her, but Penelope did not appreciate it at all. She directly used the manservant as a human cushion. She asked angrily whether he expected her to sit on such a filthy chair. The manservant was so frightened that he could only apologize repeatedly. Then Penelope asked about news regarding the target. When she learned that the investigation still had not made any progress, she was so furious she nearly exploded. She wished she could eliminate everyone. The manservant could not help quietly reminding her that acting now was far too risky, and the church still had the Holy Son as a witness. These words directly stepped on a landmine. Penelope's gaze instantly turned cold as she questioned whether he was telling her what to do. Now, the manservant completely dared not make a sound. Penelope warned him not to annoy her. The manservant could only crawl on the ground and keep begging for mercy. Penelope had no intention of waiting around. She sneered and said she could handle it alone. This was a perfect opportunity to act. The manservant timidly asked how exactly she planned to do it. In response, Penelope grabbed his hair and proudly said that among the people who had come to the tea party just now, there happened to be the perfect bait. The manservant was even more confused and did not know who she meant. Penelope sneered and said it was that useless one. The scene shifted and Emily's carriage finally arrived. As soon as she got out of the carriage, Edmund came over to greet her. He smiled and said to Emily, "You came back at just the right time." Then he directly revealed a major piece of news. A black magic grimoire was going to appear at an underground auction, and they had already obtained tickets. Although he knew Emily had just returned and was tired, this opportunity was truly too rare. If they went, they would definitely gain something. Emily looked at the mask in her hand and did not hesitate for long. After all, this was an important clue for the investigation. The scene shifted, and several of them had already arrived at the auction venue. In order not to expose their identities, everyone had carefully disguised themselves. Emily could not help complaining that the mask was terribly uncomfortable to wear, and no matter how she looked at it, they seemed as if they were about to do something bad. Still, she had prepared in advance and deliberately brought a magical pouch that could hold objects. But before she could take more than a few steps, she was stopped by a guard beside her. Without a word, the guard pushed her to the side and said the VIP passage could not be used casually, telling her to hurry to the staff entrance. Now, Emily was completely stunned. How had she suddenly become a staff member? Before she could react, someone beside her came over and asked whether she was the newcomer reporting for work today. That man directly called for Emily to follow him, saying she had arrived even earlier than expected. Emily quickly explained that he might have mistaken her for someone else, but she soon realized that the mask she was wearing had caused everyone to misunderstand. The man then instructed her that today she was to go help in the auction item storage room. The storage room? Was that not where the grimoire was hidden? This was practically an opportunity delivered to her door. Emily immediately went along with it, smiling and asking the other person to tell her more about the specific work. Meanwhile, Julia was puzzled. Emily had been following behind them just now. So how had she disappeared in the blink of an eye? The auction officially opened. The auctioneer spoke energetically on stage and directly announced the first exhibit. The atmosphere at the venue instantly heated up, but backstage, everything was in total chaos because the exhibit had still not arrived. The person in charge was so anxious he was practically jumping. He could only temporarily adjust the order of appearance. Emily had already changed into a uniform, and the colleague beside her even praised her for looking quite sharp in it. However, where she should go next, and whether she could successfully sneak into the storage room, all depended on this step. The colleague handed the register to Emily and asked her to carefully check the inventory once more. This was a routine procedure. Emily casually took it and flipped through it, while the colleague thoughtfully asked from the side whether she could handle it alone. Who could have imagined that clearly written on the register was the very black magic book she had been searching for all this time? This was truly a case of finding something after searching everywhere. Emily quickly agreed, saying she could handle it completely on her own. Once her colleague left, she was practically overjoyed. Her luck today was simply incredible. Next, she only had to find a chance to act. She infiltrated enemy territory to steal the black magic book, only to find the floor covered in blood the instant she opened the door. A mysterious man suddenly whispered beside her ear. He even forced her to become his exclusive pet. She simply pulled open the auction curtain and exposed their confrontation completely to the public. Emily had finally found her target, the black magic grimoire sealed behind layer upon layer of restraints. Looking at the extremely tight security around it, this was definitely a genuine treasure. Since the target item had already been confirmed, Emily had no intention of staying here any longer. She prepared to immediately take the item and retreat. But at the very instant she pushed open the door, there was actually a wounded person covered in blood lying outside. Behind her, a mysterious person silently pressed close. That man slowly leaned to her ear and asked in an extremely low voice what she intended to do with this person. Emily's body instantly froze in place. Before she could think of a way to escape, the other party directly revealed a weapon flashing with cold light. The man gave a playful smile and teased her, saying her luck was truly rather poor. Emily looked carefully and discovered that this person was actually a familiar face she had seen before. Had her true identity already been seen through by him? The man advanced step by step while playfully teasing her, saying that if she had hidden inside just a little longer, he might have walked right past. Facing this man before her, who could not be communicated with at all, Emily knew she had no way out. Seeing the killing intent around him grow stronger and stronger, it seemed that this time he truly intended to kill her. At this moment, her final disguise was mercilessly torn away. Emily's true face had been completely exposed. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly sighed and muttered helplessly to himself that this was troublesome. Then the man helplessly took the initiative to suggest that they simply act as if they had never seen each other and pretend they did not know one another. They could just pass each other by. Emily suppressed the shock in her heart and tentatively asked whether he truly did not intend to attack her. The man smiled faintly and answered softly that for now, he had no intention of taking her life. After all, he first needed to confirm some doubts in his heart. In this man's eyes, Emily gave off an indescribably strange aura, even faintly carrying the unique feeling of one of his own kind. That was also why he had not attacked immediately. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the man's tone suddenly changed, and he actually proposed that Emily become his pet. From deep in the corridor, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded. The guards outside loudly ordered the people inside to surrender. A large number of fully armed guards instantly blocked off the escape route. Facing layers of encirclement, the man still appeared completely at ease. He even smiled and teased Emily beside him, saying they seemed to have played here a little too long today. While easily dodging the guard's spiritual attacks, he unhurriedly said goodbye to Emily, claiming that if he stayed any longer, he would also get into trouble. Their meeting today could only end here for now. As soon as he finished speaking, the man immediately withdrew and left, clearly not taking these guards seriously at all. Seeing this, the guards immediately shouted an angry warning, scolding him for not understanding the situation before him at all. That man was too lazy to waste words with them. He merely stood in place and casually snapped his fingers. Before the leading guard could react, he suddenly felt a violent twisting pain in his chest. Immediately afterward, in the next second, the entire squad of guards collapsed to the ground. He did not even raise his hand, yet he instantly killed all the pursuers before him. Then he drifted away without looking back. Before leaving, the man tossed out one sentence without turning around, claiming that this magic book had originally belonged to him, and that what he was doing now was merely returning it to its rightful owner. Emily watched from the side, burning with anxiety. If she used black magic now to forcibly stop him, her true identity would be exposed in an instant. Even the secret of her resurrection from death could no longer be hidden. Seeing that the man was about to take the magic book away, could she really only watch helplessly, staring at the glowing magical chains before her? A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Emily's mind, and she instantly discovered the hidden flaw within them. Emily suddenly called out loudly to stop him and asked whether she could ask him something before he left. The man stopped and appeared very generous, indicating that she could ask whatever question she had. In the end, Emily directly asked his name. The man froze slightly, then slowly revealed his true name, seeming somewhat puzzled as to why Emily was interested. Emily merely revealed a mysterious smile and claimed that this was basic courtesy when interacting with others. After all, sooner or later, they would meet on opposing stages. She quickly picked up the communicator she carried with her and ordered backstage to send that exhibit onto the stage ahead of schedule. This unexpected proactive attack instantly disrupted all of the other party's plans. Immediately afterward, the entire building began shaking violently. It turned out that this auction house's method of transporting valuable exhibits was so simple and rough. This sudden enormous change left even Claude, who had victory in his grasp, somewhat caught off guard. As the curtain on stage was pulled open with a crash, the host was preparing to introduce the next exhibit to everyone. But the scene on the stage instantly left the entire venue dead silent. In the place where a precious exhibit was supposed to be, Emily and Claude were standing instead. The sudden change made the host lose his words on the spot. The audience below instantly erupted into chaos. Everyone loudly questioned the auction house's security. Looking at the noisy, chaotic scene below, Claude showed not the slightest panic. Instead, he lowered his head and laughed wildly without restraint, saying outright that the scene before him was truly far too amusing. It seemed that at this moment, he had been thoroughly enraged by Emily's methods. Claude stared fixedly at Emily before him and sneered as he asked whether she thought she was very clever. Since Emily wanted to blow the matter up completely, Claude also decided to completely tear off his disguise. He publicly declared that he would fight her to the end. The forbidden grimoire that had vanished for 300 years reappeared in the world. The auction site instantly turned into a bloody hell. The leader of the black magic users personally descended and began slaughtering people, while that forbidden book, powerful enough to destroy the world, was now actually in Emily's arms. The auction venue was in utter uproar. Julia wore a mask and blended into the crowd, unable to stop secretly wondering why the target had not appeared yet. Just then, the host on stage suddenly changed the rules and said the mysterious treasure originally meant to be the finale would be brought out first. It was said that this treasure had disappeared for a full 300 years and had only today seen the light of day again. Hearing this, Julia immediately sensed something was wrong. The host was still enthusiastically promoting it on stage, claiming that it was a peerless antique connected to the prophet. As soon as the host finished speaking, Julia below the stage froze on the spot. That was because what came out from backstage was not some rare treasure at all, but a person shrouded in a strange aura. Emily reacted extremely quickly and immediately shouted for the guards. A large number of fully armed guards instantly rushed into the venue and sealed off all exits. But facing this dense encirclement, Claude merely gave a disdainful snort. The guards drew their blades directly, and order at the scene instantly collapsed completely. Emily was trapped tightly amid the chaotic crowd and could not find any chance to escape. At this critical moment, Isaac suddenly forced his way out of the crowd. He shouted Emily's name and told her to jump toward him immediately. Emily did not hesitate at all. She leaped forward and landed steadily in his arms. But as soon as she landed, Julia could not help starting to settle accounts. She angrily questioned where Emily had just run off to. At this moment, the scene was already a complete mess, with screams and fleeing crowds everywhere. Isaac had no time to explain. He picked up Emily and ran wildly outside, but the main entrance had already been blocked completely. Trying to escape through the front door was simply wishful thinking. Edmund quickly scanned the surroundings and immediately made the most rational judgment. Since the normal path of escape was blocked, they could only force their way out. He immediately called Isaac. Isaac directly kicked the wall. The massive impact was deafening. Isaac not only held Emily, but also scooped up Julia beside him along the way. He loudly warned the two that running this way was faster than letting them walk themselves, so they had better behave and not move around. Then he called for Edmund to hurry and retreat, sprinting away without looking back. Only after they escaped onto the safe street outside did Isaac finally breathe a sigh of relief. They had run this far, so those pursuers probably could not catch up now. After running wildly all the way, Edmund was exhausted and panting. Looking at Isaac running in front, he could not help sighing, "Your body really recovered fast." Isaac looked relaxed and smiled, saying he had not run at full speed like this in a long time. But compared with his peak condition in the past, he was still far from it. Emily, lying in his arms, heard this, and some memories suddenly flashed through her mind. Her second brother's body used to be as weak as paper, making her almost forget just how powerful he had once been. One had to know that Isaac had once been a popular candidate for commander of the Imperial Knights, and his most terrifying trump card was the superhuman strength passed down through the family. Looking at the skill Isaac displayed, Emily could not help secretly muttering that in the face of absolute strength, breath. The techniques she had trained so hard and were simply not enough. Before she could think further, a deafening explosion sounded from the direction of the banquet hall behind them. Edmund looked at the billowing smoke in the distance and said that with such a huge commotion, the imperial family would definitely investigate thoroughly. Fortunately, they had slipped away quickly. Otherwise, getting entangled in it would have been troublesome. Julia, puzzled, asked from the side who that sneaky fellow just now actually was. Edmund's expression instantly turned extremely grim. That guy was most likely the leader of the black magic users. Hearing this, Julia immediately exploded with anger and questioned how Emily had dared to go deal with such an extremely dangerous person alone. Emily also looked helpless and explained that she had merely happened to run into him. Emily hurriedly explained that the other party had no intention of targeting the family and had not even wanted her life. When Julia heard this, she became even more furious. What kind of explanation was that? Isaac quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, urging Julia to calm down first. After all, Emily had not intentionally gone to meet him. It turned out Emily had been mistaken for a new employee and had accidentally sneaked into the storage room. She had originally intended to conveniently check whether the grimoire was genuine, but who could have expected that she would run straight into that person? Hearing this, Edmund directly interrupted her and sternly asked whether she had acted on her own again. Emily knew she was in the wrong and quickly tried to laugh it off to get through it. To divert everyone's attention, Emily brought up the day she had previously encountered that man, saying she had vaguely glimpsed a person in a black robe at the time. It was that mysterious person. Once this clue came out, the entire matter became even more complicated and confusing. Edmund sighed helplessly. Since Emily said nothing had happened last time, he could only choose to believe her for the time being. But after causing such a huge commotion this time, Edmund had no intention of letting her off easily. He had to get to the bottom of everything. Emily knew she could not avoid it and could only agree to explain everything once they got home. However, there was still a thorny problem right now. They had risked coming to the auction house this time, originally for that black magic book. But now the auction house was almost blown apart. Isaac felt they could only retreat first. In the end, Emily suddenly gave a mysterious smile. That grimoire had actually already been brought out by her along the way. When this news came out, the people beside her nearly dropped their jaws in shock. Emily directly took the book out. The ancient book was actually still faintly glowing. Isaac was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the book in her hands, Emily muttered in a low voice that the black magic user had probably already discovered the book was missing by now. To be safe, they had to leave this place immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, the inside of the auction house had already turned into a sea of blood, with guards' corpses everywhere. Claude searched through the pile of corpses for a long time. Finally, his face darkened, and he snorted coldly. "It is not here," Claude muttered to himself, wondering whether it had been swallowed into the stomach of some little animal. But he searched every corner and did not even see its shadow. Surely the book could not have grown legs and run away on its own. Suddenly, an image flashed through Claude's mind, and he instantly locked onto the target. Thinking of this, Claude could not help laughing softly. This human was truly far too interesting. This was the first time he had ever become interested in a human. Just then, noisy footsteps came from outside, and someone shouted that they were going to rush in and search. But Claude had no intention of entangling himself with them. He directly prepared to leave. There were truly too many useless humans, disgusting like cockroaches. However, he himself also seemed to be injured. Even so, he did not stop walking. The magic circle behind him had already lit up. Claude's gaze was icy as he said he had to continue enduring and waiting until all of his plans were ready. The Empire's most honored holy son personally came to the door, but the moment he spoke, it became a banquet full of probing. Facing the temptation of a handsome man's charms and a secret investigation, the young lady directly revealed her trump card for tracking black magic. In this battle of wits, who would ultimately prevail? A greeting early in the morning left Emily completely stunned. Sion, who should have been at the temple, was now standing right in front of her. Emily suppressed the doubts in her heart and tentatively asked why he had come. She had originally planned to visit the imperial prince, but Sion directly disrupted her schedule. This uninvited guest showed no courtesy and smiled as he invited her to have morning tea with him. On the surface, Emily could only respond politely, but inside, she was frantically complaining. Who wanted to drink tea with him first thing in the morning? What exactly was this man plotting? As soon as they sat down, Sion took the initiative to apologize, saying he should not have dragged her into danger. Emily quickly responded politely, saying that the black magic users had already been targeting her family, and that she was actually the one who should thank him. Sion smiled and praised her kindness. Emily's heart, however, remained completely unmoved. This man was using his beauty to confuse people again. She would not be so easily fooled. Then Sion suddenly changed the subject and asked about the time she had spent working with the Imperial Prince. Emily did not think much of it and directly answered that it had already been 4 years. Sion immediately followed by asking about the black magic users. Emily casually replied that it had only been a few months. She instantly saw through his intention. This was the real reason Sion had come today. Sion sighed that this job was far too dangerous and praised her for making a brave decision. Emily, however, behaved very calmly, saying that this was merely part of her duty. Facing an opponent with such deep thoughts, Emily had plenty of experience dealing with it. As long as she played dumb, she could disrupt his rhythm. She suddenly smiled brightly and praised the Holy Sun for being truly handsome, saying he was even more astonishing when seen up close. This move indeed had a miraculous effect. Sion instantly froze in place. Only after quite a while did he recover and apologize. Emily had no intention of stopping there. She immediately followed up with another question. You must hear this sort of praise often, do you not? Sion explained somewhat helplessly that within the temple, praising appearances was never encouraged because it would affect devotion to the gods. Emily immediately understood the implication. This man was indirectly mocking her for having no sense of propriety. However, Emily did not fall for that. She continued playing dumb and expressed regret, teasing that if he were a worldly nobleman, the people proposing marriage to him would probably line up outside the city. Afterward, she hurriedly apologized, saying she had not intended to be rude. Now, it was Sion's turn to secretly feel uncertain. He truly could not tell whether the woman before him was genuinely foolish or merely pretending to be. Sion could only barely maintain his courtesy, saying he understood her goodwill. Then he casually praised her lively and cheerful personality, saying it was no wonder the Imperial Prince had chosen to work with her. These words sounded like praise, but in reality, he was secretly trying to find out what she relied on. Emily sneered inwardly. This kind of roundabout probing was truly annoying, since the other party was so eager to know the answer. She simply laid her cards on the table and said frankly that it was probably because she had been born with a holy blessing. Emily took the initiative to explain that members of the Walker family were born with special abilities. Throughout the Empire, people called this a holy blessing. Sion nodded, indicating that he had heard of it, and then pressed her on the specific ability she possessed. Emily revealed her trump card without hesitation, claiming that she could track traces of black magic. Hearing this answer, Sion froze outright. Emily knew very well in her heart that only by displaying irreplaceable value could she take the initiative in their cooperation and make the Imperial Prince regard her as a true ally. However, Sion sensed that something was off. He said bluntly that he had not felt any holy power, so how could he possibly detect traces of black magic? Emily pretended to be modest, saying that her meager skills were nothing compared with the Holy Sun's. But Sion sighed and admitted that he actually had his own shortcomings. Precisely because the holy power within him was too strong, he could not track the lingering traces of black magic as delicately as she could. Besides, his cooperation with the Imperial Prince was confidential, so he could not mobilize anyone else from the church. As soon as he finished speaking, Sion directly extended an invitation, asking whether she was free that weekend and whether she could help him investigate the matter. Now, it was Emily's turn to hesitate. The other party clearly wanted to make use of her ability. Should she agree to this request or not? Emily secretly calculated in her heart that if she could make the Holy Sun owe her a favor, things would definitely become much easier in the future. So she smiled brightly and readily agreed. In the blink of an eye, the appointed weekend arrived. Emily came to the marketplace early and waited quietly. Before long, Sion hurried over with a rushed expression. Sion apologized somewhat, explaining that the afternoon service had delayed him for a while. Emily did not mind, but she was a little puzzled. Why had he chosen to meet in a crowded marketplace? And why had he not brought even a single guard with him? Sion, however, appeared unusually calm, saying that he had enough strength to protect her and did not need any attendants following him. Sion then suggested that since there were so many eyes and ears here, she might as well call him by his name directly. His method of naturally closing the distance between them was extremely smooth. Emily simply went along with it and told him to call her Emily as well. The relationship between the two of them instantly became much closer. After the pleasantries, Emily went straight to the point and asked why he had specially invited her out today. Sion mentioned the huge explosion that had occurred on the outskirts of the capital a few days earlier, saying that the investigation results had already come out. Emily had heard something about it as well. The official statement claimed that an underground organization had been holding a secret auction, but Sion gave a cold laugh and said bluntly that this was merely an excuse to deceive the public. The truth behind it was probably far from simple. Sion revealed in a low voice that most of the auction items at the scene had been intact at the time. Only one crucial object was missing: a black magic grimoire excavated from a saint's tomb. That explosion had been deliberately created in order to steal it. Emily asked in confusion whether that object might have already been destroyed by the blast. Sion shook his head and denied the guess. The book had multiple layers of protective barriers around it and could not possibly have been burned so easily. The most troublesome part was that no one now knew the true nature of that book, nor could they guess the real purpose behind the other party's theft. Hearing this, Emily suddenly recalled that her black cat seemed to have mentioned this matter before. That grimoire was called the Lemegeton, and it recorded in detail 72 demons and the forbidden methods for summoning them. This time, things might truly have gotten out of hand. Sion was clearly somewhat anxious this time. He stated directly that only Emily could find clues to the grimoire. Naturally, Emily would not easily let go of a favor that had come right to her door. She smiled and agreed at once. Sion planned to search within the capital today, because the barrier had not moved, which meant the grimoire was still in the city. But he never could have imagined that the missing grimoire was currently lying safe and sound in Emily's home. However, before setting out to search, Emily made one request. He had to first change out of that conspicuous clerical robe. This request left Sion somewhat at a loss, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized it did make sense. Wearing such eye-catching clothes while conducting an incognito investigation was no different from actively revealing his identity. Sion explained awkwardly that he usually spent too much time in the temple and was indeed not very familiar with common worldly sense. Emily did not mind. She pointed to the changing room nearby and urged him to hurry over and change. Seeing that Sion was still hesitating in place, Emily simply reached out and pulled him along, urging him to move faster. With that pull, the atmosphere instantly became somewhat subtle. Only then did Emily suddenly realize that her action seemed a bit too proactive. Sion, meanwhile, froze on the spot and could not say a word for quite a while. Looking at his awkward yet cooperative appearance, Emily thought to herself that this guy was actually rather easy to talk to. We had believed ourselves to be the heroic descendants who saved the world. Who could have imagined that our souls had been treated from the very beginning as fuel to maintain the seal? Once I came into the world, the entire continent would be destroyed in an instant. In order to secretly search for clues to the grimoire in the city, the first step in their operation was actually to go to a clothing store and change outfits. The shop clerk was practically delighted at the sight of Sion and kept praising him as a born model who looked good in anything. Emily, standing to the side, felt somewhat helpless. This guy's appearance was simply too attention-grabbing. Wherever he went, he would become the focus of the entire room. How were they supposed to conduct a low-profile investigation like this? So Emily waved her hand grandly, bought all the clothes, and specially chose a dark hooded cloak for him. Although it was a pity to cover up such a handsome face, for the sake of their upcoming secret operation, he could only keep a low profile for now. Emily very generously tossed out a family check. Sion still wanted to be polite and said he would pay for it himself. After hearing that, Emily could not help laughing. As a priest who had sneaked out, where would he get private savings? Moreover, when it came to wealth, who could compare with her family? They were rich enough to rival a nation. Sion was instantly rendered speechless and could only obediently accept her kindness. When the two of them changed clothes and walked out of the shop, Sion no longer looked like a clergyman at all. Instead, he looked like a noble young master from an illustrious family. This made him feel somewhat uneasy and uncomfortable. After all, aside from his priestly uniform, he had not worn ordinary long robes for a very long time. Seeing this, Emily took the chance to ask whether he had grown up in the church since childhood. Sion lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly and admitted that this was indeed his first time coming to such a bustling street market. After all, in the past he had spent all day confined to the church. Hearing this answer, Emily directly took his hand and turned to run, giving Sion no chance to refuse at all. In fact, Emily had already made her calculations. She had to find something else to completely distract his attention. She absolutely could not let him start thinking about dangerous clues related to the grimoire right now. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived on a lively, bustling street. Emily took Sion around the streets to eat, drink, and have fun. For Sion, this was a wondrous experience he had never even dared to imagine before. Then Emily brought him to a tall tower. Looking at the towering building, Sion was a little confused and asked what kind of place this was. Emily merely smiled mysteriously and told him he would know once he followed her up. When the two of them finally climbed to the top of the tower, panting for breath, Emily smiled and loudly called Sion's name, telling him to look toward the distant night sky. Sion looked in the direction she indicated, and the dazzling scenery of the entire city instantly filled his eyes. He was completely stunned by the magnificent sight before him. Emily tilted her head and asked with a smile whether it was beautiful. Looking at the picturesque scenery before them, the afterglow of the setting sun fell on Sion's white hair, reflecting a warm and dazzling golden light. Emily could not help teasing softly, saying that from this angle, his hair looked pure gold. Although his original silver hair was already very beautiful, gold made him look more like an ordinary person. Hearing this, Sion immediately became somewhat embarrassed and quickly coughed twice, trying to change the subject. He asked whether Emily often came to this place. Emily explained that this was a place her elder brothers often came to, and in the past she had always liked following them here as well. Sion nodded thoughtfully. He had also heard that the siblings of the richest family were very close. Emily, however, sighed helplessly. Their relationship was good, yes, but in order to sneak out smoothly today to accompany him, she had gone through enormous effort. Emily helplessly complained about her family and great-grandfather. In order to get out today without trouble, she could only casually make up an excuse and muddle through. After hearing all this, Sion looked at her gently, his tone filled with undisguised envy, and said that Emily was truly loved by her family. Emily became a little embarrassed by the praise and joked with a smile that he was a holy servant deeply favored by God, so being envied by him felt rather strange. But Sion answered piously and sincerely that God loved all people, and everyone was the same before God. Afterward, Sion sincerely thanked Emily, saying that today was the happiest day he had ever spent. He had even completely forgotten the serious matter he had originally intended to handle. This was exactly the effect Emily had wanted to achieve. In fact, while they were shopping, she had not been idle. Although Emily had been enjoying herself, she had actually been secretly sensing traces of black magic the whole way. Feeling that she had not been much help, Sion did not mind at all. Instead, he was very grateful that Emily had stayed with him all day. But immediately afterward, Sion's tone suddenly became serious. He specifically reminded Emily that she must be more careful in the future. Emily thought he meant he was worried her family would be targeted by those evil black magic users. But Sion shook his head gravely and raised an even more fatal question, asking whether she knew why those people targeted the descendants of the prophets. Emily guessed that it was probably historical hatred left behind by the brutal Holy War 300 years ago. However, Sion directly denied her guess, saying that this was only the most superficial reason. The truth hidden beneath was far crueler than that. Sion slowly revealed the cruel truth that had been covered up. It turned out that in order to maintain the island barrier sealing away black magic, the souls of the prophet's descendants had to be used as burning fuel. When Emily heard this, she was completely stunned. She had always thought that when their ancestors established the barrier back then, the only ones sacrificed had been that generation themselves. Who could have imagined that even the souls of their descendants had been calculated into it from the very beginning? Sion warned her with an extremely serious expression that if anything unexpected happened to Emily's soul, the barrier sealing the black magic users would collapse completely in an instant. Emily immediately felt an unprecedented and enormous pressure It turned out that her own life was directly tied to the survival of the entire continent. Although the church and the various nations were secretly guarding against it, the fatal danger had clearly already begun creeping toward them. Sion looked down at the prosperous and peaceful town before him and only hoped that this beautiful daily life would never be shattered. Just then, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed Emily's mind. She said that although she had not directly discovered traces of black magic, there was indeed one place that made her feel extremely suspicious. The moment he heard there was a crucial clue, Sion immediately asked anxiously where it was. Emily carefully recalled her previous experience, saying that some time ago she had attended the Countess's tea party and encountered something extremely strange there. Sion's expression instantly became incredibly serious. He told Emily to recount every detail from that time. Even the tiniest matter must not be overlooked. Hearing that there was a clue, Sion anxiously grabbed Emily's hand directly. This sudden intimate contact made Emily's face instantly flush scarlet, and she felt as though she were about to float away. However, before she could say what had been strange at the tea party, Sion's expression suddenly shifted, and he interrupted her. He said he needed to introduce someone to Emily first, and that this person had actually been secretly following them all day. Emily immediately felt somewhat displeased. He had clearly vowed earlier that he could protect her by himself, yet in secret he had brought a bodyguard along. This was obviously a lack of trust in her strength. At that moment, Sion raised his hand and sent a signal into the air, then mysteriously said that Emily knew this person as well. Now Emily's curiosity was completely aroused. Who exactly was this mysterious person who had been following them the whole time? As soon as Sion finished speaking, a blond man descended lightly before them like a falling leaf. It turned out that this bodyguard who had been secretly protecting them was actually the famous Sir Hazel. Hazel immediately knelt on one knee and gave a grand salute, greeting Emily with great respect. After seeing the identity of the person before her clearly, Emily was completely stunned. Why would one of the Empire's top powerhouses appear here? The Holy Sun was actually willing to sacrifice innocent hostages just to completely eliminate black magic users. And he would never imagine that Emily, the person collaborating with him, was in fact the black magic user he was looking for. It turned out that this mission was no ordinary matter, so Sion had specially invited this knight to act as their guard. But Emily was still very puzzled. Was he not supposed to be carrying out another mission? Sion explained that this was actually a false impression he had created by secretly altering his own schedule. Emily was somewhat worried about whether this followed the rules. Sion, however, said casually that it was fine as long as he was not punished. Sion explained that because this operation had to be kept from the church, he needed someone he could trust to help. But Emily knew very clearly in her heart that this man was treating Hazel as a hostage to use as leverage against her. However, she had no intention of telling the truth. On the surface, she still smiled and responded tactfully. Then Emily mentioned another matter. Previously, she had received an invitation to a tea party, saying that a new friend would be introduced to her. But strangely, after Emily attended the tea party, there was a portion of her memory from the middle that she could not recall. Her mind always felt foggy. Hearing this, Sion sensed that something was wrong. Emily thought she might have been overthinking it and casually mentioned it, feeling that it might not mean much. But as soon as Hazel heard it, he was completely shocked. He loudly questioned what Emily was saying, because that countess had died back when they were still in school. Only then did Emily realize that he also knew this person. Moreover, someone else had said the same thing before. Now everything matched up completely. That so-called countess absolutely had a major problem. Even her very existence was a mystery. Emily already had a plan in mind. She intended to use Hazel to fight poison with poison. Although she felt somewhat guilty toward her friend, she could no longer worry about that now. The carriage sped through the night. Sion looked at the documents in his hand and felt that this matter was becoming more and more suspicious. Hazel also found it strange. That countess had clearly died long ago, so how could Emily and the others not know? This was obviously a trap. He suspected that a black magic user must be behind this, and they had to investigate it thoroughly. Hazel asked Sion whether he would personally take action this time. Sion explained that this was his private operation, so he could not rely on the church at all. Hazel, however, did not care in the slightest. As long as it meant dealing with black magic users, he was willing to pay any price. Sion looked at the documents in his hand and felt that Hazel was indeed the best candidate. He sincerely requested that Hazel cooperate with them until the black magic user was completely eliminated. On the other side, Emily had already arrived at the church cathedral. Unexpectedly, as soon as she got off the carriage, someone took the initiative to come greet her. Hazel bowed respectfully and said he was there to serve Emily. Emily could not help teasing him, asking whether he still acted like this inside the church. Hazel smiled and explained that respecting ladies was the most basic etiquette. The atmosphere between the two of them was quite harmonious as they exchanged remarks. Emily went straight to the point and asked Hazel whether he had contacted Natalie. Hazel sighed and said that as soon as he heard the news, he contacted her, and only after discovering that she was safe did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then Hazel could not help complaining, saying that Emily and Natalie were simply magnets for trouble. He really could not relax for even a moment. As they chatted, Emily discovered that the path they were taking was becoming more and more remote. This was not the direction to the reception room at all. Hazel explained that Sion was currently in the prayer room. The place was not usually open to outsiders, and ordinary people had not even heard of it. Passing through the long corridor, the two of them drew closer and closer to their destination. Emily felt uneasy in her heart. As a black magic user, stepping into this sacred cathedral was practically like committing a crime. When they arrived, Hazel stepped forward and knocked on the door. The door slowly opened. The scene inside was indeed unexpected. Amid a field of holy lilies, Sion was devoutly praying. The sight made one afraid to disturb him lightly. Hearing the movement, Sion turned around and greeted them. Emily politely curtsied and thanked him for sending Hazel over to help, allowing them to meet. Sion did not exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point, asking Emily an extremely fatal question. He asked whether Emily was willing to do anything in order to eliminate black magic users. The moment these words came out, Emily was completely stunned. Was this a roundabout way of persuading her to go die? Sion also realized that he had asked too hastily and quickly invited Emily to sit down and talk, saying that the matter was indeed somewhat urgent. As soon as Sion opened his mouth, he dropped a bombshell. He suspected that Penelope was a black magic user and wanted Emily to lure her out. Was this not asking someone to act as bait? Emily felt deeply uneasy. Why had he chosen her of all people? Seeing Emily's hesitation, Sion quickly promised that Hazel would protect her closely throughout the entire process, and there would absolutely be no danger. Since that was the case, Emily simply went along with it and agreed. In any case, she also wanted to settle Penelope as soon as possible, so she would follow his plan for now. It just so happened that Emily had a banquet invitation on hand, and bringing Hazel along would be perfectly appropriate. After hearing this, Sion repeatedly said that it was fortunate. Sion began laying out the specific action plan, having Hazel go ahead to scout first. If there was no news within 10 minutes, he would personally lead people in. Sion's attitude was extremely firm. Once it was confirmed that the other party was a black magic user, they had to be eliminated immediately. As for saving people, that could only come second. Even if the other party had hostages, they absolutely could not compromise. Hearing this, Emily could no longer sit still. She directly interrupted Sion, saying that her friends were still inside, and they could not ignore everyone's lives for the sake of the mission. That was putting the cart before the horse. But Sion remained unmoved. Instead, he solemnly asked Emily whether she knew how much disaster letting one black magic user escape would bring to the world. This question left Emily stumped. After all, she herself was a black magic user. At most, she usually just messed up her desk. How could she be as terrifying as they claimed? Sion's attitude was extremely resolute. He said that for the greater good, they had to eliminate the root of the problem as early as possible. Even if innocent casualties truly occurred, he could still tell their families with a clear conscience that those sacrifices had brought safety to even more people. These words sounded righteous and awe-inspiring, but to Emily, they were arrogant to the extreme. He spoke so lightly of other people's sacrifices. She was forced to gnaw on a pungent onion as if it were a sweet apple, and if she refused, poison would be forcibly poured down her throat on the spot. Facing this group of thoroughly brainwashed lunatics, How was she, who had pretended to drink the poison wine, supposed to escape? Sion's attitude was exceptionally firm. He admitted that his methods were ruthless, but when it came to eliminating black magic users, he would not yield in the slightest. These words made Emily burn with anger, who was born wanting to become a black magic user. She longed to be an ordinary person more than anyone else. But there was no way to voice these grievances. Seeing that the atmosphere had become somewhat stiff, Sion took the initiative to step back and compromise. As long as Hazel was present to assist, the situation would not develop into the worst case. He solemnly instructed Emily that once she received that mysterious invitation, she had to hand it over to Hazel immediately. All of this was for the peace of the continent. But when these words reached Emily's ears, they were the greatest irony imaginable. A black magic user actually had to protect peace by eliminating her own kind. This world was truly absurd to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Emily visited as promised. As soon as Penelope saw her, she behaved with incomparable enthusiasm, saying directly that she had been waiting for her for a long time. Emily also greeted her politely and asked how the Countess had been recently. Penelope took the initiative to bring them closer, telling Emily to call her by name directly. Emily smiled and agreed, then casually asked whether Natalie had already arrived. Penelope said that Natalie had arrived long ago, then asked about the friend Emily was bringing. Emily explained that the person would arrive very soon, and that the other party had come specially to visit her. Just then, a carriage stopped at the entrance. Penelope politely expressed her welcome, while Emily's heart pounded anxiously. Could the plan really proceed smoothly later? The carriage door slowly opened, and Emily took the initiative to offer to introduce the two of them. However, the moment the person in the carriage appeared, Penelope's face instantly turned deathly pale. Penelope's heart suddenly clenched, and she anxiously asked for this person's name. Clearly, the appearance of this unexpected guest had completely disrupted her original plan. Emily generously introduced him, saying that this was Sir Hazel from Count's family. Because Hazel had previously stayed in the church for 3 years, it was normal that Penelope did not recognize him. Hazel took the initiative to step forward and greet her, his attitude appearing very polite. Penelope could only brace herself and politely extend her hand to shake Hazel's. After a few simple pleasantries, the two of them clashed fiercely with their gazes. The atmosphere at the scene instantly dropped to freezing point. The gathering that followed would definitely not be peaceful. Penelope casually found an excuse, saying that as the host, it was improper for her to be away for too long. She told the two of them to chat slowly behind her, while she hurried back into the house first. After Penelope's figure disappeared, Emily quickly asked Hazel in a low voice whether he had discovered anything unusual. Hazel answered with a grave expression that the aura here was indeed very uncomfortable, but for now they still had to observe more carefully. He warned Emily not to act rashly under any circumstances. Emily could only remind him to be careful as well. After all, this was someone else's territory. When Emily walked into the banquet hall alone, she discovered that the eerie atmosphere inside was 100 times more oppressive than she had expected. The scene before her was strange enough to make one's hair stand on end. The air was filled with a bizarre red mist, and the nobles around her were smiling in an extremely empty way. How was this any elegant noble gathering? It was clearly a dangerous evil ritual. Just as she was doing her best to remain vigilant, a hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder from behind. The sudden contact startled her, and when she abruptly turned around, the person standing behind her was actually Natalie. Natalie greeted her groggily and asked why she was here too. From the moment Natalie appeared, she was already muddle-headed, and she was muttering about needing to find Hazel. Looking at her unusually flushed face, Emily helplessly asked how much she had drunk. Natalie stubbornly insisted that she had only had a little. Her appearance was obviously that of someone completely drunk. Emily knew very clearly in her heart that the wine here had definitely been tampered with. Before the two of them could say much more, Penelope walked over holding a wine glass and asked with a smile what Emily thought of the gathering. Emily could only respond politely that the atmosphere here was indeed very special. Penelope raised the corners of her mouth proudly and said that ordinary tea parties were simply too boring. She liked this kind of exciting style. As she spoke, she handed a glass of red wine to Emily. Emily quickly waved her hand and refused, making the excuse that she did not usually drink much. If something really had been added to this wine, she would be finished the moment she drank it. Penelope's face instantly darkened. She sneered and pressured Emily, advising her to drink the wine quickly while she was still speaking nicely. Emily was still hesitating, but Penelope's tone suddenly changed, and she coldly barked in a commanding voice, "Drink it." Staring at the wine glass in her hand, a flash of inspiration crossed Emily's mind. This method of forcing someone to drink a drug was practically identical to something she had used before. In order not to alert the enemy and expose her identity, Emily decided to play along. She pretended that she had already been affected. She directly tilted her head back and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Seeing with her own eyes that Emily had emptied the wine, Penelope finally revealed a satisfied smile. But Emily herself actually had no idea what kind of poison had been put in the glass. Just then, Penelope suddenly clapped her hands forcefully, drawing everyone's attention to her. Standing on a high spot, she loudly announced that today's gathering would end early, because a disobedient little mouse had slipped in here. Emily immediately became secretly guarded. Why had Hazel not come in yet? If they did not act soon, she might truly die here today. However, Penelope's next action was even more puzzling. She actually wanted to test the drug's effect on the spot and even distributed something to everyone. But when the object reached Emily's hand, she froze completely. This was clearly a pungent onion. Yet Penelope smiled and lied, saying that these were sweet apples she had specially prepared and asking everyone to taste them. An even stranger thing happened. The people around them actually believed her without doubt, one by one taking the onions and biting into them as if they were apples. Some even praised the flavor as sweet. It seemed the hallucinogenic drug in the wine had fully taken effect. Someone in the crowd who had not drunk the wine bit into an onion, and the sharp, pungent taste was simply unbearable. That person painfully spat it out on the spot. This scene instantly enraged Penelope. She did not give the person any chance to explain and directly ordered her subordinates to force the medicine down that person's throat. The man shouted in terror, asking what exactly she was trying to do. But as soon as that bottle of potion was forcibly poured down, its eerie effect immediately took hold. The onion that had just been so spicy it made him cry had now, in the man's mouth, become an unparalleled delicacy. As he frantically gnawed at it, he mumbled indistinctly that this apple was truly so sweet. Seeing this terrifying scene, Emily finally understood everything. It turned out that the previous glass of wine had been used as a medium to amplify the brainwashing effect of the ring. No wonder Penelope had insisted on forcing her to drink it. Using such a cruel method to screen out those who had not been fully brainwashed, it was hard to say whether she was clever or vicious. But the most fatal problem now was whether Emily should bite into the pungent onion in her hand. Two black magic users had set a deadly trap. The Holy Knight was forced to be unable to draw his sword, and even his companions had been taken hostage. Everyone was about to be sacrificed to a demon. How exactly could they escape death? Emily tightly gripped the onion in her hand, her heartbeat pounding against her ribs. As long as she did not make any noise, she should be able to muddle through, right? But the more one feared something, the more it came. A voice suddenly spoke beside her, questioning why she was not eating it. This instantly put Emily on alert. Herman quietly urged her from the side, saying that if she did not eat it, Penelope would definitely be angry. When that woman got angry, she was terrifying. Now things had become completely troublesome. If it was discovered that she had not been brainwashed at all, then today would truly be over. Emily could only force herself to stay calm and change the subject, taking the initiative to ask the other person's name. Emily casually asked which family he belonged to. Hearing this, Herman froze in place. He was clearly wearing a servant's uniform, yet he had actually been mistaken for a noble young master. Herman immediately felt extremely pleased. Seeing this, Emily quickly went along with it and said she had thought he was wearing servant clothes to experience life. Now Herman completely lowered his guard and honestly confessed that his name was Herman. But he soon remembered the previous question, and the topic circled back to eating again. Emily's mind began spinning rapidly. She immediately made up a lie, claiming that she was allergic to apples. She said that she very much wanted to accept Penelope's kindness, but her body truly would not allow her to eat it. Herman suddenly leaned over mysteriously. Emily, however, keenly smelled an extremely pungent and strange beastly odor. Why would this guy have such a smell on him? Before Emily could figure out what was going on, Herman lowered his voice and exposed her, saying that he knew what she was holding was not an apple at all. However, he promised that he would keep the secret for her. Emily felt extremely puzzled. Why would this stranger help her? Herman explained somewhat haltingly that he simply did not want to anger Penelope, and that he actually rather liked Penelope. Why did those words sound somewhat wrong? Could Herman also be a black magic user? But his aura was not quite the same as Penelope's. There were actually 2 black magic users hidden here. This did not match the previous plan at all. She had to pass this information out as soon as possible. But now she was trapped here tightly. What exactly could she do to escape safely? Herman suddenly confessed quietly to Emily, saying that he actually liked her too. As long as she obediently stayed where she was and did not move around, Penelope would not trouble her. Before Emily could breathe a sigh of relief, Penelope's furious roar suddenly came from the distance. She questioned what exactly Herman was slacking off for. She was already almost overwhelmed on her side, yet he still had the leisure to chat here. That roar frightened Herman badly. He quickly opened his mouth in panic to explain and said that he was absolutely not slacking off. Penelope had no patience to listen to his nonsense and directly ordered him to get over there and serve her immediately. Herman did not dare say even half a word of refusal and could only obediently lower his head and follow. Looking at Herman trembling as he walked over, Penelope laughed smugly and announced that she had just achieved great success. Everyone in the hall had now become her puppets. After hearing this, Herman was directly stunned and repeatedly praised Penelope for being truly amazing. Penelope's little schemes were already clattering away in her mind. With this batch of controlled puppets, she would be able to completely trample that man underfoot. Even Emily had already fallen into her palm. However, there was still one annoying follower, making her feel irritated. Penelope even began secretly wondering whether she should just kill that fellow while she was at it, then turn him into a puppet for her use. When Herman heard this, he immediately became anxious and quickly spoke up to remind her that the other party was a holy knight. Their superior had specially instructed them before that they absolutely must not provoke anyone with holy power. But before he could finish speaking, Penelope directly grabbed him by the hair. Herman was so frightened that he quickly begged for mercy repeatedly, apologizing without stopping. Penelope's face, however, was full of disdain, and she thought that man was nothing but a coward. In her eyes, holy power and so-called people blessed by God were all lies used to deceive people. They were merely excuses used to cover up their defeat 300 years ago. Herman still wanted to mutter quietly beside her, saying that she had never fought a holy knight at all. But before he could finish, Penelope pressed his head down and slammed it hard against the solid floor. Penelope roared in rage, ordering him to shut his filthy mouth immediately. This time, Herman became completely obedient and could only clutch his bleeding head while continuing to apologize. Looking at the puppets she had controlled all around the hall, Penelope felt extremely pleased. With so many scapegoats standing in front of her, she was no longer afraid of anything. Not only was Penelope not afraid in the slightest, she even began thinking of other schemes. She sneered and muttered to herself that since the Holy Knight's friends were here too, if the critical moment truly came, she could use them to put on a good show. Just then, a sound suddenly came from the empty hall. Penelope smugly stared at the staircase. That fellow had finally come looking. The newcomer was none other than Hazel. But the moment he stepped through the door, the scene before him made him realize something was wrong. Strange red mist filled the surroundings. Seeing this, he directly pressed his hand onto the hilt of his sword. Hazel's face darkened as he coldly questioned, "You mad woman, what exactly have you done?" After hearing this, Penelope burst into loud laughter, not taking his threats seriously at all. She smugly pointed at the people around her and said that these people were merely ordinary people who had been brainwashed. If the Holy Knight dared act here, then he would be harming innocent civilians. Hazel drew his sword and attacked Penelope. Penelope watched coldly from the side, but as soon as Herman made a move, he messed it up. Penelope's face immediately fell, and she questioned what exactly he was dawdling for. How could he not even defend properly? Herman hurriedly explained in panic, saying that the posture from when he had been smashed earlier was rather uncomfortable. Penelope sneered and asked whether he was blaming her. This terrified Herman so badly that he repeatedly denied it, saying that was absolutely not what he meant. Everything happening before her eyes was seen clearly by Emily, who was hiding nearby. It turned out that Herman's true ability was using black magic to partially transform his body into a magical beast. No wonder he always had a strange, beastly odor on him. At this moment, Penelope had already grown impatient and sternly urged Herman to quickly end the battle. Although Herman felt that this ghastly appearance was very embarrassing, he still directly released the power within his body. This time, he completely transformed into a ferocious beast. Seeing the huge monster charging toward him, Hazel had no intention of continuing to retreat. He directly drew the long sword at his waist and shouted that he would purify this monster completely in the name of God. Herman, who had already completely turned into a beast, was not about to listen to his nonsense. He directly opened his bloody maw and pounced fiercely. The entire scene instantly fell into chaos. Watching from the side, Emily felt extremely anxious. With Hazel alone, it was impossible to deal with two black magic users at the same time. When exactly would reinforcements arrive? Before she could figure out that question, Hazel had already seized the opportunity and slashed down fiercely with his sword. The power of this strike was absolutely not small. It directly smashed Herman, who had transformed into a beast, heavily into a stone pillar. Seeing that Herman was actually so useless, Penelope exploded with rage. She pointed at his nose and cursed him viciously, saying that she must have been blind to have ever held any expectations for him. After cursing useless Herman, Penelope sneered and looked toward Hazel again. She actually pressed a sharp dagger against Natalie's neck, threatening Hazel to immediately put down his weapon and surrender. This time, Hazel was completely caught by his weak point. In order to protect Natalie's life, he could only grit his teeth and throw his long sword to the ground. As a result, he was instantly pressed to the floor by the puppets and tied up tightly with ropes. Hazel cursed these despicable villains in anger. Penelope did not care at all. On the contrary, she took it as a compliment. Penelope flung Natalie aside, looked at Hazel lying on the ground, and sneered, saying that Hazel's soul was an extremely rare treasure. This time, Hazel was completely stunned. What exactly did this madwoman want to do? Penelope sneered and loudly announced that everyone present, including Hazel, would become sacrifices offered to the demon. In order to gain power, Penelope had actually summoned a demon and intended to offer up everyone. At the critical moment, Emily directly took out fine wine and began bargaining with the demon on the spot. This attempt to get something for nothing directly left the demon at a loss. The magic circle was forcibly activated in an instant. This madwoman had never intended to leave anyone alive. Looking at the flashing magic circle before her, Emily suddenly remembered the black cat's reminder. As long as she clearly observed the pattern of the ritual circle, she could find out the details of the demon behind it. Moreover, when a demon received sacrifices, it would definitely reveal its true form. It turned out that she had endured until now precisely for this chance to counterattack. As the seal completely shattered, a huge demonic, I stared fixedly at them. Penelope shouted hysterically that she would use everyone's lives in exchange for power. The demon's voice was low and hoarse as it asked whether these humans were the sacrifices. Penelope cried out excitedly that they were and told it to quickly take them all away. The demon asked in a low voice what she wanted in exchange. Penelope demanded power without hesitation. But the demon coldly warned that her body had already reached its limit. Yet this madwoman did not care at all. Even if her body exploded and she died, she still wanted to become stronger. Looking at Hazel tied up nearby, Emily knew she could no longer sit and wait for death. Before Hazel could act, a demonic snake suddenly shot out and knocked him unconscious. Just then, however, Emily calmly stepped forward. Penelope roared in rage, questioning why Herman had not watched her properly. Then she gnashed her teeth and ordered him to capture Emily immediately. Herman could only obediently follow the order and approach Emily step by step. Facing the approaching Herman, Emily walked straight up to the demon. Calmly, she proposed that the demon leave. The demon let out a cold laugh, thinking this human had overestimated herself. But the next second, Emily directly tossed out 3 bottles of aged fine wine. This unexpected bait instantly left the demon frozen in place. Penelope was hysterical at the side, but the demon ignored her completely and instead began bargaining with Emily. The demon opened with a price of 8 bottles. Emily immediately cut it down to 4. The demon anxiously shouted that 7 bottles was the lowest it could go. The demon tentatively countered with 6 bottles. Emily's attitude was firm. She would only give 5. Unexpectedly, the demon agreed at once and urged her to quickly hand over the wine. Penelope was completely dumbfounded at the sight, but Emily spread her hands and said that the fine wine would have to wait until she went home. This empty-handed bargaining enraged the demon, but before it could lose its temper, it suddenly sensed something, and its attitude instantly underwent a complete reversal. The demon smiled meaningfully and then disappeared without a trace. Having lost her backer, Penelope was completely furious and ordered her subordinates to cripple Emily's limbs. But who could have imagined that even Herman, who had been about to act, would defect on the spot? Herman quietly advised Emily not to resist and even said that she was a good person. Facing the hysterical madwoman, Emily instead smiled confidently. As soon as she finished speaking, dazzling golden light suddenly lit up all around them. This holy power was extraordinary. Herman was so frightened that he no longer cared about capturing anyone. He picked up Penelope in his arms and directly smashed through the window, fleeing in a sorry state. Watching the enemies flee miserably into the distance, Emily finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the golden light in the hall grew brighter and brighter. The controlled guests gradually woke up one after another. Strangely, not only could everyone not remember why they were here, they had even completely forgotten the identity of the person who invited them. The holy power restored the guest's strength, but this power was too strong for Emily. Her body could not withstand it, and she even began coughing up blood. Just as she was about to collapse, Sion hurriedly rushed over and caught her in his arms. Looking at the weakened Emily, Sion was both anxious and angry. But before Emily could even complain, she directly fainted in Sion's arms. Sion anxiously called Emily's name, but the person in his arms had already completely lost consciousness. Facing the devastated scene, Sion calmly sorted through the clues. There were traces of black magic and demon summoning left here. Moreover, there were actually no sacrifices left at the scene. The only explanation was that in order to stop the demon's descent, Emily had borne all the backlash damage alone. Emily's identity was absolutely not simple, but what puzzled Sion the most was the magical aura left at the scene. Aside from the red magic power of the person impersonating Penelope and the gray magic power of her accomplice, there was actually a third mysterious power remaining at the scene. Who did this extra power belong to? Leaf, who had been by her side for many years, suddenly vanished from the world. The imperial prince was actually plotting to passively marry into another family, and the mysterious organization deep in the abyss had already revealed its fangs. This storm sweeping across the empire had only just begun. The source of this powerful force that had appeared out of nowhere was finally found. A mysterious man suddenly appeared before Emily, but the other party's cold attitude made him feel utterly unfamiliar to her. He even opened his mouth to question whether Emily had summoned him. Before Emily could ask anything, Leaf saw through her identity and recognized her as a child of that family. His face filled with sudden realization. Looking at the mysterious person before her, Emily suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did this conversation sound so familiar? Could it be that they had already met a very long time ago? Emily finally remembered. This was not some stranger at all, but the scene of her first meeting with Leaf. At that time, the other party had even asked whether she wanted to form a contract. The scene suddenly shifted, and Emily woke from the dream. Why had she suddenly dreamed about the past? At least she had made it home safely. Her family must have been worried sick. Out of habit, she opened her mouth, wanting to complain to Leaf about what had happened yesterday, especially the danger she had faced when she went to see Penelope. But after calling several times in a row, no one in the room answered. Only then did Emily realize that Leaf had already been gone for quite some time. Ever since she was 11, he had never once left her side. Why had he disappeared so suddenly this time? Leaf had appeared without warning, and he had left just as silently, like an old friend of many years who had suddenly vanished from the world. Could it be because she had always complained that he was too nagging, so he had run away in anger? If only she could summon him again. But that summoning back then had been pure luck. There was no way to reproduce it now. Meanwhile, Tristan was busy in his office. Out of habit, he opened his mouth, wanting Emily to help him check the data. But before he had even finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the seat beside him was completely empty. Werner, who was nearby, also found it strange. His Highness was usually so calm. How could he make such a basic mistake? Only then did Tristan come back to his senses. He really had lost his mind. He had actually thought she was still here. He quickly asked Werner for news, asking how Emily was doing now after hearing that she had been seriously injured. Werner reported that Emily was being protected by her family and that no one was allowed to visit her at the moment. Besides, that girl was even bolder than they had imagined. She had actually dared to get involved in something so dangerous. After hearing this, Tristan fell silent. It seemed Emily's situation was even more complicated than he had thought. At the same time, the Holy Sun also received a troublesome mission. He had been ordered to track down the missing black magic grimoire. After all, this incident had become far too serious, and the news could no longer be suppressed. Even the Imperial Prince had been alarmed. Tristan went directly to the Holy Sun and questioned whether what he was doing was not a little too shameless. The Holy Sun, however, remained perfectly calm. He said he had no choice either. Since the matter had already blown up, in order to suppress it, he had decided to shift the blame onto the season change incident. As long as those involved kept their mouths shut, they would receive special treatment. Tristan reluctantly accepted this plan, but he immediately warned the Holy Sun not to set his sights on his people again in the future. Then Tristan suddenly changed the subject and mentioned the injured Emily. That sentence struck the Holy Sun right where it hurt. The Holy Sun laid his cards on the table, saying he did not understand political positions. Emily had helped purely out of kindness, and he hoped Tristan would not take it to heart. Those words left Tristan thoroughly blocked. He even remembered the scene of being mocked before and questioned what right the Holy Sun had to say Emily was his person. The more Tristan thought about it, the worse it felt. He immediately called his trusted aide Werner over. He asked a rather delicate question. If one wanted to keep someone completely, what method would be the most effective? Werner was an honest man and directly suggested that he might as well grant her an official post, bestow a title, and give her territory. After hearing Werner's advice, Tristan suddenly said something astonishing. Then I will go propose marriage to Emily's family. If I move quickly enough, we can hold the wedding next spring. Those words frightened Werner badly. This did not fit the Imperial Prince's usual style at all. To suddenly want a marriage alliance made it obvious that he had truly developed feelings. Seeing that Tristan had already begun planning the steps for proposing marriage, Werner hurriedly spoke up to interrupt him and reminded him of one thing. In order to prevent the holy blessing from flowing outside, Emily's family had never married outsiders. Werner quickly explained that if Emily really were to marry, the man would have to marry into their family. But Tristan was the dignified Imperial Prince. How could he possibly become a live-in son-in-law? Besides, Isaac, Julia, and Edmund were all famously protective of their own. Trying to use political marriage with them simply would not work. Werner advised him to hurry up and think of another method. But Tristan smiled and said he still had one ultimate move. Werner was still confused when he heard Tristan slowly say, "Since I cannot go propose to her, then I just have to make Emily propose to me first, don't I?" Tristan's idea was beautiful. As long as he could make Emily fall for him first and take the initiative to propose, would the problem not be solved? Werner was speechless after hearing this. In theory, that was true, but how could things be that simple? Werner could not help asking a soul-searching question. "Your Highness, do you know how to make a girl happy?" As soon as he said that, Tristan was completely stumped and could not say a word for a long time. After all that fuss, this Imperial Prince was completely blank when it came to romance. In the ruins late at night, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Claude spoke coldly. "Penelope, by acting on your own this time, you have ruined our entire plan. How do you intend to take responsibility?" Claude continued questioning her. "Was the request I made so difficult?" Penelope knelt directly on the ground and admitted her mistake. It seemed this incident truly had become serious. Herman, who who was standing nearby, could not bear to watch anymore and quickly stepped forward to plead for her. He said all of this was his fault, but before he could finish, Claude coldly interrupted him. Claude did not allow anyone to cut in and directly punished him. Herman collapsed to the ground at once, completely losing the ability to resist. After dealing with the talkative one, Claude continued pressuring Penelope, saying that he was far too disappointed in her. She could not even complete such a simple task. Claude threatened coldly, "Since you are so useless, you might as well return to where you belong." Penelope was so frightened that she immediately knelt and begged for mercy, desperately pleading for one more chance and promising that she would absolutely not make another mistake. Claude looked down at her from above and warned her that this was her last chance. Then Claude turned away and said they had no more time to waste. Although the plan had deviated slightly, they had to begin the next step immediately. Claude's goal was very clear: to liberate their compatriots trapped on the island, and their next destination was the Tower of Nyx. The most devoted Grand Duke in the Empire had actually performed a hand-kiss greeting toward a young girl he had just met, and even stared at her as though looking at his deceased wife. What unspeakable secret was hidden behind this? Tonight's tea party was destined to be a trap. Because of what had happened before, Natalie had always felt that she had dragged everyone down. As soon as she saw Emily, she hurried to apologize. Natalie said she was too ashamed to face anyone. But Emily did not take it to heart at all and simply comforted her gently again and again. This lesson had truly been too painful. Natalie even declared on the spot that she would never casually open her heart to friends again. Hazel, who was beside them, also reminded her that from now on, whenever she met someone she did not know, she had to be more cautious. Only then did Natalie obediently agree. Natalie said she would be staying secluded for a while recently, and she even held Emily's hand, insisting that Emily spend more time with her in the future. Unexpectedly, Emily looked troubled and directly refused her request. It turned out that Emily was about to travel far away. Hazel grew curious after hearing this and casually asked where she was going. Emily had no intention of hiding it and directly named that dangerous destination, the Tower of Nyx. Time went back to that morning. Emily was also shocked when she heard about this place. After all, the church had always insisted that the barrier was perfectly safe, but the Holy Son believed they had to go verify it. After hearing this, Emily immediately understood and asked whether he intended to travel in secret. Although Tristan nodded in agreement, he kept staring at Emily. This made Emily completely confused. Emily could not hold back anymore and directly asked whether he had something to say, but Tristan denied it at once. Now, Emily began to think. Based on her many years of work experience, she felt Tristan must be hinting at something. So she quickly handed over the report in her hand, saying that she had already corrected the erroneous data. But Tristan did not accept that explanation at all. His reaction made Emily doubt her life. Had she guessed wrong this time? Since it was not about work, Emily immediately changed tactics and quickly poured him a cup of hot tea. Emily smiled and said, "The tea got cold, so I brewed another cup." Tristan merely replied faintly, "Thank you." It seemed this move still failed to calm him down. Emily truly had no ideas left. Why was this man so difficult to deal with today? Could it be because of what had happened before? Emily quickly explained, "About the black magic user incident, I am very sorry that I did not report it to you in advance. I will definitely be more careful in the future." But after Tristan heard this, his headache grew even worse. Even Werner, who was beside them, could not help wanting to laugh. Emily became completely depressed this time. Why could she not read his mind? What exactly did Tristan want? Tristan suddenly asked, "What do you think about marriage?" As soon as this question came out, Emily wondered whether he was about to formally choose a marriage partner. Emily quickly asked him, "Do you need me to organize the proposal letters you have received and select a few suitable candidates?" But Tristan himself became conflicted first. What he actually wanted to ask about was not his own marriage, but Emily's thoughts. Yet on second thought, this seemed to have something to do with him as well. Then Tristan asked another question. "What do you usually like to eat?" Now Emily completely understood, asking about this and that. He was clearly interested in someone. A thought suddenly flashed through Emily's mind. Could it be that Tristan liked Julia? Thinking carefully, So many people had come to ask about Julia before. This situation really did match. After all, Tristan often went to the Walker family, and Julia was so charming. If not for Julia being a zombie, the two of them actually looked quite well matched together. Thinking of this, Emily directly said to Tristan, "None of us are picky eaters, but for this sort of thing, it would be better for you to ask her directly. If I have spoken out of turn, I am very sorry." As soon as she said that, Tristan was completely at a loss. He looked at Emily in confusion, completely unable to understand what she was imagining. Werner could not help teasing from the side. "Your Highness, it seems staring at her is completely useless." Tristan was truly helpless now. Emily also felt that this conversation could not continue. The scene shifted. The barrier around the Tower of Nyx suddenly showed unusual movement. A group of mysterious people wearing blue cloaks appeared out of thin air. Emily experienced teleportation for the first time and arrived directly in the Grand Duchy. This place was indeed very novel to her, but this trip was not for sightseeing. As soon as Tristan landed with Emily, they encountered Grand Duke Glane. Tristan took the initiative to greet him. "It has been a long time, Grand Duke Glane." It turned out that in order not to alert the enemy, Tristan had specifically requested that they act discreetly. The Grand Duke was also quite considerate and had personally come to receive them. Looking at Emily, the Grand Duke said to Tristan with some surprise, "I did not expect you to bring a companion." Emily did not hide her identity and introduced herself openly. "I am Emily of the Walker family." Upon hearing that name, the Grand Duke's attitude immediately changed. He stared at Emily and said, "So you are Miss Walker?" This reaction was far too strange. Emily felt uneasy inside. Why did he have that attitude? Could he have known about her long ago? The Grand Duke brought them to his private villa, saying that although it could not compare to the main city, it was hidden and not easy for others to watch. He told them to stay there peacefully for the night. After they settled in, the Grand Duke suddenly looked at Emily alone and took the initiative to invite her. "After dinner tonight, would you do me the honor of having tea with me?" This sudden invitation left Emily completely stunned. But because of the other party's status, she could only nod and agree. After receiving a satisfactory reply, the Grand Duke directly took Emily's hand and performed a hand-kiss greeting. Tristan quietly asked Emily whether she had known the Grand Duke before. Emily was also utterly confused and said this was absolutely their first meeting. When Werner heard this from the side, he immediately leaned over and teased that the Grand Duke had definitely fallen in love with her at first sight. Otherwise, why would he have acted that way just now? Emily quickly shook her head and said the age gap between them was far too large. But Werner felt that was not a problem at all. A gap of 20 years was quite normal among nobles. However, there was an even bigger piece of gossip about the Grand Duke. He had actually once had a wife, and he had loved her deeply. The position of Grand Duchess had remained empty for all these years. This had long since spread throughout the empire. Werner was still laughing and joking beside her, saying that no one could predict matters of the heart. But Emily felt uneasy inside. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand why the Grand Duke's reaction just now had been so abnormal, especially that gaze. It was practically as if he had seen a beloved person lost for many years. The Grand Duke of the Empire personally led a team to escort them, all to repay the life-saving grace of the former Duchess years ago. Unexpectedly, the strongest knight captain appeared halfway. This place was truly unbelievably beautiful. The man took the initiative to thank her, saying he had not expected her to agree so readily. Emily was also polite and said that since he had been so enthusiastic, she naturally had to make time to come over. She even invited him to speak more casually. As a result, the other party immediately took her at her word and directly called her by her given name. This instantly left Emily at a loss. The man hurried to explain that if he had frightened her, he apologized. In truth, as soon as he heard the surname Walker, the first person he thought of was the former Duchess Walker. As soon as he said this, Emily immediately thought of her mother. The man continued, saying that when the two nations were at war, they had once fought side by side. Thanks to that Duchess, they had achieved an overwhelming victory in that battle. The Grand Duke mentioned that the former Duchess Walker, Begonia, had been a true master of weapons. As long as a weapon was in her hands, victory was guaranteed. Back then, the Grand Duke had just come of age and been forced on a battlefield, still an inexperienced rookie. But Begonia had already been a renowned general on the battlefield and had saved him countless times. Hearing this, Emily felt doubtful inside. The mother described by the Grand Duke was so perfect, but in her own memories, her mother was not like that at all. What exactly had gone wrong in between? In Emily's memories, her mother Begonia was no proper hero. Not only had she torn the house apart together with Isaac, she had even complained indifferently that the house's quality was too poor. Even when Emily confessed that she was a black magic user, Begonia had not been angry. Instead, she had been unbelievably excited and shouted that it was simply too cool. But as a mother, she still had a bottom line. Begonia warned her that she had to hide her ability well outside. If she dared to use it recklessly and got caught, Begonia would break her legs on the spot. How was that a perfect heroine? She was clearly a hardcore mother who never played by common sense. Yet the Grand Duke was still sighing emotionally. Calculating the timing, Begonia had actually still been slaughtering enemies on the battlefield while pregnant with Emily. Her physical condition was simply unbelievable. The Grand Duke recalled that Begonia had always talked about finally having a daughter back then. That was why, the moment he saw Emily today, he recognized her at once. Although pink hair was indeed rare, the Grand Duke said that even without that hair, he would have recognized Emily at first glance, because mother and daughter looked far too much alike. But Emily herself felt doubtful. Whether in appearance or personality, she did not resemble her mother in the slightest. Who exactly was the Grand Duke seeing? The Grand Duke sighed. He had thought that after Begonia retired, she would be able to enjoy her later years in peace. Who could have imagined it would end like this? Bringing up this painful matter made the Grand Duke feel somewhat apologetic as well. Emily quickly responded politely, saying that she was actually quite happy. After all, in the Empire, everyone avoided speaking about her mother. She had never expected to meet an old acquaintance of her mother here. But when the Grand Duke heard this, he instead became somewhat embarrassed. He hurriedly explained that he could hardly be considered her friend. At most, he was merely a comrade in arms who had admired her unilaterally. Then the Grand Duke suddenly changed the subject and said that since Emily was the daughter of his idol, he truly could not feel at ease. So he had decided to personally accompany Emily to the tower. As soon as this decision came out, Emily was stunned. The Grand Duke even added that he would bring the most elite knight order, guaranteeing that nothing would go wrong along the way. Emily quickly tried to smooth things over and advised the Grand Duke to discuss it with the Imperial Prince first. After all, this was supposed to be a secret trip. If they did this, it would turn directly into a grand parade. But Tristan did not accept it at all and rejected it in one sentence. With so many people, the target would be too large, and sooner or later they would attract others. The Grand Duke, however, explained with a serious expression that magical beasts often appeared in this region. If they truly encountered danger, they would not be able to handle it without enough manpower. Just then, a voice sounded from the side, telling them not to worry, because they had also brought the Empire's elite knights. When she heard the other party mention Isaac's name, Emily froze completely. Tristan even specifically emphasized that this man was the youngest candidate for Knight Commander. Emily never could have imagined that her elder brother would appear in this place. The Grand Duke looked at the person before him and asked tentatively. Isaac directly stepped forward and openly admitted his identity. As soon as the Grand Duke saw Isaac, his attitude immediately changed, and he even affectionately patted his shoulder. This move left Isaac completely at a loss. Emily quickly explained from the side that this Grand Duke was actually an old acquaintance of their mother. When Isaac heard this, he was even more bewildered. How had their mother gotten involved too? The Grand Duke looked at Isaac with eyes full of emotion. He mentioned that back then, after every victorious battle, their mother would pray while holding the necklace her second son had given her. He had never expected that the little boy who had given that gift back then would now become an outstanding knight capable of standing on his own. Now that things had been said to this point, the Grand Duke finally relaxed. Since Isaac would be leading the escort, he no longer needed to worry blindly. Everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although the Grand Duke agreed not to send a large force, he still left a backup plan. He handed Tristan an emergency summoning orb and reminded him to crush it if they encountered danger. Tristan did not stand on ceremony and directly accepted this kindness. After a simple farewell, the group officially set off and entered the forest full of hidden dangers. As they walked, Emily finally could not hold back anymore. She leaned close to Isaac and quietly asked him why she had not heard before that he was coming along. Isaac also looked helpless and said he had only received the temporary notice after arriving at his unit. Isaac explained that he had been temporarily transferred to carry out a special mission. When Emily heard this, she was even more puzzled. Since he had known earlier, why had he hidden it from her the whole way? In the end, Isaac actually grinned and said he had only wanted to give his little sister a surprise. Emily helplessly told him not to play around like that in the future. What if they encountered danger? Besides, if not for her brother being here, she would not have wanted to take this mission at all. While they were talking, Tristan suddenly came over and asked with concern whether Emily was comfortable in the carriage. Emily also politely replied that thanks to Tristan's thoughtful arrangements, she had not suffered along the way. Tristan suggested that they set up camp here for the night. Emily naturally had no objections. After all, the journey had indeed been exhausting. But just as everyone was preparing to rest, a sudden scolding sounded nearby. It turned out that a knight was reprimanding a companion who refused to follow orders. While everyone's attention was on the man, Emily sensed that something was wrong. Why was there a strange energy nearby? That aura was fresh and damp, and it was mixed with a rotten stench. This was clearly the aura of death. The man stood motionless in place, and a stern, questioning voice came from behind him, blaming him for running around without following orders. Isaac turned his head and saw that the person holding him back was actually Emily. But before he could warn her, the man suddenly stepped on something. A massive creature burst out from underground and directly dragged the person down. It was so fast that there was no time to save him. Tristan recognized it at a glance. In this wilderness, a magical beast was actually hiding among their companions. Their companion was tragically parasitized by a magical beast. Isaac's arm faced the danger of rotting away. At the critical moment between life and death, he unexpectedly awakened forbidden black magic. Tristan lowered his voice and warned that this was an extremely dangerous magical beast. Everyone immediately went on guard. The man still had not understood the situation when that gaping bloody mouth had already reached his eyes. He did not even have time to escape. Only painful screams remained in the forest. Emily was completely terrified. But who could have imagined that Uriel would actually stagger out of the dark forest again? Tristan immediately saw that something was wrong and shouted a warning to everyone. This magical beast could parasitize human bodies. As soon as the words fell, a strange smile appeared on Uriel's face. It was not an expression a human should have. The monster directly pounced toward Emily. At the critical moment, Isaac slashed fiercely with his sword. He snorted coldly. "Don't even think about touching my sister." That sword strike was extremely powerful and forced the monster back at once. Isaac looked at the holy sword in his hand. This thing's body was quite hard. Tristan, who was beside him, saw the trick and quietly said to Emily, "Your brother's swordsmanship is quite impressive." Emily was still somewhat stunned. "Is it?" Tristan continued with a sigh. "Everyone says he relies only on brute strength. But now that I look at it, this sword technique is actually very delicate. It seems everyone has underestimated him." Emily knew very clearly that her brother's body had not fully recovered, so he had changed his style to one based on technique. That sword strike had indeed pierced Uriel, but it was completely useless. The monster felt no pain at all. It opened its huge mouth and bit again. Isaac narrowly dodged it, but his clothes were instantly torn apart. The monster's speed was even faster than before. Tristan had just attacked and forced the monster back, but he accidentally affected Isaac as well. He quickly went over to check his injury. Isaac looked relaxed and repeatedly thanked Tristan. Although Tristan advised him to see a doctor, Isaac tried hard to refuse, saying this small injury was nothing at all. But Emily, who was beside him, could not be optimistic at all. She knew very clearly that once this body was damaged, it would be completely irreversible. To restore the body, they had to find suitable materials. It seemed the dead Uriel would finally come in handy this time. Late at night, with no one around, Emily heard movement inside the carriage. The person outside quietly told her to open the door silently. The one who came in was Isaac. Emily hurriedly asked whether his injury was serious. Isaac rolled up his sleeve. The wound was even worse than imagined. As time passed, the situation was instead growing more and more terrible. Emily was heartbroken. Isaac, however, explained self-mockingly that this feeling of pain made it feel as though he were still alive. This was the consequence of being injured by holy power. If they did not find a solution soon, this arm would completely rot away within a day or two. Isaac was somewhat troubled. They were too far from the Empire's morgue. Did they have to contact someone to send a few corpses over? Emily directly rejected that idea. If they really waited for the corpses to arrive, it would be far too late. Emily looked at Isaac and stated her position plainly. Now there was only one method left. In the past, they had used nameless corpses, but the target this time was Uriel, a colleague who had spent days and nights with them. No wonder Isaac was hesitant. Emily held his hand and persuaded him. Brother, we only need to live well ourselves. Whether others live or die does not matter at all. After hearing these words, Isaac finally made up his mind and nodded in agreement. But the problem was that someone outside was on night watch. How could they act without anyone knowing? Emily said that she could handle it from right here. She directly cast magic inside the carriage. In order not to alert anyone else, she quietly seeped her magic power into the ground and explored all the way toward the depths of the forest. This power traveled underground and soon found its target. The magic power smoothly wrapped around the fresh corpse. The magic in Uriel's body was continuously extracted and directly sent into Isaac's wound. This move truly worked. The arm that had almost rotted away miraculously recovered completely. Isaac moved his arm and could hardly believe what he was seeing. Emily also breathed a sigh of relief, saying that this was actually her first time trying it, so she had not been confident at all. Although the person had been saved, Emily felt deeply uneasy. Not only could she clearly sense death, she could even use black magic she had never learned so smoothly. Could it be that the black magic user instincts inside her body were slowly awakening? If this power fully awakened, what would she become? Just as she was thinking wildly, a call suddenly came beside her ear. It turned out that Isaac was calling her. Isaac softly comforted her, saying, "It's all right." Emily felt a little embarrassed. Brother, I'm not a child anymore. But she also knew very well in her heart that Isaac had actually seen through everything. Isaac smiled and thanked her. As long as family was there was nothing to worry about. Emily gave a soft response. This long night finally passed. In the wilderness camp, the freshly dead corpse had actually vanished into thin air. Only a strange pool of blood remained at the scene. And all of this seemed to have been within her expectations. Just as dawn broke, Emily opened her eyes. Tristan handed over a bowl of hot soup and asked whether she wanted to eat something, though he did not know whether it suited her taste. Emily gently took a sip and smiled, saying it tasted very good. Tristan breathed a sigh of relief and showed a gentle smile. Before the two could say much more, a subordinate ran over in a panic, shouting that something terrible had happened at the camp. Tristan frowned deeply and asked in a low voice what had happened. The subordinate swallowed and reported in panic that the corpse had disappeared into thin air. Hearing this astonishing news, Emily showed no surprise on her face. Only a pool of dark red blood remained at the scene. Not even a single strand of hair was left behind. Tristan immediately decided to personally inspect the scene. Emily also followed at once, claiming that she had something important to confirm. Tristan did not ask further and directly brought her to the site of the incident. After arriving, only a large, glaring patch of blood remained on the ground. A subordinate pointed at the bloodstain and explained that this was where the corpse had previously been stored. Tristan questioned coldly whether the people on night watch had really discovered nothing last night. The subordinate helplessly shook his head. Everyone said they had not seen anyone approach, nor had they heard even the slightest unusual sound. Tristan carefully observed the ground. This place was indeed very strange. There were no footprints at all, and no traces of the corpse being dragged away could be found. The subordinate added quietly from the side that if it had been done by wild beasts in the forest, there should have been at least some dragging marks. Tristan's expression grew increasingly dark. In that case, the other party seemed to have simply vanished into thin air. Then he suddenly turned and stared at Emily, asking what she thought of the matter. Emily helplessly shook her head, claiming that she could not see any clues. In truth, she knew very well that she was lying. In any case, there were no modern testing instruments here. As long as she could muddle through, it would be fine. Then she took the initiative to suggest that this was probably done by a magical beast roaming nearby. After all, this forest had many magical beasts. It made perfect sense that the corpse had been carried away. She even deliberately pretended to be relieved and said that fortunately, that magical beast had eaten its fill and had not attacked their camp as well. That was how everyone had managed to survive. Hearing these words, the subordinate beside her was immediately moved to tears, feeling that even in death, their companion had protected everyone to the very end. Emily secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she had finally fooled them. However, Tristan only looked at her quietly and asked back in a cool tone, "Is that really so?" Although he then admitted that it was possible, his deep gaze clearly did not truly believe Emily's words. Tristan's suspicious expression made Emily uneasy. Had there been a flaw in the lie she had just told? Before she could fully figure out, the convoy had already set off again. Not long after, the subordinates scouting ahead brought back good news, saying they had discovered a village not far away. Emily stepped down from the carriage and immediately saw a stone monument standing at the village entrance. A line of words was engraved on it: "Cherish every tiny life." In this perilous wilderness, a stone monument like this did indeed seem somewhat eerie. However, the travelers did not think too much about it. Werner soon found out that there was an inn nearby, which could serve as their place to stay tonight. Werner suggested that they spend the night at this inn. Tristan nodded and agreed to everyone's decision. The subordinates even specially arranged a room for Emily and told her to rest well that night. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night, yet Emily could not fall asleep no matter what, and she wandered alone outside the inn. She still felt uneasy. During the day, Tristan's suspicious gaze had stabbed into her heart like a thorn. If he really had seen through her lie, why had he not exposed her directly at the time? Just as she was thinking wildly, Tristan's voice suddenly came from behind her. He gently asked whether she could not sleep. Emily was startled and hurriedly made an excuse, saying that she was simply not used to the bed here. Tristan took the opportunity to invite her, saying that he also had no desire to sleep and asking whether she wanted to walk around nearby with him. Although Emily hesitated a little, she eventually nodded and agreed. This was actually an excellent opportunity. She could use it to test what His Highness was truly thinking. The two walked side by side through the silent night. Tristan suddenly broke the silence and quietly asked what kind of person she thought he was. This sudden question left Emily caught off guard for a moment. This was definitely not some tender confession. The other party was certainly using the opportunity to probe her and see what secrets she had hidden during the day. What should she do now? Should she keep pretending to be ignorant or lay everything out directly? Emily replied with some difficulty that since His Highness had suddenly asked such a question, she truly did not know how to answer. If she followed his words and deliberately steered the atmosphere in an ambiguous direction, could she muddle through this trial? Emily secretly calculated in her heart, as long as she could make the atmosphere ambiguous, the other party would surely lose his composure. Then the initiative would fall into her hands. However, Tristan suddenly said quietly, "So that is how it is." Now, it was Emily's turn to be completely confused. What exactly was he confirming? It turned out that Werner had once told Tristan that if he only talked about official business with a girl all the time, their feelings would fade sooner or later. That was why he had specifically tried to talk about other topics. Emily quickly followed his words and said, "It seems your highness usually has many things on your mind. Is it the reason you cannot sleep tonight?" Unexpectedly, Tristan sighed and helplessly explained that this was only part of the reason. The real reason was that he had no fond memories of the Grand Duchy at all. There had even always been rumors outside that the blood of the Grand Duchy flowed in him. Back then, the former empress had received no support at all in social circles. That was why all sorts of ugly rumors had spread everywhere. Hearing this, Emily casually picked a wildflower by the roadside. She softly comforted him. "Your Highness, please wait a moment. About that empress, I once heard another version. It is said that the former empress was deliberately made things difficult for her and was not allowed to wear any precious jewels or accessories. As a result, she used fresh flowers as decoration instead and ended up stunning everyone present. Everyone sighed in admiration, saying that even expensive jewels could not compare to flowers blooming by the roadside." Emily smiled and continued, "Although I have never met her, someone who could think of such a brilliant method must have been extremely clever and wise." As soon as she said this, Tristan fell silent. Emily handed over the wildflower in her hand and gently added, "She seems to have been an incredibly strong person. She would never have been shaken by those boring rumors. Don't you think so?" Tristan slowly took the flower and replied quietly that she had indeed been very strong. He looked at the flower in his hand and thanked Emily. "Thanks to what you said, I remembered some things I had almost forgotten. Thank you, truly." Emily smiled slightly. "Since the knot in your heart has been untied and it is getting late, it is time for us to go back." However, before she could finish speaking, Tristan's expression suddenly became extremely alert. He did not even have time to care that the flower in his hand had fallen to the ground. He lowered his voice and warned urgently, "Be careful. There is a magical beast lying in ambush. This kind of monster usually disguised itself as a beautiful flower. As soon as someone approached, it would swallow them in one bite." The act of randomly picking flowers just now had clearly enraged it completely. As soon as the words fell, the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed. Even worse, the place where they had just been standing was actually the monster's gaping, bloody mouth. At the critical moment, Tristan tightly embraced Emily, and the two fell downward together. If she had known, she never would have carelessly picked that wildflower. In the dead of night, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. The sacred guardian mountain collapsed in an instant. The imperial prince and Emily fell into the abyss. They had actually fallen into the monster's stomach, and the holy sword in Emily's hand began to speak. In the middle of the night, the entire village suddenly shook violently. Isaac hurriedly asked what exactly was going on. At this moment, an elder from the village walked over and sighed helplessly. It seemed those outsiders had not listened to the warning at all. Isaac quickly asked what he meant. The elder sighed and explained that they had awakened the god of this land. If they wanted the god to sleep again, they had to offer a sacrifice. This time, those who had acted recklessly had become the sacrifice themselves. Isaac hurriedly asked what he meant by becoming a sacrifice. The elder pointed into the distance and said, "Like that." A huge crack split directly across the land, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Before anyone could react, with a loud crash, the entire mountain forest instantly collapsed. Isaac looked toward the direction of the collapse and asked what that mountain was. The elder sighed and said that it was not a mountain at all, but the god that protected this land. Hearing this answer, the two of them froze on the spot. A companion hurriedly shouted, "Isaac, where are you rushing off to?" These people actually worshipped a monster as a god. They had to notify His Highness immediately and leave this cursed place at once. But where was Emily now? Isaac hurriedly grabbed Werner beside him. "Did you see His Highness and Emily?" Werner grabbed Isaac, his expression becoming extremely grave, and told him to prepare himself. It turned out that last night, the knights on night watch had seen Tristan and Emily go out for a walk in the middle of the night, and the direction they had gone was precisely that strange mountain. That was a place even the villagers did not dare approach. It was said that if one stepped on even a single flower, one would incur the god's punishment. Combined with the violent shaking just now, Werner made the worst possible guess. The sacrifices who had awakened the monster and been swallowed were likely Tristan and Emily. Hearing this news, Isaac panicked completely. At this moment, Emily was waking up from darkness and found herself lying in an unfamiliar place. Before she could react, a voice suddenly came from beside her. "You're awake." Emily turned her head and saw that it was actually Tristan. He was bare-chested and injured. Emily quickly handed him his clothes. Only then did Tristan react and explain that he was used to staying with knights. So he had indeed failed to notice the difference between men and women. After Tristan draped the clothes over himself, Emily quickly asked about the important matter. "We clearly fell deep underground. What exactly is this place?" Tristan's answer left Emily dumbfounded. He said that this was probably inside the monster's stomach. Moreover, the surrounding walls would wriggle every so often. Emily grew anxious after hearing this. Since they were inside the monster's stomach, could they not split it open with a sword and get out? But Tristan shook his head, saying that he was injured and could not use the sword at all. Tristan explained that if this holy sword did not acknowledge its master, one simply could not exert its strength. Emily asked about his injury with concern. Tristan merely replied faintly that he had accidentally been hurt when they fell. This was clearly a lie. They had fallen from such a high place. Yet Emily herself was completely unharmed while Tristan had broken his arm. This injury had obviously been suffered while protecting her. Tristan suggested that they search around for an exit. Emily pointed upward, but how are they supposed to get up from this height? Looking at the height above her head, Emily felt uneasy. How are they supposed to climb up there? Tristan did not explain much and planned to drag his injured arm around a scout nearby. Emily wanted to stop him, but failed and could only watch him walk away alone. Looking at Tristan's back, Emily felt nervous. Was his injury really all right? Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side, shouting loudly, "Hey!" Emily was startled and quickly looked around, but there was clearly no one around. The voice sounded again, complaining that she could not even see what was right in front of her. Emily looked down and was utterly stunned. The one speaking was actually the holy sword in her hand. The holy sword complained about why Emily was ignoring it. Emily was also helpless and replied to her mind that she could not exactly speak out loud. The holy sword explained that as long as the two were in physical contact, they could communicate directly in their minds. This frightened Emily. Was that not the same as having her privacy peeped at? Emily was somewhat curious whether Tristan had also been able to hear it speak before. In the end, the Holy Sword arrogantly declared that it would never acknowledge someone who could not even hold a sword properly. Emily was so angry that she nearly threw it away on the spot. The Holy Sword quickly admitted defeat. Then it revealed a great secret. The fact that Emily could hear its voice meant that she was a descendant of the founding emperor, Samir. And the only purpose for which this holy sword had descended was to eliminate black magic users. The holy sword continued chattering non-stop, complaining that Samir back then had been far too casual, actually passing the sword directly down through the royal bloodline. As a result, only his descendants could hear it speak now. Emily sighed after hearing this. This ancestor truly knew how to create trouble. Then the holy sword began criticizing its previous master, saying that the man had been as dense as a block of wood. A black magic user had been right in front of his face, yet he had not noticed at all. Hearing this, Emily could not help laughing. She directly poured cold water on the holy sword, saying that she was that black magic user. This time, the holy sword fell completely silent. But this truly did not make sense. How could a family specifically meant to eliminate black magic users produce a descendant like her? Emily pressed the holy sword further. Since the family was blessed with divine power, why was she, of all people, a black magic user? The holy sword explained that this had to begin with a nameless island from long ago. That was the source of all tragedy. But before it could finish explaining the secrets of that time, a loud crash suddenly came from nearby. The atmosphere was instantly broken. Emily turned her head and saw that Tristan had actually collapsed on the ground. She hurriedly rushed over. Emily directly dropped the holy sword and helped the fallen Tristan up, which frightened her badly. Tristan's whole body was burning hot, and no matter how she called him, he did not respond. Emily anxiously shouted, "Your Highness, wake up!" He had clearly been fine just now. How had he suddenly become like this? The Imperial Prince's life hung by a thread. Hidden in his body was actually a deadly congenital curse. The only way to save him was, incredibly, the affectionate kiss of a black magic user. Could she save the Imperial Prince before her secret was exposed? Emily was frantic and kept calling Tristan beside him, but he did not respond at all. He clearly did not look seriously injured. So why had he suddenly fallen unconscious? This was definitely not an ordinary fall injury. There had to be another hidden cause behind it. Just then, the holy sword beside her suddenly moved. Emily questioned it, asking why it had been calling her all this time. The holy sword explained helplessly that the situation had been urgent just now, so it had no choice. While it was at it, it even complained that Emily had no manners. Emily could not be bothered to argue with it, and directly pressed it about why Tristan had fainted. But the holy sword said it was related to what it had just said. Emily reacted at once. Could this have something to do with black magic? In the end, she was mercilessly mocked by the holy sword, which said that, as a black magic user, she actually could not tell. Looking in the direction the holy sword pointed, she saw that around Tristan's heart, a strange black energy was wrapped tightly around him. The holy sword explained with a solemn expression that Tristan had been cursed from the womb. This power would slowly devour his life until he died completely. Emily was stunned. She had never expected this illness to be something he was born with. The Holy Sword then revealed that Tristan had always relied on medicine to suppress it before, but after leaving the Imperial Palace, his supply of medicine had been cut off. For his body to hold out until now was already the limit. Emily hurriedly asked whether there was still time to prepare the medicine now. But the Holy Sword immediately poured cold water on her hopes, saying that all the medicinal ingredients were specialties of the Eastern continent and could not possibly be obtained now. Medicinal ingredients from the Eastern continent? A flash of inspiration struck Emily's mind. Could the ingredient for the antidote be that Hesman tea? The Holy Sword sighed and said that the trade routes were now completely sealed off, so there was no way to buy the antidote. Emily anxiously asked if there was really no other way. The Holy Sword stayed silent for a long time before finally saying that there was indeed one more method. The scene shifted. Deep in a mansion late at night, fierce arguing could be heard. Someone was loudly questioning why they could not investigate openly. Werner quickly spoke up to stop him, saying that this operation was meant to be secret. If their movements were exposed, no one could bear the consequences. But the other party would not listen at all, retorting that if they delayed any longer, something terrible would happen. Isaac directly volunteered, saying he would personally go and eliminate that monster. But Werner rejected him outright and refused to let him leave. Werner patiently explained that, according to the results of their previous investigation, the monster known as the God of the Land would imprison its prey for several months after catching it. For the time being, there was no danger to their lives. But Isaac could not take in a word of it. He angrily shouted back, asking what if the monster ate Emily tomorrow. He absolutely could not just stand by and do nothing. This time, even Werner was left completely speechless. Tristan's medicine had long since run out, and his life could be in danger at any moment. Werner's attitude was extremely firm. He said they could not waste combat strength on something unknown. Isaac still wanted to fight for permission, but Werner coldly cut him off and warned him that he was absolutely forbidden from acting on his own. In the end, the weaker arm could not twist the stronger thigh. Isaac could only grit his teeth and agree. But would the matter really end like this? In the dead of night, Isaac stood alone outside the door. From his determined expression, it was obvious he had no intention of giving up. Isaac still acted on his own. He swore he would never make the same mistake again. After all, Emily's fate was now unknown. He had to rescue her safely. But the rescue on the other side was just as difficult. The Holy Sword suddenly spoke up, warning Emily not to act recklessly. It turned out that the curse on Tristan was innate. If she forcibly used holy power to remove it, she would kill him instead. This power was the result of black magic and life force constantly clashing inside his body. Since it could not be forcibly expelled, they had to find someone who could guide that magic power. And the suitable person was, unexpectedly, Emily herself. Although she desperately wanted to save Tristan, Emily was extremely conflicted. After all, Tristan had no idea that she was actually a black magic user. If her secret were completely exposed, would Tristan still treat her the way he had before? But there was no time left to hesitate. In the end, Emily still took that step. Emily finally decided to act. She tried to use her own magic power to suppress the curse inside Tristan's body. But things were far more difficult than she had imagined. The curse was hidden far too deeply. With her current strength alone, she could not reach it at all. Just then, she remembered Leaf's words. The most effective way to guide black magic was actually through the mouth. Emily was stunned the moment she heard that. Leaf quickly explained that it only applied to small amounts of magic power. If she wanted to guide a large amount of power, the larger the area of skin contact, the better. This completely left Emily at a loss. Emily was utterly speechless. So after going in such a huge circle, did that mean she had to kiss him after all? Even the Holy Sword beside her began egging her on. Now she really had been forced into it, but saving him mattered most. Emily could no longer worry about so much. She directly bent down and kissed him. As that kiss landed, powerful magic began flowing between the two of them. The curse inside Tristan's body finally showed signs of loosening. Tristan's complexion finally eased. It seemed this method really worked. But after all that effort, Emily's own magic power was almost completely drained. Her whole body was exhausted. Yet in a dangerous place like this, she could not rest at ease at all. Just then, a violent tremor suddenly came from all around. Now they were in serious trouble. Could the monster from earlier have come back to life? The black magic user forcibly awakened the Holy Sword, and the terrifying backlash instantly gravely wounded her. At the brink of life and death, a mysterious demon suddenly appeared. What price in souls had he paid? The holy sword in her hand suddenly explained that the monster had sensed the power of black magic, which was why it had awakened. Emily's anger instantly flared. For something this life-threatening, why did you not warn me in advance? The tremors around them grew more and more violent. The holy sword anxiously urged her to leave at once. If she did not go now, it would truly be too late. Looking at the unconscious Tristan in her arms, a bold thought flashed through Emily's mind. If she forcibly used the holy sword's power, could she directly take care of this monster? The holy sword immediately poured cold water on her idea. If you were merely an ordinary descendant of the ancestor, you could indeed use me. But black magic power flows through your body. A black magic user cannot use the holy sword at all. Emily refused to believe that. She insisted that she was also a descendant of the ancestor. She gritted her teeth and forcibly swung the long sword. A violent holy power instantly rebounded. The holy sword shouted anxiously from the side, telling her to stop. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The terrifying shockwave sent Emily flying. She slammed heavily to the ground and spat blood. The holy sword could only sigh helplessly. Emily lay weakly on the ground, complaining that if it had obediently cooperated with her just now, how could things have ended up like this? The holy sword also felt extremely wrong. It was naturally repelled by the power of black magic. This was simply not something it could control. At that moment, Emily only felt her head buzzing. Her body was so weak that she did not even have the strength to stand. Even worse, the full force strike she had just put everything into had not even injured a hair on a monster. The monster even began secreting corrosive digestive fluid. Watching the deadly danger draw closer step by step, despair rose in Emily's heart. Was she really going to die here today? But strangely, in the face of death, her heart instead grew calm. She even felt a certain warm illusion. Could this also be a side effect of black magic? Although she herself no longer feared death, if she truly fell here, Julia would definitely cry herself to pieces. Isaac would also blame himself for the rest of his life. And there were still so many people who cared about her waiting for her. Just as her consciousness was about to fade away, Emily's lips trembled slightly. She subconsciously called out a name. The moment her voice fell, a light laugh suddenly came from the depths of the darkness, mocking her for calling far too late. My contractor. Emily's consciousness instantly cleared. Emily looked at the black cat that had appeared before her and could hardly believe her eyes. She tentatively asked the other party who he was. The black cat gave a proud cold snort and asked in return whether he could possibly be fake. Emily could no longer suppress her excitement. She grabbed the black cat and hugged him tightly in her arms, asking where he had been all this time. The black cat struggled free in disgust and complained that he had been horribly harmed by those damned laws, ending up trapped in such a weak little body. Emily keenly sensed that something was off and pressed him about exactly when he had used his power. The black cat instantly bristled and shouted in irritation that it had all been to save her. If he had not forcibly blocked the saint's attack, she would have been burned to ashes by the holy power long ago. Only then did Emily suddenly understand. It turned out that at that life and death moment back then, this black cat had secretly saved her. The black cat explained as if it were only natural that the saint's power at the time had been far too strong. If he had not intervened, Emily would already have lost her life. And precisely because he had forcibly interfered with the laws of the kingdom, he had suffered the backlash of the world's will and had been trapped for a long time before barely managing to escape. But compared with all that, what pained him most was that his treasured fine wine had actually been stolen by other demons while he was gone. Emily quickly stroked him gently and promised that she would definitely compensate him with even better wine in the future. Only then did she barely manage to soothe this arrogant black cat. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the black cat stared at Emily's body, and his expression suddenly became grave. The black cat helplessly began scolding her. He had only been away for such a short while, yet Emily had already caused so much trouble. She really could not let anyone feel at ease for even a moment. Emily could only give a bitter smile and ask whether he could take her away from this danger. The black cat's face was full of confidence. He said taking her away would be ridiculously easy, but if she wanted him to help, she had to pay a corresponding price. Emily asked in confusion what the price was. The Black Cat explained that the domain had not been formally activated before. Now, to directly interfere with reality, he needed a proper and justified reason. Emily anxiously asked what exactly he wanted, but the Black Cat deliberately kept her in suspense, only saying that he could not reveal it yet, but that he definitely would not make things too difficult for her. Emily felt this deal was very unfair, but she had no way out now. Even if the other party wanted to take away her soul, she could only grit her teeth and agree. However, the Black Cat only calmly replied with 3 words, "Trust me." Hearing this, Emily was completely speechless. Trusting a demon? How could that possibly put anyone at ease? But now she was at his mercy, so she could only choose to compromise. Since both sides had reached an agreement, the Black Cat no longer wasted words and formally activated the ancient contract. In the name of the laws, he solemnly declared that he would take one thing from Emily as the price in exchange for power. Emily's heart kept sinking. What important thing was this guy going to take from her? The Black Cat's voice echoed through the air as he solemnly asked her, "Emily Walker, are you willing to accept this transaction?" At this moment, Emily had no choice at all. She could only firmly lower her head and agree. The moment her words fell, the surrounding space shattered like a mirror. Once the contract was formally established, there would be no chance to turn back. In an icy voice, the Black Cat declared that from now on, her body and soul, even her every breath, all belonged to him. An indescribably terrifying pressure descended, so heavy that she could not breathe at all. She could not even lift her head. The surrounding void was filled with strange gazes. This terrifying sight left her trembling with fear. Her body had already reached its limit, and she was about to collapse completely. At that critical moment, a warm hand suddenly touched her. A man's cold snort came from the darkness. "A mere worthless monster dares covet what belongs to me?" The mysterious man who appeared directly made his move. As his fingertip swept through the void, the ancient contract was officially completed. Although Emily's life was saved because of this, her heart was full of confusion. What exactly had this demon taken from her? Before she could figure out the answer, the man had already gently lifted her into his arms and sighed helplessly. "You really are a troublesome little thing who makes people worry." The deadly curse had strangely transferred. What conspiracy was hidden beneath the barrier around the tower? Faced with a mountain of forged logs, tonight was the best chance to catch the culprit red-handed. Could they uncover the truth of what happened back then? Fortunately, they ultimately escaped safely. Werner let out a sigh of relief and asked Tristan what exactly had happened inside at the time. Werner said that when he arrived, the entire village had already turned to ashes, and Tristan and Emily were lying in the ruins. Tristan shook his head and said he could not remember the exact details either. But there was one thing he could confirm completely. The deadly curse on his body had actually transferred. Hearing this, Werner was instantly stunned, because the church had clearly said that this kind of curse could only be lifted by a black magic user. Tristan merely smiled meaningfully. It seemed Emily's holy blessing had finally played its role at the critical moment. Tristan felt that this power that could detect black magic might very well be the key to undoing the curse. However, the barrier around that tower bothered him greatly. He had to go there personally and see what was going on. Before long, the group arrived at the Tower of Nyx. Cardinal Cady, the Bishop of Records, had long since brought people to wait at the entrance. Although he verbally apologized for the poor reception, his attitude seemed somewhat abnormal. Emily, hiding behind the others, saw through it at a glance. This man clearly knew that something was strange inside the tower, yet he did not even bother to pretend otherwise. He was definitely concealing some secret. Before everyone could enter, Cardinal Cady suddenly turned his gaze toward Emily. Who exactly was this woman? Emily took the initiative to step forward and curtsy, introducing herself as Emily Walker. Cardinal Cady seemed a little surprised when he heard this. So she was the young lady of the Walker family, the family that had once sheltered the divine bloodline. He knew that very well. Emily quickly exchanged a few polite words, modestly saying that it was all thanks to God's grace. Cardinal Cady forced a smile and agreed, saying that being able to meet 2 honored guests at the same time today was truly his great fortune. Then his tone suddenly changed. He said this place was originally a fortress built to guard against black magic users. Since everyone had come for official business, they should follow him inside. After saying that, he turned around to lead the way, taking the two of them deeper into the tower. Looking at the desolate ruins all around, Emily could not help muttering softly that this place was practically like the realm of the dead. Cardinal Katie sneered beside her and explained that those who betray God would all feel despair here. Not even a single weed could survive in this place. However, they had come at exactly the right time today. Cardinal Katie then said that they inspected the barrier here every hour on the hour. After saying this, he began operating it. As a clear bell suddenly rang out, a huge golden light shot straight into the sky. Emily looked at the barrier operating before her. This power was terrifyingly strong. If an ordinary person so much as touched it, they would probably lose their life instantly. Cardinal Katie proudly boasted beside her, saying that this barrier had guarded the place for 300 years, all thanks to the blessing of the great God. Emily could only awkwardly echo him. Cardinal Katie then took the initiative to suggest bringing them to the Temple of Light, where the clergy rested. But Tristan suddenly called him to a stop coldly and questioned whether someone was stationed here at all times. Cardinal Katie nodded and admitted it, saying that to prevent any problems with the barrier, someone had to keep watch here at all times. Tristan was not so easily fooled. He directly requested to inspect the duty logs. Cardinal Katie immediately tried to gloss things over, advising Tristan not to trouble himself over such trivial matters. But Tristan's attitude was extremely firm. Today, he had to see them with his own eyes. Tristan even asked coldly whether there was some shameful secret. Cardinal Katie could only laugh awkwardly and explain that he would take them to retrieve the historical records. But when all the materials were brought over, Tristan and Emily were dumbfounded. Looking at the mountain of papers before her, Emily could not help complaining inwardly. This was simply deliberate torture. Seeing that Emily was not in good condition, Tristan took the initiative to say that he would read these documents alone. This surprised Emily somewhat. Tristan felt that he was the one who had brought up this matter in the first place, so he should be the one responsible for resolving it. Although Emily felt this went beyond his duties, she still could not help speaking up to tease him, saying that Tristan was the first person she had ever met who actively took all the dirty and exhausting work onto himself. But Tristan had no intention of becoming a hero. He directly said helplessly that there was no way he could read all of this by himself. Emily also calmly analyzed the situation. If they relied on Tristan alone to go through them, he probably would not finish even after a week. Besides, the Empire could not go without him for long either. More importantly, Cardinal Katie's reaction just now had been so abnormal. There was definitely something fishy in these duty logs. Thinking of this, Emily finally made up her mind. This time, she had to help him investigate until the truth came to light. Looking at Emily, who was full of determination, Tristan could not help laughing softly. This girl always managed to bring him unexpected surprises. Emily felt a little embarrassed by his laugh and could only bury her head in the pile of documents, desperately searching through them. And sure enough, this search really did reveal something wrong. Emily suddenly shouted in surprise that the texture of the sheet of paper was clearly off. Tristan took it and carefully compared it, discovering that not only was the paper's color different, but the content just happened to be the record from the night of the incident. It stated that everything was normal and that there had been nothing unusual. But the more it tried to cover things up, the more it proved that something major had definitely happened that night. Emily suspected that the original had long since been swapped out. Tristan coldly speculated that the true record had probably already been burned to ashes. Now the clues seemed to have been completely cut off again. Could they still uncover the truth from back then? Emily sighed worriedly. Without evidence, what should they do next? Tristan, however, appeared very calm. He said things were indeed just as he had expected. It turned out that these people swapped out the real records once every 3 months. Emily's mind worked extremely quickly, and she reacted at once. If calculated according to that schedule, then was tonight not the very night they would swap them out? This was truly heaven helping them. The The corners of Tristan's lips lifted slightly. It seemed tonight would be the best chance to catch the culprits red-handed. As night quietly fell, there was also movement deep inside the temple. The Holy Sun quietly asked in the shadows whether anything unusual had been discovered. Hazel was reporting the progress of the search to the Holy Sun, saying that they had searched every possible hiding place, yet had not even seen the shadow of that treasure. Now, there was only one place left that had not been searched, and that was the Walker estate. After hearing his subordinate's report, the Holy Sun decided to take action personally and directly ordered his men to begin arranging the journey. On a desolate beach, a terrifying black magic user suddenly appeared. Not only did he try to forcibly abduct the isolated young lady, he even summoned a giant beast from the abyss. At the brink of life and death, the mysterious prince drew his sword and struck in fury. The two of them arrived at this beach, but there was something strange in the air all around. Emily stopped in her tracks. This aura was not right. Tristan, had he discovered something? Emily answered that this was definitely black magic. As soon as Emily finished talking about black magic, a bell rang in the distance. Tristan looked at the sky and said the timing was just right. But before the two of them could think any further, a loud crash suddenly came from one side. Tristan immediately became alert and said that something had gone west. Emily heard it and grabbed him, loudly asking, "Your Highness, surely you're not planning to go there personally?" But Tristan calmly said there was no need to worry. Since they had already set their sights on the treasure, they had to move at once. Emily was still somewhat worried and urged him to bring more people. But Tristan could not wait at all, afraid that if they were too late, the person would escape. Before leaving, he draped his own magic cloak over Emily for self-defense, so that at least her safety could be guaranteed. Not only that, he also handed the Grand Duke's orb to her and told her not to force herself if she encountered danger. After giving all these instructions, Tristan directly turned and rushed out. Remembering what he had just said, Emily felt a little gloomy. She had clearly been worried about his safety, but in the end, she had been treated as if she were a burden. Who would not feel depressed in her place? With no other choice, she could only walk forward alone through the night. But before she had gone far, she heard movement behind her. When she turned around, she was startled on the spot. It was actually Claude. The other party even greeted her with an easy expression, saying that they met again. Emily was completely stunned. When had this guy appeared, and where had he come from? Claude looked wronged and complained that they were old acquaintances, yet every time they met, she avoided him. Was that not far too impolite? Then his tone changed. Could that person be the rumored crown prince? Seeing Emily's wariness, Claude smiled and comforted her, saying that if he had truly intended to kill her, she would not have lived until now. Emily did not buy that at all. She directly questioned him, saying that if he was not here for revenge, then why exactly was he following her in the middle of the night? Claude admitted frankly that he had not actually decided either. He simply wanted to see her. After all, in this whole world, she was the first person who was not affected by his ability. Claude suddenly leaned closer and said that she was always getting in his way. What was even more surprising was that he actually called out Emily's name directly. Then he bluntly proposed that Emily go with him. This left Emily completely confused. Claude then said that this deal would definitely not be a loss for her. After all, he had already investigated her background thoroughly. Right now, the Crown Prince was secretly purging his forces, and the noble circles treated her like a plague. She was nothing more than an empty shell with a title. Black magic users would rule humanity sooner or later. As long as she went with him now, she would not lack benefits in the future. Emily gritted her teeth and replied that, putting it plainly, he just wanted her to be his toy. Humans or not, none of that mattered in his eyes. Claude generously admitted it and smiled, saying that she had seen through him. Then his tone turned cold as he asked whether Emily intended to refuse. Emily's attitude was firm, but Claude had no intention of reasoning with her. Since the soft approach did not work, he could only use force. He directly made it clear that Emily had no right to say no today. She could either obediently listen to him or be dragged away by force. But before he could take her away, an unexpected change occurred. A cold flash passed, and the man's hand was directly disabled. Tristan suddenly charged out and directly protected Emily in his arms. He recognized the other party's identity at a glance and coldly spat out 4 words, "Black magic user." Claude looked at his injured hand and discovered that the sword actually carried holy power. Now he had a bit of a headache. Moreover, this sword had clearly already acknowledged its master. Tristan gave him no chance to waste words and warned him not to be rude to Lady Emily. But Claude was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled provocatively and said he was so scared, drawing blades the moment they met. How utterly impolite. Tristan asked coldly what his intentions were. Claude did not take this threat seriously at all. Instead, he smiled and said that, since there would be plenty of chances to meet in the future anyway, he might as well introduce himself first. He looked at Emily and smiled as he said, "My name is Claude. Be sure not to forget it." Emily had not yet reacted, but she suddenly noticed that a strange mark had appeared on the back of Claude's injured hand. Although Claude said he did not want to fight, he was not someone willing to suffer a loss. The moment his words fell, the black magic energy around them began to move. Penelope and Herman were summoned. They had been tricked. The other side had clearly come prepared. If they truly fought, they had no chance of winning at all. Tristan was just about to warn the other party, but Claude laughed first, saying he would play with them properly. The moment his voice fell, the black magic energy all around them surged violently, directly sealing off the entire area. Who could have expected that this guy would summon, right on the spot, a gigantic monster covered in fangs? Emily blurted out that this was actually the legendary giant carrion worm. The difference in size between them was not on the same level at all. Seeing that the monster was about to crush down, Tristan directly charged forward. Now, they could only meet it head-on. In the end, those monsters directly blocked the path. Tristan could not break free at all. Claude laughed gleefully from the side, saying that this thing definitely would not be able to kill him. Then he planned to take Emily and slip away directly. Now Tristan not only had to deal with the monster, but also had to watch helplessly as Emily was taken away. The situation was simply terrible. That giant carrion worm had already lunged right in front of them. If it bit her even once, there was absolutely no way she would survive. Emily shouted anxiously from the side, "Your Highness,